The tale kicked off deep beneath the streets in the town's underground drainage tunnels. Even after getting thrown into another world, protagonist Komuro Naoki still locks in and does his exterminator job, no rest, no excuses. This time he went to scrub the rat-like demon beasts, the Masmaskal, clean in this world. But our protagonist just looked at these beasts like they were ordinary rats, and figured, let's grab their stories, maybe that'll be the proof we need to show the guild. He chopped off every tail and shoved the remaining bodies into a bag. Komuro stared at the choices, panicking about what to do with them because the obvious plan was to burn the bodies, and he couldn't, not with his fire magic abilities tied up in knots. Komuro stared into the forest ahead, and as he stared into the pitch-black forest, memories hit. People swore this place wipes out fresh adventurers with goblins and slimes. He wasn't about to gamble his life by picking a fight with monsters. Komodo decided it was perfectly fine to toss the remains in the forest. Then he figured the monsters would clean up the rest. So he hurled those rats into the forest and left them to the wild, and completely drowned out the monsters' screams, which started tearing through the air a few minutes later. Komodo's mind flashes back for a split second how he died in the last world, and then, the moment he opens his eyes again, he's dropped into this one. At first, Komuro couldn't make heads or tails of this weird world, but the moment he realized it was basically an RPG, it all clicked, and he adapted fast. And the whole reason he was wiping out rats right here was simple. Back in his previous life, he used to do the same job, so Komuro was basically born trained for it. In this world, the moment he stepped into the Adventurers Guild, Komuro didn't waste much time figuring out that swords and wands just weren't his thing. At the port, adventurers ferret out water monsters, while our heroes clash with demon lords. Komuro can't stop thinking. But if a god truly crafts heroes, then something went terribly wrong with his pick because he made a mistake with that one choice Because he didn't get a power like those heroes, Komuro ended up fighting bugs and insects just to make ends meet. Because yeah, he was an exterminator who still hadn't cracked the mysteries of this world, and now he was finally about to meet a bunch of unforgettable, lively people. Now let's jump straight back to the day before, in the town where Komuro lived. He used to rush over to Elder Elf Camilla's place where she ran a full-on drugstore. Her room was packed wall-to-wall with books and bottles of medicine. And Camilla was thrilled that Komuro showed up to wipe out the pests. His work made her feel genuinely relieved and happy. Komuro thanked her for the great review, then told her he could even handle the cleaning work, not just the extermination. So he did exactly that to make her place burst with life. Camilla handed him 50 knots for the job, and Komuro stormed off to hunt for another way to keep working as an exterminator. As he marched right past the crowd, most of them were out there as combat adventurers, suiting up in knight armor and stacking the gear to the brim. Komuro just wished he could have snagged that kind of talent too. But since he came up empty-handed, he didn't waste a second. He threw himself right back into extermination duty. He wished he could grab a handful of basic supplies with the exact pile of cash he just earned right in those knots. It was the currency that ruled this world. So he grabbed his brand new money and hunted down somewhere to crash for the night first. Muro strode up to the Adventurers Guild and the lodging house right next door. This Adventurers Guild was way nicer and way bigger than anything we've ever seen in manga, packed with every kind of facility imaginable for adventurers. A whole bunch of them loitered around here, burning through their earnings, and Komuro hauled the request document he grabbed and headed straight to clean up Camilla's house. Irene, the receptionist, stamped his request as done, and you could tell she genuinely appreciated how hard he'd been working. After that, Komodo decided to scan the board for any other requests he could take, then reality hit. Because most of the jobs on there were, either he wipes out monsters, or he jumps in and helps crank up dangerous magical experiments. Komuro could tell these weren't built for him at all. They screamed adventurer's gear, so he decided to hunt for something else, because this stuff was totally out of his league. First, he checked his stash, only 50 knots total, and figured that if he burned 20 knots on the stay-in, he'd be left with just 30 mao. Then he overheard a group of adventurers blurting out to Irene, asking if she was honestly serious about sending them into the sewers. Irene said nobody's been jumping on that request for ages, and every time it came back, this problem only got worse. The adventurers shot back that they'd rather wipe out slimes than take that job, since it fit their talents perfectly. Then they grabbed their gear, took the assignment, and vanished from the place, while Irene was left there sighing hard. Then Komuro leaned in and asked her straight up if even brand new beginners could pull it off. When she tilted her eyes up to him, Irene's stomach dropped because she instantly recognized Komodo Naoki. She told him straight up the governor's office ordered it. Someone had to wipe out the multiplying masmascal infestations running wild in the sewers. Even though the job only paid 5 knots per head, masmuscal were a nightmare to handle. Their agility was lightning fast, and just when you thought you had them, they'd slip away. But they were crawling through the sewers, and magic was totally forbidden down there so nothing disastrous could blow up. Komuro clocked that masmuscal wasn't scary at all. It was just some creepy ray-looking thing, and it ended the same way a full-on rat extermination. So while Irene warned her about how these rats could ruin the town's hygiene, Komuro interrupted and told her that he'd actually want to take this request. Irene blurted, "Are you really sure you want to take on this request?" Komuro nodded along again just to confirm it, and Irene immediately thanked him for the help. Then Komuro waved it off and said it was no big deal, since he was hunting for a job too. Irene shot him a grin and a good luck as he headed off to finish the extermination. Right now, Komuro finally finished the job and relief crashed over him like a wave. Komuro wiped out those masmascals using rat poison he cooked up himself, and once he figured out the rate was 5 knots per rat, he raked in about 500 knots for taking down a full 100 rats. At once he pushed harder, convinced that if he kept this pace, his dream of finally having his own place was right around the corner, and now he was blazing with motivation, ready to crank out even more rat poison to wipe out the next wave of rats. For that, he stormed over to Camilla's place and demanded every poisonous plant she had on the shelf, but Camilla hit him with a 100-knot price, and that price was way too steep for him. So Komuro demanded she cut him a deal, and then he spun back and stared at her place. Then Camilla offered him a deal if he'd swing by and clean her place once in a while. She'd sell him those for 10 knots right now. Komuro was so grateful for her kindness so he grabbed her hands, buzzing with excitement only to make Camilla's cheeks flare hot with shyness. And, even though his hands warmed her skin, Camilla yanked herself away and swatted his hands off hers hard. Komuro noticed her blazing red face and asked what was wrong, but Camilla insisted it was nothing and told him to leave right now since his job was done. Then Komodo handed over the money and scored every last ingredient he needed to cook up the rat poison. Then he dashed to the market, grabbed wheat flour and honey straight from the grocery store, and headed on with purpose. On the road, Komuro stumbled into a shop that sold monster meat. So he marched up to the shop owner and begged for spoiled monsters, blood, and fats for Komuro, and the whole place reeked so badly it was hard to breathe. And that's why Komuro picked it too perfectly suited for the job. But when he finally stormed back to the guild, everyone recoiled from the stench and kept screaming it at him non-stop. As the stench of the whole place hit him in the face, people shoved him out of the way and demanded he leave, because whatever he was clutching reeked so bad it made everyone recoil. Komuro figured he had to use it for the job, so he decided to pull it off right here because he doesn't have a house. Irene snapped that he should drag it somewhere else, and when he asked if he could keep it at the lodging, she warned him the stink would cling to the walls forever. Komuro snapped back that if he wanted to do it anyway, what was the big deal? Because in his eyes, this was only a fantasy world, so none of it mattered. Irene yelled that she had no clue what he was talking about, then told him to do it on the backside of the guild. To the guild, she promised, so Komuro hauled himself there exactly like she told him to. So he dumped every ingredient in poison plants, water, honey, and even monster blood right into the mix. He kicked off his work by brewing rat poison straight from his own plant. First, he ground up the wheat and started kneading the dough, then poured in water and honey like he was crafting something legendary. With a savage swing, he hacked the poisonous plants apart with his knife. He pounded and folded them into the dough, then tore off bite-sized chunks and shaped them into dango, and smeared monster blood and fat all over them. He took one sniff of the dango, and he swore they smelled incredible like nothing else on earth, while every other person was too afraid to even come near it. Kumuro's special rat poison was finally done, finished, perfected, and ready to strike. And it landed exactly the way he'd been betting it would. He could tell it looked delicious, but the moment anyone took a bite, they'd drop dead. So he slapped a skull and crossbones on it, betting the symbol alone would keep every accident away. Komodo's scheme was finally ready to launch, so he headed for the sewers, checked his map first, and locked in the perfect spot to drop the bait. He stuck to the plan, scattered the poisoned bait all over the area, and once it was all set up, he was finally done. Komuro trudged off to some random spot, crashed under the open sky, and slept there because he'd blown every last coin making rat poison, and now he had no money left to fall back on. He jolted awake that morning and bolted straight to work. When Komuro arrived, his stomach dropped. Hundreds of those mass mescal rats lay dead everywhere, like the battlefield had swallowed them whole. His bait worked like a charm, and that victory lit up his whole mood. And now it was just time to roll up his sleeves and clean the whole mess up. He kept at it, grabbing the rats one after another, then slicing off their tails. And then he hurled them straight into the forest. Right after that, he shot back to the guild to snatch his reward, and he grabbed a bag packed tight with countless knots. Then Irene lit up, thrilled they were handling her request at lightning speed. And Komuro would dive right back into the sewer to scrub the rest of the areas clean too. The next day, he stormed back again and found the same gruesome scene, piles of rats sprawled dead on the ground. Komuro cranked the same routine again and again, and this time he wiped out a whole swarm of rats. He could have kept looping this whole thing again and again, but Irene told him, "Stop right now," and shut him down, and demanded to know what the heck he was doing. What was he even thinking? Which made even the office calls her. Komuro insisted he was only trying to crush his job before the deadline hit. Irene said she and the office never expected this avalanche of masmascalls, so their expenses suddenly felt way too tight for the reward. At this pace, she could already taste the bankruptcy in the air, so she demanded to know how many rats he'd slaughtered so far. So when he told her he stopped counting after hitting 1,000, Irene's jaw dropped at just how many payments he'd racked up. Komodo said he was just doing his job like always, like none of it was even happening. Irene couldn't help wondering if this was just his everyday kind of normal. Komodo and him made a hard stop at the office first, before they even started washing the sewers. Then out of nowhere, Irene got startled by the guild door blasted open with a crash. Komuro did it himself. Everyone's eyes snapped to him the moment he stepped up, because that guild gate was so massive it didn't look like a newbie could crack it. Irene couldn't shake the feeling that she finally understood what was going on. So she demanded Komuro whip out the adventurous card, but Komuro barely even glanced at his own hand. So Irene had to snap him back to reality. This was the very card he got the day he first joined the guild, and Komuro dug it out and handed it straight to Irene. And she stared in disbelief as her wildest expectations actually came true. She told Komuro that when people level up out of nowhere, they'd smash things by accident because they can't yet feel their own strength. But even if that was true, Komuro's power was skyrocketing. He was suddenly a level 38 adventurer. That kind of growth was basically impossible. And just a few days back, he was only level 2. Komuro told her he was just hurling dead masmascalls that had already swallowed poison into the forest. So yeah, those monsters probably munched on them, and that might be exactly why it happened. But no matter how you slice it, that insane growth still didn't make sense just from that alone. Meanwhile, Komuro looked shaken by how wildly excited Beast Woman Irene was. Irene then snapped at him to stay silent about his leveling method, because the moment word got out, it would spark a full-blown riot. Komuro leaned in and asked if level 38 even counted as high. Then she snapped that it wasn't the biggest issue at all. The real problem was that levels don't just happen. You have to train your body and your mind every single day to push them higher. And while Komuro felt like a cheat code, she hit him with the warning that, according to the legend, the hero who defeated the Demon King 55. So yeah, Komuro's level shot up insanely fast, like it was climbing to a whole new tier right in front of you. Komuro blurted out how shocked he was that even this had levels, and suddenly it felt exactly like an RPG to him, while Irene stared like he still hadn't gotten a single thing she was trying to tell him. Still, even when she said his power was unusually special, he didn't feel a single thing out of place. He said he'd keep grinding on his work from here on out, moving at his own pace. And after that, Irene just kept staring at him like, "What the heck is up with your personality?" Komodo stormed over to Camilla's place, itching to ask her one thing. But there was this gorgeous young elf there when someone showed up while she was still in her young form. She jolted back in surprise. Now let's dive into Komuro's life, because after he died, he got shipped into this world, and things are about to get insane. He wanted to keep living life exactly the way he always had. Working as an exterminator and cleaner, He had no clue what horrors were waiting for him the very next day on his newest extermination job. The very next night, Komuro sat down and kept writing in his journal like he always did. And today he shoved all his fresh experiences into it, jotting down every little thing he couldn't afford to forget. He bragged that wiping out those masmascalls had finally put enough coin in his pocket to coast for a bit. So he hit up Camilla and asked to rent the empty second floor of her shop. He finally cracked the leveling up system and fully understood it, along with skills. Right then, Sarah. This girl strolled into his room, and Komuro looked like he'd already run into her earlier that day. But he couldn't stop wondering why she suddenly peeled off her clothes and stood in her underwear right in front of him, while Komuro's nerves spiked as Sarah tried to close the distance, mind-melting thoughts already swirling in her head. Komuro begged her to wait, but she refused. She insisted on spending the night the way she wanted because, honestly, Sarah was a slave who threw her life on the line for Komuro because he saved her, won her heart and body, and claimed her as his own. Now Komuro was fighting for control against those overwhelming heavenly curves, and to make it worse, Sarah told him to use her any way he wanted. Komuro blurted out, panicked, asking if she was truly serious about it. Sarah decided to prove it with her own moves, and Komuro couldn't shake the feeling that the world still hid secrets he hadn't even discovered yet. And then he figured Sarah was doing all this because they'd turned her into a slave. He could read it in her eyes she had zero trouble doing this, so now we'd finally learn, from the very start of that day, exactly how Komodo got himself into this mess. The day kicked off with Komuro diving into a job that forced him to face a whole swarm of spirits and ghosts head-on. Komuro had no idea he could wipe them out too until he slung a top-tier recovery potion at them and watched it absolutely wreck their hold. It worked so well, and somehow he pulled it off, handled that nasty order to wipe out the ghosts in the guild. Irene thanked him again and again, because these ghosts weren't just around, they were harassing her and pulling off some truly nasty stuff. She was just as stunned how on earth did he pull off those top-tier potions. They were insanely expensive. Komodo shot back that the potion and the spray weren't store-bought at all. They were made by his own hands. With his pharmaceutical and compounding skills razor-sharp, he brewed a high-quality potion that was as good as it gets. And on top of that, he snagged a whole new detection skill, which blasted a map that pinpointed where every living thing was and how dangerous they were in his neighborhood. He pulled it off by finally cracking the inner workings of this world, until the healing powers finally kicked in on the ghosts too. He's finally started falling in love with this world, and it's happening fast. After leveling up and unlocking fire magic, math, and languages with every skill point, Komuro just burst into laughter, clocking just how painfully frugal he was. While he put his skills to the test, he realized it all clicked because his language made talking to anyone feel effortless. With his work finally rolling the right way, he exhaled in relief because now he didn't have to fear dying out on the street anymore. He was thrilled living right above Camilla, and whenever something happened, she'd come knocking with the news. The very next day, she marched over and told him, "Someone's here to see you." Komuro couldn't shake the feeling who on earth would dare show up at his door. As he headed down the stairs, he spotted Irene from the guild standing there. He said he couldn't even remember taking any guild jobs, and then she snapped back that it hit out of nowhere right as a sudden request came in. Or more like a custom favor because nobody else could have pulled this off, only him could. He told her to stay put until he came back from the bathroom. When he finally returned, Irene hit him with the bombshell. This sudden order was to wipe out a swarm of Vespa hornets nesting in a dead, abandoned house. House Komodo's mind snapped to it those weren't just bugs, they were bee-like monsters because he'd seen them in the encyclopedia Camilla lent him, and Irene nodded hard like, "Yep, that's exactly it. Exactly." While Camilla was gloating that he got to live and learn under her roof, she was now stuck in her cute phase. That young girl form and the old lady Camilla from before were the exact same person Camilla kept her youthful look off the clock. Then once she started running the store, she snapped back into that old lady disguise. She insisted that an old lady peddling medicine would sell better, and when he heard that, he burst into laughter, then shoved it aside. Irene leaned in and asked Komuro if he'd take the job, and when he asked why he'd been picked, she had answers ready. He refused to risk his life just to get mistaken for some handyman, and Camilla told him, "Vespa hornets are usually handled by B-rank parties and up, but right now, all we've got in town are C-rank adventurers." So her superiors shoved the task on her, Go ask him, because even with that G rank label, his power level was through the roof. Komuro figured this felt like a dirty move from the guild, but since he'd never heard anything this wild before, he decided to take it seriously, so he pressed Irene and asked if she knew the Vespa hornets were deadly poisonous. But unlike Masmus's skull, he couldn't just swallow it. He tried to shut the request down with a desperate, "Sorry," but when Irene pulled a sad, puppy-like face, Komuro finally caved and ordered Irene to slip one message to her superiors. Sending her over to make him swallow that sudden request felt ruthless, and she called him out on it, asking exactly what he meant. Then he leaned in and asked Camilla if she could whip up an anesthetic that would work on hornets too. Irene shot him a grateful smile and thanked him for saying yes to her request. And he reassured her, "It's fine," he said, because handling hornets was just another day's work for him. He snapped right back into prepping for the extermination, then told Irene, "I'll need a favor from you." And when she finally heard what he wanted, she just smiled and said it wouldn't be a problem, though. You could tell she felt a little shy answering him. So he pressed for answers and asked where this Vespa-nested house was, and the guy told him it was tucked away in a forest right on the edge of town. Komuro clocked that the place sat right in the same direction as the sewers, and so he cranked his detection skill all the way up to max. In the blink of an eye, the entire town, every spot, every person, even each living thing's exact place, snapped onto the map above Komuro, all sorted by threat level. Irene stared in stunned silence, completely unable to look away, serving him, until Komuro chimed in that he'd found hornets everywhere. So many they seemed endless, and right there on the map, there were 3 green dots too, meaning people were nearby while Irene and Camilla were. He was completely stunned. He'd just popped a detection skill right there. Now he could even spot the ruins from that house, and he claimed it wasn't magic at all, just positions and the count of every living thing. Then Camilla snapped, "I could live 800 years and still my skills won't ever reach that level," spilling the truth that she was a shut-in researcher who never bothered to level up. After a bit of waiting, Komuro finally barreled into the spot where the Vespa hornets were posted. He had no clue this Vespa hornet nest would be the size of a 3-story building. He couldn't stop thinking, all right, how am I supposed to handle this? And judging by the nest's massive size, he figured those hornets must be about as big as a large dog. Then he crept right up to the nest. He checked the map, the hornet white markers and green dots of people spinning around him, and he couldn't help. He wondered if those people were actually here. They might just have a way to take down those hornets. So he decided to slip around back and make his move through the building's rear, starting right there. He quietly scanned every corner, then stepped inside. Right there, he stumbled on a hidden basement, and when he stared straight up the stairs, he realized he followed it deeper, and the building swallowed him up into something dark inside. Right when he got there, a man sprawled on the ground, knife in hand, calm as ever, called out to him. He muttered about swapping shifts like it was some clever move, trying to pin it on his own accomplice. But the moment Komuro laid eyes on him, the guy erupted, "Who the hell are you?" Komuro couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would a prison like this be buried down here? Then he leaned in and told the guy, "I'm no threat, I'm here to wipe out the hornets." He asked for the best way to do it, and the guy shot back, "Everything about Komuro screamed suspicious." Now that he'd finally laid eyes on Komuro's face, he couldn't let him walk away. He came charging in with his knife, ready to kill. Komuro leaned in and tried to talk the guy down, pleading for him to stop. But the guy had already swung that knife at Komuro, trying to plunge it into him. So tell me why he hesitated now, but just when he expected the knife to hold, it snapped in half, leaving the guy frozen, horrified to the core. He bolted from the scene, snapping that the pay wasn't even close to worth handling someone this strong. Komuro tried to shout a warning that the guy was way too loud. Then the guy finally saw exactly why Komuro wouldn't let him. The second he spotted the Vespa hornets right in front of him, they swarmed in and drove their thorns clean through his whole body. Right as Komuro saw his body start to fall apart, one of the green dots on his detection map blinked out. He figured it was coming. Those hornets were ruthless and fiercely locked down their turf. They're vicious insect hunters, and sometimes they even ball up their prey into a tight sphere, then haul it back to feed their young and crank up the numbers. Then Komuro snapped his fire skill on, blazing the dark room wide open. And right then he spotted an old beast man and a young girl huddled together inside the prison. He figured the hinge might give way, and with sheer determination, he forced himself inside the prison. The prisoners slumped in silence, heads bowed so low it looked like the weight of their fate was crushing them. Komaro clocked it immediately. Those two could have seen the prison door standing wide open, yet neither one even tried to escape. The old beastman grumbled that he was sure they'd been left behind already. As the other girl choked back her sadness, Komuro remembered those words like a punch. "We've got no families, we've been thrown away." Irene finally told them the horrible truth: slave traders were real, and they were out there. And right alongside all that, the elderly beastman Balzac thrown into the mix and impossible to ignore. Komuro stared at him, and he flat out admitted he had no clue who he even was. But he demanded, at the very least, that the guy take the young girl because her last owner had been abusing her non-stop ever since she'd shown her special gifts. All thanks to the fact that she was from the Gecko tribe, and to make it worse, that disgusting bastard even dropped a petrification spell on her. Once he was done with her, the young girl blurted out that she wanted him to leave her behind. While Komuro just wanted to keep his job, he refused to abandon them, so he told them, "I can't leave you here," and demanded they come out. Внезапно молодая девушка появилась ниоткуда и закричала на Комуро, прося его не трогать ее. And he kept his hand hovering just out of reach, refusing to touch her. Komodo could tell she wasn't just making excuses, she had real reasons, and her insecurities were driving the whole thing. While Komodo shouted that the folks who trapped them in here seemed friendly at first, right when they finally showed their real colors, dollars, Komuro was so pure-hearted that their slick fake intentions couldn't even hook him. So she shut that down fast, refusing to trust humans at all, convinced they'd smile now and betray them the moment it mattered. Komuro could tell she was absolutely wrecked. So he clenched his resolve, grabbed a healing potion, and sprayed it over her. The girl snapped at him to stay back. She was terrified he'd cast a spell on her too. Komuro leaned in and told her, "Don't worry, this isn't the kind of danger you have to fear." Komuro didn't want him anywhere near her, but as a slave she couldn't really stand her ground. So Komuro lunged forward and sprayed the healing potion on her. Even a top-tier healing potion couldn't do a thing. It wouldn't heal her at all. The girl's sadness kept sinking deeper until Komuro snapped in, saying he'd read about a cure for petrification in an encyclopedia, though his friend probably knew more, and the old beastman Balzac pressed him hard, demanding to know if he truly believed it could be treated. Komuro shot back that they shouldn't get their hopes up just yet. Then he reminded them, at least now, they finally had a reason to leave. Now Balzac pushed until the girl finally got it. This guy wasn't just messing around. He was offering to heal her, and that's when it hit. Maybe he wasn't like everyone else. The girl nodded and went along. Then the real nightmare hit their shackles. Komodo leaned in, yanked at the chains, and figured he could probably loosen them if he just pulled the right bit. And just like that, he tore the chain apart with his bare hands, and Balzac and the girl froze in shock at his brutal strength. Komuro wiped his hands clean by snapping them together. He told them to split up, then ordered the two to leave right now, quiet, slow, and careful, because Vespa hornets were lurking nearby. With a sharp command, he led them straight to the exit. The moment those two were gone, the girl slapped her hands over her eyes, sunlight so brutal it burned her vision like she hadn't felt it in forever. She spun around and gasped, stunned by the huge stretch of free sky above her. Sunlight blazed overhead, and a soft breeze brushed past like it had a secret to tell. She broke into tears like pure freedom might have just slapped her, and she feared she was about to die in that abandoned life right after it. Komuro reassured them they didn't need to fear the hornets out here. Then he cut the conversation short. Now it was time to slip away and head back. Balzac couldn't shake the feeling why in the world was he heading back to the mansion Meanwhile, Komuro slipped back into the house again, and this time he spotted a pot just lying there. He snatched it up, then hit his cleanup skill, and with a single burst, he wiped every speck of dust away and remade it like it was brand new. He shoved the pot into his bag and kept moving. Then he grabbed his chalk and started carving a magic circle into the ground. Komuro slammed down a magic circle that spat out raw heat, and with the right symbology, he controlled the circle's effects, turning the same shape into totally different power. That circle he drew held perfectly, and with his induction heater finally finished, he was ready to move on. He stormed into the heart of the plan, setting a bait for the hornets and picked honey and water as the mix, then hauled along Camilla's anesthetics. He poured the water into the pot, fired up a magic circle to heat it, then stirred in anesthetic and honey like he was crafting something dangerous. He slapped the lid on as it boiled hard, then watched it shrink down into a rich, reduced pot. The hornets used to storm the bees' nest just to steal their honey, so he grabbed that honey as the perfect bait ingredient. So Komuro popped the lid off the pot the second it was finished. After a few hours, the swarm suddenly keeled over. So many bees dropped from the solution at once. Just as Komuro started to feel relieved that the anesthetics had finally kicked in, two other slaves slipped up from behind him and said what he was doing was seriously mind-blowing. Komuro snapped with a jolt and demanded to know why they were even there. But with time running out, he grabbed his brush and headed straight for the 8 hornets he'd already knocked out. Komuro drew that same magic circle on the hornets' bellies, then cranked up the flame so it would burn even hotter. Ballsack from behind clocked Komuro instantly his symbology was firing off, and that was a high-tier skill, right up there with alchemy. Minutes later, the paralyzed hornets snapped back to life, tore toward their nest, and vanished inside while Komuro ducked out of sight and waited until those hornets finally stormed into their own nest. Then he bolted outside and shoved away from that nest as fast as he could, right, while the slaves were still hot on his trail. Komuro told them, "I'm good," then insisted he'd handle this one last thing and head back home, muttering under his breath, trying to spark heat. Balzac and the girl fire up those magic circles, and the next second, the hornet's nest detonates in a massive blast right in front of them. Every last hornet got obliterated in an instant, and even Komuro blinked in shock. He swore he'd only boosted the firepower a little, but this was way past a little, and anyone could see it. Balzac snapped, "So what exactly are you?" And Komuro figured he should stop dodging and introduce himself, so then he popped in with a bold introduction, "I'm a professional exterminator," and right after that, he's about to slip out because his work is already finished. The second he took his first step, the other 2 slaves hurried right behind him. Komuro snapped, "So why are you trailing me?" Balzac shot back, "The slaves who aren't owned by anyone, so whoever stumbles across them next owns them." So from this moment on, those things were officially theirs, Komuro's, no questions asked. So yeah, by the end of that night, Sarah was sprawled in Komuro's bed, forced to serve like a slave, even though she still had free will. He told her he was fine because if he did it with a girl he didn't even fancy, it would only leave him hollow inside. Komuro snapped that he wasn't turning her down because she wasn't pretty, or something less than attractive, period. And if it happens again, he might just cave next time. But right now, he refused to cross that line with her. She couldn't shake the feeling that Komuro was downright strange, but either way, she loved how thoughtful Komuro was. Komuro told him to get used to it, because that's just how he always was, and she kept trying to flirt and draw him in right to the finish until he finally snapped and told her to go to sleep. That night, long after Sarah finally passed out, Komuro stayed wide awake, staring at the darkness like it owed him answers. He couldn't help but wonder, was getting up close and doing stuff like this actually normal around here? And if that were true, he'd never see what was coming next, so he'd just keep surrendering to those morals, and what happens then? Komuro couldn't shake the fear that it would brand him a total loser. Then Sarah mumbled in her sleep, asking what a loser was after the Vespa Hornet extermination. Komuro straight up told them, even if both of you are mine now, he'd let them go the second he learned they were being forced into servitude. Sarah and Balzac clung to him as they finally started dragging him along, and Komuro was left panicking. He had no clue what to do in a mess like this, because his life had finally settled down, and at that moment there was no way he could handle 2 more mouths to feed. He took off again, dragging their hopes into the dirt, but just a few steps in, a crushing heaviness slammed into him. It felt heavy because at this rate, Komuro might end up regretting walking away from them. So he hauled his brand-new slaves back to his place at Camilla's. Before he even stepped in, he fired off his clean magic and erased every trace of grime on their bodies. Even though Camilla clocked that he'd hauled in slaves, she erupted in rage then. Right on cue, Komuro pressed her for answers and learned how to break the petrification. Komuro ushered the 2 into his room and told them to sit down. Then he snatched a needle because Camilla swore that pressing the petrified spot with a needle soaked in a top-tier potion would shatter the curse. After that, Komuro wiped every last bit of petrification clean, and just as the danger faded, Komuro spotted something. A few scales still clung to her ears and thigh. She leaned in and told him those scales weren't just for show, they were a gecko tribe gift, letting them vanish into the night like shadows. Suddenly, Camilla's emotions hit like a wave, and to Kamuro's shock, she dropped to the floor, bowed her head, and thanked him for taking care of her, then begged Kamuro to let her stay by his side forever. Kamuro grabbed them just so they wouldn't get left behind, then made it crystal clear he couldn't juggle them and his own work life at the same time. Two together. Sarah demanded he put her down right then, if that was really the truth. He had no idea it would turn out this brutal. Balzac had warned him that those two were stuck with nowhere to go, slave seals and all, so landing any job like that was almost impossible. Kamuro just couldn't stand seeing them stuck, so he told them, "If you want, you can serve me for now," then immediately hated how stiff and official it felt he demanded they call him casually instead, and with that settled, he introduced himself to both of them. Then Balzac jumped in right after Sarah was next to speak right at that moment. Kamuro shot Balzac a reminder back then. Being formal was on him, so Balzac snapped out of it, switched his tone in an instant, and greeted him like it was no big deal. He figured Balzac would snap to attention fast, especially with his veteran experience, so he couldn't believe it when... But Sarah still had one major problem. She snapped at Balzac and told him, "Don't you dare talk to our master like that." Kamuro leaned in and told her, "Learn something from me too." And she had no choice but to agree. Sarah shot back, "Okay," like it was instantly decided. Kamuro said she wasn't sure how long she'd stay in his care, and until then, she'd remain there. Then he snapped, "All right, let's go shopping now." Shopping done, the three of them hit the market streets together, weaving through tons of stalls to grab whatever they wanted. There, Kamuro marched his slaves straight into a clothes shop, and he hooked them up with brand new clothes that fit perfectly, because the old ones were shredded to pieces. Torn to shreds, Balzac and Sarah blasted that there was no way they'd accept clothes so amazing, especially not for slaves like them, while Kamuro snapped them to stop, because these were just second-hand hand-me-downs. He told them, "Let me know right away if there's anything else you need from me." They could talk to him, and Balzac actually listened. Then he grabbed a prize for himself, and Sarah snapped at him for being way too casual again. Kamuro waved it off, told her it wasn't a big deal, then leaned in and asked what she wanted too. Sarah puffed her cheeks, swore she was fine, and warned that if Kamuro ever spoils his slave, people would rip into him without mercy. Kamuro clocked it immediately. She had zero plans to break free from that servitude. Then he spotted a pile of cute hair ribbons meant for girls, and told Sarah to scoot closer for a moment. He slipped a ribbon into her hair, grinned, and told her it looked absolutely perfect on her. She just couldn't stomach something like that, but Kamuro secretly wished she wouldn't act so stiff. So he told her, "If you don't like it, just toss it anywhere." Sarah couldn't stop herself from keeping it because in real life she genuinely loved it. Next, she heard him planning where to eat before he headed home. She snapped again that servants shouldn't share a meal with their master, and he just told her to chill like it was that simple. Kamuro and Balzac headed out to grab food, and he immediately told Sarah, "We're leaving right now." She hurried after them, and for once the whole day stayed calm and peaceful. Next day, Komodo stayed at home while Balzac stormed in to wake him up because Irene from the guild had shown up and wanted to see him. Kamuro couldn't stop wondering why she showed up here. What did she want now? When he finally headed downstairs, the whole crew was already seated, and Irene blurted out her mourning for him. He clocked that Sarah was weirdly rattled, glaring at Irene like she had a reason to burn. He leaned in and asked Balzac what was happening, and Balzac mumbled back that Sarah was furious because she'd just found out Irene and he had promised to go on a date. Irene lit up with relief those two slaves were finally getting along until the Sarah show ruined the moment, acting totally weird because she was into Kamuro. He admitted that was the kind of worry that could haunt her future. Then he leaned in and told Irene their date was only 3 days away, so he was basically telling her, "Come on, it's still your turn to confess you're here with another request." To scoop up whatever was left in that cemetery by the ruins where the nest sat, Irene told him the government wouldn't rest until every last remains was gone, so he got a plan and said to Irene, "If that's really what they want." He wanted Balzac and Sarah to take the job because Sarah's got sharp appraisal skills, and Balzac's always sniffing out the truth, so when they got recommended, both of them were shocked. Then Irene fired a question at them. Could a slave really pull this off? Sarah didn't flinch and said she could handle something like that. But I wanted to lock in Kamuro's answer because slaves were supposed to stay right by their master's side. And he told her, I've got one more thing to handle with Irene. Once that's done, everything will be fine. He shoved those two off to work, like a mission just got launched. Sarah was absolutely buzzing to get it done after that. Komodo leaned in and told Irene they could chat as they strolled. She couldn't believe it when she heard him ask for a date as payment for the favor, and she shot back, "So what do you want me to do for you?" He told her the truth that she seemed so sharp, and he wanted to soak up everything about this world. Irene froze, shocked that he knew basically nothing about it, and then she went on to sign. She told him, "This world is called Sarasofia, and get this, the surface of our planet is shaped like a hemisphere, with the edge of Sarasofia right there in front of us." Komuro finally grasped the shape of it like an earth, sliced straight through and cut in half from side to side. Halfway through, they reached Kubenya, a town stranded so far off the mainland it was nicknamed the Abandoned Land. Still, it stayed calm, with no wars raging anywhere, but news from the outside never arrived quickly, and that was all she knew about this place. And this was more than enough to blow his mind wide open. Komuro couldn't stop staring. What was the outside world even like? Back in his old life, he had TV and a smartphone, so information was right at his fingertips. And he didn't miss that gadget and lifestyle life at all, but he couldn't stop wondering what the outside world was really like. He just had to figure out what else was out there and exactly where he was headed, because if he didn't, it would all go sideways fast. It's basically the same nightmare as being locked in a cell, just like Balzac and Sarah went through. As he strode forward, he couldn't help but wonder, was the god who dropped him here watching him this very second? Now he stared at the two of them again, just like before, from the other side of the cell. He kept staring up into the sky, lost in wondering what was going on. So imagine how huge this world would feel right now if that god was still watching it from above. But he didn't linger in his thoughts. He snapped back to reality, and Irene asked him too if something was wrong. He brushed it off and told her it was nothing. He asked her to tell him if any good jobs were out there for them, and she shot back that it'd be rough because they weren't adventurers, and the fact that they were slaves would make employers hesitate to take a chance on them. Then it hit her. Maybe there was still a job they could take after all. As soon as Komuro stepped back into his home, Sarah and Camilla burst in to welcome him, and for some reason she was gripping a towel in both hands. When he brought it up, she shot him a reminder, "We've already got plans to head to Bath," so together they set off for the public bathhouse side by side. And just like that, Sarah guided her straight to the bathhouse. Komuro blinked in shock. She clearly knew the town way better now, and she just shrugged, saying she'd gone and researched everything so she could finally be useful to him. Once he got there, he spotted a towering chimney rising from the public bath, and his mind instantly guessed it was built with, or it must be made with, magic. Sarah leaned in and told him this place was built by a person from 2,000 years ago. Komodo was caught completely off guard when he heard it someone claiming they were from another world. Then, he pressed Sarah for details on this mysterious otherworlder just out of pure curiosity, and she told him that, other than his name, nobody really knew anything about him. Komuro tried to picture it and figured it was probably some regular guy just like him who got reincarnated and ended up here. All of it stuck in his head for hours, and later, while he lounged in the bath, he shot the breeze with Balzac just soaking there, chatting, and then Sarah scrubbed her body clean on the far side of the bath. On the guy's side, Komuro kept wishing he could finally connect with someone out there. Just the thought of running into someone filled him with this strange, comforting warmth way stronger than anything he ever felt from a hot bath. The very next day, Balzac and Komuro tore through the forest along the outskirts, pushing deeper with every step, and Balzac jumped in to help battle every monster they came crashing into. Komuro was blown away seeing Balzac actually hold his own in a fight. So he blasted his sword's power up with symbology, and Balzac nearly couldn't believe it. This blade used to be dull as anything he'd grabbed cheap, but now it was terrifyingly strong, all because Komuro had pushed its strength higher. Then he asked Balzac if he could turn it even stronger, and Balzac nodded, saying this was already polite any tougher, and it'd risk making that blade so thigh it could level up into artifact-level gear, and Balzac looked genuinely thankful. Sorry for the sudden request, and thanks for rolling with it. Komuro shrugged it off and said it was perfect timing, like fate had lined everything up because he'd already made the biggest decision a while back. And somehow Balzac never even imagined a slave like him could land a job as a gravekeeper until Komuro stepped in, vouched for him, and got him in with the guild. Komuro said Irene told him the last gravekeeper got wiped out by Vespa hornets. Minutes passed as Balzac leaned in and demanded to know whether he'd finally talked to Sarah about Komuro's decision. But he held his tongue, waiting for the perfect moment, because if he told her right now, she'd erupt and turn it into a full-blown scene. He grinned, instantly realizing Sarah had to be, she's grinding herself to the bone at the guild right this second. Sarah didn't just dream about adventure, she actually joined the guild, and before she could even breathe, her training was about to kick off. Komuro told her she could learn a ton of useful skills here, like her best chance to be better, for her own good. He told her, I've faced this test myself, and I learned the hard way I'm not meant for a sword or a wand. When Sarah blurted that she'd give it her all in training and become his sword one day, determination flared in her eyes. Komuro couldn't stop grinning about it. Balzac warned Komuro that what she felt wasn't just a normal master-servant crush. If he tossed her aside now, it would smash her trust even harder, and Komuro couldn't stand the idea of making her feel that way. But deep down, he craved working solo because it was the fastest path to get things done. Balzac realized Komuro had already decided no turning back now. It didn't take long before Sarah shot him a troublesome look, and when he told Balzac not to say something like that, they kept moving on down the road. Then they threw themselves into finishing Balzac's sudden demand exterminate the goblins, no excuses, because he was dying to team up with Komuro and tackle that quest together. Komuro told him that every time he finished a job, he had to grab a proper proof like ears for goblins because, honestly, those were the easiest trophy to snatch. Then they stuffed the bags full of goblin ears and hustled back to the guild. Killed. But it wasn't that clean on Irene's side, because the moment she saw the bloated bags of goblin ears, her stomach dropped, and she started worrying that the guild's finances were in real trouble. She pressed him for the exact number. He grinned and said his detection skill led him straight into a cave full of goblins, and before they knew it, they'd hunted down a total of 636 goblins. Irene snapped, 5 goblins, that's all we needed. He kept moving toward it and asked Irene if there was any issue with hunting even more, and she lit up, telling him it was awesome that he'd already taken down so many. But the deal came with juicy rewards. How many goblins he slaughtered determined what he got. And just like before, Komodo got it instantly. Guilds couldn't possibly cough up that kind of money. Komuro wrestled with it for a moment, then turned to Irene and demanded a favor. And right after he finished telling her, Balzac leaned in and told him Sarah was back from wherever she'd been. Training, she was wiped out, totally drained. She'd trained way harder than she ever thought she would. He ordered her to use the health potions to clean up. Then the trainer who'd been working with Sarah rushed in to greet him. She was a stunning woman draped in night bikini armor, turning every glance into a lock of pure awe. She popped in and introduced herself as Sarah's instructor Ale, and everyone knew her as Guild's official trainer. Ale told Komuro that Sarah's magic instincts were ridiculously strong, and if Komuro was cool with it, Ale would gladly write her a glowing recommendation letter for the capital's magic academy. Academy Komuro leaned in and told Sarah this was a mind-blowing opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. Sarah didn't want to hear it, so she shot the idea down and refused to go there. Sarah didn't want freedom. She wanted to stay Komuro's slave, and a slave's only job was to stay by their master's side. She never once believed a slave like her would ever be allowed to march into the capital's magic academy. Al leaned in and told Komuro, Sarah's talent is legit. If she keeps staying stuck like this, we're wasting something incredible. Komuro asked Sarah if she heard it herself, but she was sobbing hard, swearing it was her own choice, and that made him think, yeah, she was being selfish. Fish couldn't stand the idea of being apart from Komuro, so he refused to go to the capital under any circumstance. But Al figured they needed breathing room, so she backed off and gave them some space. Meanwhile, Komuro finally blurted out his decision right then, because everyone was gathered in the same room. He'd been plotting to vanish from this town tomorrow. Like that thought had already taken the first step. So this day wasn't just another day, it was the one where everything ended, and Sarah would be right there with them. Sarah, he admitted he knew nothing about this world, but after he chatted with Irene and watched how thrilled Sarah was to explore right around town, something flipped inside him. He suddenly craved travel, wanted to see what else was out there, and so he told Sarah straight up if she came with him, she'd only end up a burden dragging him down. Sarah's tears burst out the second she heard that, but he couldn't deny the logic, so Komuro kept pushing, telling her he'd hire Balzac to serve as this town's gravekeeper. Sarah was still itching to tag along with him, like she couldn't let him go anywhere without her. And it was bad enough that she basically told him if she ever died, he could just dump her out of sight back there. Komuro hated hearing that, and he still couldn't believe how thoughtful she was being toward him. So if she ever got sick, she'd shove it down and hide it from him, and that choice could destroy them both. Sarah still warned him that places beyond town could be dangerous, and he fired back that his level had jumped a little so he'd be fine. Irene froze in shock because she knew his level was already pushed way too far. Then she snapped back, remembering something, and told him to climb his rank to F. Komuro shot her a question on the spot how to climb his rank so fast it caught even Irene off guard, because she knew he never cared about ranks in the first place. Komuro snapped back when he sent Balzac and Sarah to the cemetery the other day, because everyone was ripping them apart for rolling around under a master with a G ring. Sarah threw him an apology, begging forgiveness for letting something like that happen. Then he snapped, asking if she shouldn't be the one apologizing, so Irene let out a heavy sigh and warned him this could be the last time she ever sent him off from this counter. He needs to understand this. She and the guild are grateful for everything he's done so far. Komuro burst with happiness and couldn't stop thanking Irene and the guild for everything they'd done for him. Then he headed straight to the examiner and boom, it was Ale again. She snapped back into a calm smile and reintroduced herself, this time as the examiner for this exam, and Ale laid out the exam rules to him. Use any trick you want to make her finally recognize you, because if you can pull that off, you pass. Guild adventurers spotted Ale gearing up to throw down, and they were practically buzzing to watch battle maniac Ale go all out. Then their jaws dropped when they realized her tough opponent was only a G-rang. They labeled him a newbie with that strange getup just to laugh at him, then told him to do his best. Komuro shrugged it off because honestly, he liked that jumpsuit. Then, shifting to the exam, Ale told him the rumor going around that he had zero talent for the sword or magic, so she handed him a wooden sword, the very same kind she used. Komuro grabbed the wooden sword and snapped into position, ready to start the fight. And yep, everyone else packed in too, all there to witness the fight. Sarah jumped up and cheered for Komodo to give it his all, but she didn't stop there, because she was cheering for the instructor too, pushing her to go even harder. Sarah's cheering had me grinning, so he let him go first and make his move. Komuro knew if he went all out he'd end up hurting Isle, but Isle figured he wasn't even paying attention, so she barreled toward him to strike, and Komuro snapped his wooden sword up to block her, yet Isle insisted that still wouldn't be enough to stop her. Then she drove her sword straight into his chest, like she meant to end him in one clean strike. Komuro didn't feel a thing, no pain at all, and that was his proof. His strength was finally working. Ailey shot him a question about what kind of magic he used, and before he could even answer, he got slammed back into another charge for an even deadlier hit. Al suddenly vanished from Komuro's sight, cutting her off mid-think like she was never even there. Her next move. Meanwhile, Sarah couldn't stop praying that Instructor Ailey crushed Komuro and stayed in town, but she knew deep down that Ailey losing was basically impossible. She snapped her appraisal skill onto Komuro just as Ailey was about to strike. Komuro tried to hold back, panicking at the thought of hurting someone he wasn't built for combat and feared he'd make everything worse. But this time, he had no choice. He clocked her with barely any force, like he didn't want to hurt her at all. But honestly, that kind of power wasn't a surprise because right now Komuro was already level 70, and Ailey couldn't believe how brutally strong he was. Then that brutal hit slammed her so hard she passed out, and dropped hard onto the ground. Komuro tried to check on her, but the crowd was frozen in pure shock. He'd struck the instructor with just one hit, and nobody could even track his moves. Irene just smiled like she knew it. Komuro had powered up again. A few minutes later, Ali blinked awake and it hit her hard. She'd lost. Komuro leaned in and asked if he managed to squeak by with a passing grade. He nodded along, somehow leveling up for real, even with that gloomy face. Then he moved on, and Komodo couldn't shake the feeling that he must have messed up somehow. He just stared at her then. In the next second, Sarah rushed in and wrapped him in a tight hug. She cried and clung to him, swearing she never wanted to say goodbye yet. Komuro just smiled, because he knew he had to leave, and later that. That night he threw a wild feast for everyone his last night in this town, and just like that. And right then, everybody tore into the food and drank like they had no limits, filling their hearts with every bite, including Sarah once. Once the party ended, they crashed into bed, and the very next morning they were marching straight to the town's entrance gate. Komuro was set to bolt, and he thanked everyone for sending him off so damn early in the morning. Then Sarah pointed out he didn't look right at all. Komuro was way too drunk from last night. And it played out the same way for Camilla and Irene, too. His goodbye was crammed into the party like one huge, messy outburst. Then Irene leaned in and told him, "Sarah and Balzac's costs are covered by the exact amount the guild still owes you." He shot Irene a grateful nod for listening to his plea, and then Komuro leaned in and handed Camilla a pouch stuffed with rent money for the rest of the month, and thanked her for every time she'd taken care of him. And last of all, he vowed that Sarah and Balzac would be freed from their slave seals. So he demanded those two show him their seals right there. He asked Camilla how to release it, and she hit him with the answer, "Just declare them released, and it'll be done then." Komuro carried out her instructions, and the slave seals on both of them shattered and vanished in an instant. Komuro fired off a huge thank you to those two for every ounce of hard work they'd thrown in. Sarah admitted she still refused to be parted from Komuro, and when Komuro snapped that she was too persistent, she told herself she wasn't a slave anymore. Now she could finally pick who she wanted to follow. Komodo warned her that if she did it, he'd shut her out for good because he had the right to choose his own freedom too. He threw her into panic and made her doubt herself, but it was obvious he was only messing around. Then he calmly told her he couldn't stomach the weight of someone else's life on his shoulders. He leaned in and told Sarah the idiom he loved: treasure every encounter, because it won't come back. It means you could unknowingly meet your friends or anyone for the very last time, so you've got to cherish every moment while it's still there. He was fully into this lifestyle, so he told Sarah to respect his wishes. No exceptions. Camilla leaned in and asked if he remembered why she blew up the last time he brought those two slaves. He added that his saying might actually point to something with a meaning that clicks with all of this. From her side of the story, it looks exactly like the other slave traders. When things turn ugly, he'll just cut them loose and throw them away. If he wanted to be alone, he should have cut them loose first before anything else happened. Komuro's stomach sank the second it hit him. He should have handled it differently. So yeah, we totally snapped at Camilla like, why was she getting so vicious at a time like this? Irene leaned in and told him the Magical Academy normally takes 7 years to finish unless Sarah dared to skip grades, in which case she could blaze through it in just 2. Komuro snapped at Irene not to say stuff like that. Then Sarah blared out that she'd get stronger no matter what, and right then, she vowed she'd join him. Komodo realized he couldn't stop himself anymore. So he let out a heavy sigh, went and did exactly what he planned, and shoved a pouch into both Sarah and Balzac's hands. He told them these weren't ordinary bags at all. Each one had a magical circle stitched right into the fabric, so no matter how far apart they were, they could still reach each other. He even built them specifically for emergencies. Then Sarah's emotions blew wide open. She promised she'd call him every 5 minutes, but he shot that down right away, saying it'd drive him nuts. Komuro warned her that if she abused the power, he'd yank it back. And with that, the deal was sealed for the farewell. So he pushed a little farther, then said his goodbye to everyone. Saying goodbye to him wasn't easy for anyone, but they couldn't hold it in, they just had to. So they waved him goodbye with big smiles and non-stop cheers. Once Komuro stepped off, he barreled on until his comm bag finally crackled with a call, and it was Sarah's doing, no doubt. Komuro eventually kept moving, covering more and more ground until he was finally well away from that spot. Once he took off, he never glanced back a single time. He just barreled straight ahead on his path. Some days, traveling merchant carriages would pull up to him and offer him a ride, but he'd shut it down every time because he'd rather hit the road on foot. He loved flying solo, setting his own rhythm, and honestly, he swore that was the best way to do it. But while Komuro was on the move, his detection skill started buzzing like something was calling his attention. He felt something invisible stalking right behind him, so he whipped out a tiny magic circle packed with strange symbols and laid an ivy trap to snag it. Right then, a voice snapped from behind him, proof the trap had worked. When he went to investigate, he never saw it coming. Ale, the instructor, was right on his heels, pinned down as vines wrapped her up tight. And he demanded to know why she was here, tailing him to the edge. She answered that she'd already quit her post at the guild, and now she was free to live as an adventurer. Komodo leaned in and demanded to know what she wanted from him, and she shot back that it was already crystal clear that she demanded a rematch with the man who dropped her in one brutal blow, and she insisted she was a legendary warrior. Warrior, then, before she even finished her sentence, the vines tightened like a trap, clamping down on her body and forcing her to beg Komuro to rip them off. He told her he wanted nothing to do with duels, saying the magic would fade on its own soon, so she should just hang in there. And then she shot back, asking if he was really a demon, because the way he stayed so cold was freaking her out. He shot back that strength meant nothing to him. He wasn't chasing power at all. His levels just skyrocketed because of what he did for work. She didn't have a clue what he did for work, so when she asked, he just smirked and said he was their friendly neighborhood pest exterminator. She couldn't wrap her head around it. How was this pest exterminator so freaking powerful, and how did she miss that he wasn't talking about bugs at all? He meant monster extermination. He told her to turn back, but Ayla snapped back. She wasn't going to stay a useless instructor when there was something she was genuinely curious about out there to chase. After that, she learned Komuro's next stop was right there in the neighboring town of Oslo, and offered to guide him there like a stubborn, uninvited comrade who just wouldn't take no for an answer. He pushed her again. Why on earth was she tailing someone like him, and even demanded to know why she'd quit the guild over it? Ayla swore she was absolutely everywhere around here, like real deal famous. That's why she refused to swallow a loss to him, because he knew it for sure she was a total battle maniac. And then she leaned in and demanded to know how he'd somehow stayed unscathed back then, after her attack hit. Komuro said he'd stitched a magic circle into his clothes to boost their strength and defense, because he refused to let them get damaged. Al couldn't believe it. He'd just tapped into something as brutal and unbreakable as symbology, and it blew his mind that he could use it. Which pretty much made perfect sense once you saw just how strong he was. Even after he told her that, Alay didn't look like she wanted to leave at all when he asked. She turned desperate to stay right beside him. She told him, "I'll fight the monsters ahead and clear the path for you." And he fired back, reminding her how she'd still help right up until she was weaker than him. Then she bragged that she could dissect monsters and cook their meat for him, so Komodo shot back that he didn't need all that. He could just buy it once they hit town. Disappointment hit Ale so hard it showed on her face immediately. And if that was how things were, she breathed that if he wanted it, she'd even slip him some nighttime service, because she was sure her body could hook him in all kinds of ways. And so she pleaded again to be his comrade, and Komuro could finally tell this world's women have zero limits. So he told her, "Freeze your thoughts for now," and then he demanded her help with fighting and dissection. He knew she'd cling to him no matter what he said, so he bided his time waiting for the perfect moment to cut her loose. After trekking for a while, they finally rolled into the town of Oslo. Komodo looked around and realized this town felt almost identical to the one before. Then Ale told him, straight up, that it looked that way only on the surface. He couldn't stop thinking, what does she mean by that? Then Ale leaned in and told him, "Come on, let's go sign for an inn first." Komuro finally broke his silence. He'd dumped every last yen on Sarah and Balzac, and now he's completely broke. Right now, after that, they rushed straight to the adventurous guild of this town. Eiley said she could have loaned him money if he was tight on cash, but he shot back that helping Sarah and Balzac was exactly what he wanted to spend his money on. So yeah, he decided to take responsibility and earn it all on his own to grow more. Ale told him she was grabbing a few quests ahead of time, and right there she spotted one for hunting field boars. Komodo wanted a deal so solid that even the F ranks would say yes and still have the money to cover the fees. After skimming those requests, he stumbled on one that immediately hooked his attention. Ayla waited at the front desk to register the request she'd picked up, and the second the receptionist saw her B rank, they green-lit her to run with it. Komuro's jaw actually dropped when he realized Ale was a real B ring. Then she leaned in and asked Komuro if he wanted to boost his rank, because that would instantly open up way more quest options. Komuro admitted he wasn't built for dangerous quests, so he tried to talk his way into something way safer. Then, right in the guild, the adventurers spotted Ale and instantly recognized her from that notorious nickname, Sword Demon Ale. With her bold bikini-armed signature wave, Komuro stepped up to the counter and shot his request in, and barked his rank F at the receptionist. Right around the guild, the adventurers burst into laughter at Kamuro's rank F like it was a joke while he stood right there beside Ale. They threw all kinds of insults and opinions at him, but Komodo didn't even flinch. He didn't give a single damn. Isle warned him again. People were snickering at him because he wouldn't raise his rank, so he shrugged and told her it was no big deal since this always happened. Then Komuro leaned in and demanded to know, "Were you really okay with everyone laughing at you?" Then her gaze landed on the request he'd picked, to wipe out that roach bug infestation and clean house at a slave dealer's estate. Taylor, Alex said he wouldn't get any real, even noticeable credit for beating them. He told her he was only trying to patch the infees, so it didn't matter, but she still snapped that it wasn't good enough. After she said that, other adventurers erupted into laughter like accepting a request, like that had to be some kind of joke. Ale hated people talking behind his back, so he cut in and told her it was fine. But Ale couldn't just let it go, could he? Komodo reminded her that his job was to wipe out pests, not to swing swords or cast magic like she could, so this request didn't bother him at all. He grinned to calm her nerves and tell her it was totally okay. And right there, Ale couldn't help it. His smile felt like pure satisfaction. After that, they split up and launched their own quests, Komodo racing to the slave dealer's estate. An old maid named Tell ushered him in, then took charge, guiding him step by step inside this place. With a grin, he chased after her, ready to kick off a brand new quest and soak up whatever wild new experiences came next. Rewinding his own life in his mind, Komuro realized God had picked him for one crazy gift reincarnation in this world. And then here, he decided to take up the exact same job again, scrubbing and wiping out pests like his life depended on it. He came searching for answers. Maybe other-worlders like him were out there, somewhere beyond the shadows. So he made up his mind, set off on a journey to explore the world, praying he'd finally run into one of them. And to pull it off, he had to tear himself away from the most important people he'd ever made in this world. And along the way, he'd meet even more people and genuinely treasure them all. Those tense run-ins with them? Yeah, they stuck in his head. Right now, though, he's on a mission to wipe out a bug roach, a slick, jet-black pest that darts like lightning. And to him, it's just a cockroach. He stormed into the mansion and checked every corner. The very first thing that hit him was how insanely huge it was, towering 3 stories high, and tell ASTM he needs to kick off the cleaning and extermination right away. He suddenly clocked that most of the how. In this world, every house gets built from wood and stone, just like he figured the slave dealer's mansion was doomed to rotting wood, crumbling stone until roaches slipped in, multiplied fast, and turned the walls into their whole new home. He tapped into his detection skill and scanned every corner of the whole house. And right when he expected calm, the whole house exploded with roaches stuffed in every corner and crawling inside the walls too. He stepped into the house, and Tell snapped that everyone around here, yeah, even herself was a slave, so she told him to avoid getting too close to anyone. She was basically the head maid of the house everyone kept coming to her for what to do, and somehow she'd get the whole place running by ordering everyone into action. Then she stormed back to her busy master, called out a couple times, and when he finally answered, she pressed, "What is it?" But when Tell told him the cleaner was coming, he brushed it off, said he was too busy, and left it all to Tell. Tell obeyed her master without a second thought, while her master puzzled over why their slaves hadn't been selling lately. Komuro clocked it instantly. Tell's face never flickered, even after that sudden command, which screamed just how dignified she really was. He couldn't wait any longer. He was ready to kick off his quest right now. After staring at it for a while, he stormed back to the guild, then spotted Ale in the dining hall. They traded stories about their quests, and Komuro shot back early to map out a plan to crush this one. She clocked his bag was packed, and her battle instincts snapped to one wild conclusion. Those were spoils of war inside. She snatched the bag without a word, then tore it open and out spilled a bunch of strange stuff, like leftovers from a glue trap made to catch tiny pests. And others did too. Then more adventurers burst into terrified screams when they spotted those creepy, filthy things. And Isle snapped at Komuro fast, accusing her of ruining things like that. She fired back that Komuro was the one who'd opened it without permission and set herself up to blame. Next morning, the sun blasted over the world, and Komuro marched straight to his job because yesterday's investigation already proved one brutal truth, that mansion was packed with nothing but bug roaches and masma skulls. So he hauled out rat poison and set up glue traps to take care of both problems at once. Those nasty bug roaches kept causing problems, so we pulled out our detection skills and tracked down exactly where they were. They were scattered all over the mansion, so he knew he'd need something big to handle this. He fired off a request to Tell for everything he needed to wipe out every last roach. So he'd have to sprint after them and force them all the way down to the lower floors. Tell told them he could pick any route from the 3rd floor all the way down to the ground floor. But Komuro said he'd have to scrub it all the way down to the very roots, straight from where it all started, the basement. First, she told him there wasn't any basement here, but the second he said that, she realized it meant fighting the very thing her master wanted. She nodded and promised to lead him straight down to the basement door. The basement was a nightmare: chains, prisons, and helpless slaves packed in every direction. She snapped at him to watch every step because if he got too close to the slaves, the attackers might come for him. Komuro knew she was right. He had to tiptoe around it, because those slaves weren't people to them. They were prized cargo for a slave dealer, so that's why he kept dodging her question about the basement. So if anyone tried to slip into this place, the slave dealer would instantly spot it and get suspicious, and he knew he had to stay razor sharp from here on out. After that, they charged straight to the lowest room, where sweat and excrement reeked in the air, and sure enough, it was exactly the kind of place roaches love to swarm. He spotted that there was just one prison cell fully sealed shut from the outside, and asked Hell if he could use it. Hell didn't even mind, but warned him straight to his face that the slave in there was a wolf tribe member, and her temper was downright deadly. Komuro figured he'd be fine, so he shoved into the prison and then swallowed by the darkness. That wolfman slave went into a rage the second anyone stepped in. Tell said he just needed the room for a minute, but if Komuro kept it up, he'd deal with the slave, and boom, right then, the wolfman attacked Komuro. Just like she warned him, Komodo shrugged her off with a wave of his hand, then flicked a little fire magic to calm that slave, and he promised Tell he'd hand the wolfman a healing potion later. But for now, he wouldn't let him out of that room, no chance. Next, he asked if she'd handled things exactly the way he told her before, and she nodded, swearing it was all done just like he wanted. Every door and window would slam shut for the next few hours, and anyone cooking had to bail out right then, snuffing every stove before they could stay. She pressed him hard. Would this really speed up the extermination, or was it all just talk? Then he cut straight to the question. Could he really pull the slaves out of here as the next step? But that plan was dead on arrival, so Komodo had to do his thing right there. And then he looked at her. Like he couldn't stand the thought of her staying, he snapped the message to her that this room was about to explode into non-stop noise, so she needed to get out now. She insisted she was totally fine because it was her job, and duty demanded it. While Tell was secretly freaking out, convinced he might be a spy sent by their rivals because he was way too sharp and too strong to be just some exterminator. She couldn't blurt anything weird or chase him off because of the contract, but she was still determined to track every single move he made. Then Komuro cooked up a tiny induction heater using symbology. Then he pulled out a tiny box and set it right in the middle of the circle. Ask him what was about to happen next. But Komuro got so locked in on his work that he snapped the magical circle to life. He'd drawn circles all over the house, leaving not a single corner unchecked. Then once they lit up, little boxes sitting on glowing magic circles blasted out a puff of smoke with a sharp, crackling roar. He went pale when the explosion started blasting from the floors above, then snapped, "What the hell did you just do?" And the guy just shrugged. "I only made some smoke," which was made from the same stuff they use in rat poison and glue traps. Then he set up one of those boxes in every room, packed with the poison and a magical circle. And now, Komuro just lit up every last one of them, every single target except the one sitting right here in this room. In short, it was an insecticide he'd brewed himself, and he made it smoke form because it was a gas. It could slip into anywhere and reach every corner. And it wiped them out too, even those tiny bug and roach intruders. She pressed him. "Can you really beat monsters with nothing but smoke?" And before the answer even finished forming, he snapped to Tell, "Quick, wrap a cloth over her mouth." He told her he could have done it, but he needed hard proof of the extermination, something he could show the guild to make, so she would finally get what he was trying to pull off here. He leaned in and asked her, "What would you do if the whole house was engulfed in flames except for one room?" Tell said she'd sprint with everything she had and get the whole crew to that one room to evacuate. Room. And just like that, it clicked in her head. Kamuro's main plan was to drag every last bug roach in this house into the room they were trapped in right now. A wave of bug roaches stormed into the room in seconds, and before anyone could blink, the place was swarming with thousands of them everywhere. Kamuro snapped into his detection skill and immediately spotted that. Now every single bug roach has crawled into the basement and gathered there. So we unleashed the final ignite and it wiped them all out in a single brutal sweep. He insisted that the smoke was harmless in small doses, but if you breathed too much, it could turn dangerous fast. He shot Tell a worried look, asking if she was okay, but here's the shock. Tell dropped limp and fainted right on the spot, standing there. So he grabbed her and figured he had to carry her out of here. Next day, Kamuro bolted out of his AE carriage at the break of dawn. Then he turned and thanked. He thanked the carriage driver for hauling him and his friends along, and the driver shrugged like it was nothing. He was heading to the next town anyway. Meanwhile, Ale kept laughing at him non-stop, insisting he couldn't possibly be just some normal guy, and her laughter came from the wild story Kamuro lived through. From a third-person view, it looked like an adventurer who'd gone out to clean had returned carrying a maid. Komodo shot back that there was no fixing it. The dealer just didn't have the cash to pay for the job. He couldn't believe the sheer swarm of cockroaches crawling all over his house. So, after 2 knots per roach, the final payment came out to a whopping 2,000 knots, and the slave dealer froze, completely speechless. So he leaned in, smiled politely, and asked if he happened to be interested in slaves. Komodo shot back that he was nothing like that. Then Tell stepped forward and demanded Komodo buy her. Komura's eyes widened when Tell basically offered herself without hesitation. And that's how he wound up right here, because Tell told him she'd spent most of her life working as a maid in that mansion. So yeah, her skills were absolutely top-notch, which might end up saving him somehow, so he thanks Tim for buying her, even though her body can't offer those services anymore. He told her that her old master was terrified of that scandal ruining his name, so that guy was basically shoving her onto Kamuro. Then Isle stepped in to claim she was his companion, only for Kamuro to shoot that idea down and say she absolutely wasn't. And that's when I'll finally break and cry. She asks him if she isn't good enough, and he tells her to keep her distance, But she flipped the script at night. She slid him something good and turned everything around. Kamuro was barely holding himself together, because even just Ale's scent was enough to light a fire in his head. She lowered her head and swore, "From this moment on, I'm under your care." He begged her to be brutally honest with him, but she shut that down fast. She refused to be that open with her master. After everything they'd been through, Ale grabbed Kamuro and demanded, "So what's your next move from here?" And yeah, their Oslo trip barely lasted. He admitted they only went there to lock down their living expenses. And now he couldn't stand still. He was itching to push deeper into the world and keep exploring. He told Informed that if it really was true, then he'd better hop on a boat in the next town. Ale's eyes lit up at the word boats, so she nodded with pure excitement, agreed on the spot, and couldn't wait a second more. She was counting down to it. Kamuro praised Tell's work right there, and Tell's chest swelled with pride, feeling honored to finally be useful to him. He told her again to ease up, and as he said it, Ale burst into laughter, watching Kamuro struggle to get a word out in front of the senior. Suddenly, a swarm of wyverns erupted across the sky around them, and the next thing Isle, Kamuro, and Tell stared as a whole crowd closed in on the carriage, and they couldn't stop wondering what that wild roar was coming from outside. The carriage driver blared that wyverns were swarming all around them, and he slammed on the brakes without a second to spare. "I'll slice open the carriage in a flash and go hunting these wyverns right away." The ones everyone feared were called. Savage beasts plunge from the sky, and once they strike, the air itself feels like it turns deadly for their prey. The wyverns were throwing full-on rage tantrums, and an adventurer had to beat one of them just to break into B rank. So this many showed up for one reason: trouble, and Kamuro knew it as he leaned out of the carriage, scanning to his left. They spotted other merchant carriages parked right there too, and on the far side, Ale was battling those wyverns all alone, fists blazing and heart pounding. And he asked her if she needed a hand. Ale just smirked and said it was nothing, proving she was a full-on battle maniac who ate lizards for breakfast. After all that chaos, his stomach growled like it wanted revenge. She spun around and asked if wyverns could actually be eaten, saying people swore their meat was wildly tasty, so once every last wyvern was hunted down. The carriages finally came to a stop. Then they tore into their captured prey and threw it in a roaring fire, cooking up something mouth-watering for their lunch. Everyone else lit up with joy because they finally got a taste of that rare wyvern meat. Komuro even wanted to splash in a bit of salt too because it was Tail's first time ever seeing how her master treated people. So she leaned in and asked Ailey if he was always like this, and Ailey shot back that she meant his randomness. Then he paused, because what else could he be, considering she'd only met him recently? Being around him was straight up electric. He was genuinely fascinating. She said that wherever he goes, the crowd around him acts like they were already part of the plan. Tell finally started to understand what kind of lord she had, and right then, one of the carriage drivers warned her that wyverns absolutely shouldn't be around this time of year, because for as long as anyone could remember, the red dragon had been hunting them relentlessly. Komuro couldn't stop thinking, was this red dragon one of those terrifying world-ending giants? Then one of the carriagemen leaned in and asked, "Are you adventurers?" and told them, "Go check out the red dragon's cave nearby because lately it's been mowing down people in the nearby village." Komuro's curiosity flared over that red dragon, so he leaned in and asked the other two if they were down to go check it out. Right now. A sudden burst of decision hit him out of nowhere, and Ale and Tell couldn't believe it. But he didn't give it a second thought and charged ahead anyway, even as Ailes screamed at him. 2 days later, they finally rolled into Marina Port, a coastal town buzzing with life, which became the gateway to this continent. Komuro had never seen a town this big or this alive. Nothing else compared. Dozens of ships crowded the harbor, docked shoulder to shoulder like they were ready to explode into action. By the time he finally slipped into town at night, he only had enough time to scout the guild and make sure Anne was safe. The very next morning, right at the end, a mouth-watering breakfast spread sat right on the table, freshly prepared by Tell. When he finally slid into the dining room, Ale and Tell were already there with a steaming, perfectly cooked breakfast, and they greeted him with bright good-morning smiles. Al tore into the food and told Komodo, "Try this too," so Komodo figured he hadn't tasted Tell's cooking yet, took a seat, and nudged Tell to sit down as well. She refused to let a slave sit at the table with their master. Komuro urged her to go for it because the food would only keep getting colder. Then he dove into his breakfast and started tearing through it. And once Tell took a bite, he lit up with a warm, bright reaction. Since the food she cooked tasted incredible, he and Ale dove into the rest of the dishes too, and Ale even snatched a few bites right off Komuro's platter. Meanwhile, Tell started to feel this weird, unsettling twist creeping up in her chest. Later, they tore through the shopping district, pushing straight toward their next destination. That was the exact spot for Komuro's brand new request, and he went and picked it up. Ayla read the order aloud, clean out the shipyard, and wipe out the Masma Skull's infestation for good. She leaned in and demanded to know if he was truly certain he wanted to hit send on that request right away. After he finally raked in just enough cash from a past job in Oslo, she shrugged and told him it wouldn't cost much at all to get those three onto a boat. Komuro admitted he'd been secretly eyeing a boat for them just like that. The idea started to sink in, which blindsided everyone, leaving an ale's tale to shock the room. Because hopping on a boat one time and owning a whole boat were two totally different worlds. After Komuro laid it out if he owned a boat, he could go wherever he wanted. Whenever he wanted, she finally saw it clear, and Tell even chimed in that it might be the perfect way to travel the whole world. But even a tiny boat didn't come cheap yet. Somehow Komuro might pull it off, because he just racked up 2,000 knots in a single day. Al couldn't hold it in. She erupted in laughter and nodded along, siding with Tell all the way. With their new goals locked in, Komuro and Tell sprinted toward the shipyard, and Aile ran off to sell the bag packed with wyvern scales. And even that meat came with a wicked price tag. From talking about wyverns now, and you're about to hear why this story about wyverns gets crazy fast. He replayed that day in his head the moment he first heard about the red dragon, and then finally marched straight into his cave. That cave was so massive they couldn't even pretend it wasn't a dragon's lair, and then him and Ailey charged in and stared down a dragon with a colossal crimson body, its roar shaking the very air. Il braced her whole body before the dragon, digging in as its crushing aura slammed down on her. Komuro also snapped a warning to Tell to stay sharp, then paused like a spark of hope hit him he might actually know a way out. So he dumped his skill points into learning the dragon language because he could. Now it finally hit him. The dragon was ripping mad, furious that strangers had crashed into his lair. Komuro and the Red Dragon finally opened a line of communication, and Komuro broke the news about the wyverns to him. The dragon shot forward straight away, hunting those wyverns, and right when he heard the dead ones were already done for, he went in to eat them. Komuro was stunned to realize the dragon was just an introvert staying hidden until the Red Dragon finished, then slipping out only to chow down. He handed Komuro one of his scales like a thank you, but when it slipped right back into slumber, Komuro finally got it. Monsters are everywhere, and he'd better tread carefully because this lesson was going to save him later. Now he tore off toward the shipyard, ready to chase his quest. On the way, he didn't just rush. He looked out for elderly folks, guiding them as they walked and climbed downstairs step by step. Komuro and the others kept strolling along the shoreline path, soaking in the fresh sky like he loved the good weather. Meanwhile, Tell got that same eerie feeling again, and couldn't stop asking herself what it meant. Soon they slammed into the shipyard, and Komuro told the guards he'd come to clean up and wipe out the guild. Then they waved him right inside. And right as they arrived, Borek, the shipyard owner, lit up with a warm welcome and told them, "You're finally here," before offering to take them on a full tour. Komuro shot a look at Borek. He was way too rushed with the cleaning, and when Borek said they were in the middle of building a ship, Komuro nearly choked. The thing was absolutely massive, and that shock hit him hard. Borek had spent his whole life pounding away at this shipyard, and the workers said he was planning to finally get his hands on a small boat because every beam, every plank, every inch of this place was built from non-stop work on top-tier ships. Borek snapped at the guy to get back to work and shut up, then he leaned in and promised, "I'll update you on this in my office." And the moment they stepped inside, Komodo finally understood why Borek was in such a desperate rush. Because his office looked like a busted storage shed stuffed in there for years with not a single cleaning day in sight. The second Borek stepped into the office, he jumped into action, asking for a moment right away, and told everyone this gig could drag on and get painfully tedious. Then, by pure accident, her fingers brushed a cup, and it teetered, ready to smash as it slipped from her grasp. Tell barely had time to react as the cup teetered and dropped, but Komuro shot in and snatched it before it could shatter. Tell tried to thank him for cleaning up her mess, but then Borek snapped, shouting for them to be extra careful right there. Because every single thing in this room mattered. Every last detail was there for a reason. Komuro shot Borek an apology and swore he'd be way more careful next time, then Borek clocked it. Komuro had been a little too loud earlier, so he blurted out a quick apology for raising his voice, and Borek told them, "Look, sometimes when we're working, irritability just hits." He snapped that the room looked like a hurricane hit it, because it was packed with guys, boat-obsessed guys, too, and all that passion didn't magically turn into real skills for housekeeping. That's why he had to beg the guild for help, because before Komuro even showed up, nobody was about to lift a finger and clean up this disaster. Bork asked if he could get Komuro started on the cleaning right away, and Komuro nodded, then admitted that turning this whole office spotless would take a couple of days. They lit up and eagerly set the time right there, no hesitation. Next up, Komodo took on the extermination job and Tell stepped in to handle the cleanup. They threw themselves into the work with full dedication, anything less, and it wouldn't stand a chance here. After hours of grinding, Komodo finally hit exhaustion for the first time while pulling off a task that was basically the same as Tell. And just like that, their first day on the job was over. Then they finally slipped into the guild and ran into Ale. She grilled him about the shipyard, and before long they were trading non-stop stories about how their day went. That she slammed her way to victory in the arena, which she jumped into to try out brand new skills, and then she sold the scales too. And she had to remind him she was a famous adventurer after all, but no matter what, he was just too strong, and she got crushed. Komuro lit up hearing they were doing great. Then she casually added that she'd snagged a boat ticket too, the kind that was brutally hard to get this time of year, and Komuro's smile instantly froze as he realized Ale was about to board that boat. And owning a boat could eat up all his time, so that's why it meant they'd be stuck with, would be leaving right here too. like another cherished run-in you never forget. Then Tell shot her hand up and said, "I've got something I need to tell you." Komuro caught the worry on her face, not knowing what was eating at her then. Out of nowhere, Tell bowed her head and apologized for embarrassing him in the afternoon. She snapped that a slave never had to make her master apologize, so when the punishment came, she was ready to take every last hit for her mistake. Komuro decided it wasn't worth it, and told her plainly if she had something to say, then say it any time she wanted. No fear, no respectability games. Telling her this was the only smart play. If she pulled that move, his name would take a hit, and the client might slam the brakes and back out of the whole request. He told her, "Don't worry, this won't be a problem." And then he eased her fears. "You don't have to push yourself that hard, not if you don't want to." He blurted out, "I'm sorry," because she kept pushing through it, and somehow she still ended up not meeting expectations. I'll clocked it. This was so him, and then he urged her to speak up if it would make everything run smoother. No fear, no holding back. Now Tell is convinced Kimura isn't just treating her like a friend, he's treating her like a real equal. It hit her with that same strange feeling again. Then Komuro pointed out that today their client, Boruk, apologized right after, so he couldn't be a bad guy. Ailey promised she'd be there too, and the next morning, the three of them hauled off to the shipyard. And this time, the workers in that place, Boruk, they were totally shocked when they saw what he pulled off the day before. So many Mazmascals got hunted down. And in the end, on his end, he cleared everything out. Then on Tell's side, when she headed to the kitchen, she walked straight into a sink packed with dirty plates. Tell quickly threw her arms around herself for a job well done, then dove right into cleaning the plates. After a while, Tell finally scrubbed the entire kitchen until it gleamed everywhere you looked. Whoa! When the shipyard crew stepped in, they couldn't believe how spotless the whole place was. Then Boruk stormed in and smashed them with punches for slacking off during working hours. But the second he saw what those lazy guys were staring at, his jaw dropped in pure shock. Then I came in, greeted her, and checked on her while telling her. She scrubbed the filthy bags clean and lugged them all with one hand, and Boruk stood there stunned, but grinning, because the speed of her work was unreal. Soon after that, he watched mouth-watering meals get cooked for everyone, and for a second, he couldn't shake the fear that maybe none of this was meant for him. Tell nodded in agreement, and right then Komodo rolled up too, jumping in on the OM dinner. Every guy, Boruk included, shoveled their mouths full of that amazing food they'd never tasted before. Komodo praises back. He's praising them for the good work again, like always. After a while, Komuro finally heard Tell and Chief Boruk's voices. Tell snapping that he needed to clean some of the stuff himself, sometimes. And he needs to set the example himself, so all the other subordinates know exactly what to follow. Boruk jumped in to help with the cleaning too, and Komuro couldn't shake the feeling these two looked like they were getting pulled into line by a no-nonsense wife. That's when it hit him. Everything about them felt like family, and he kept replaying that word like it meant something more. Then he wondered if one day he'd find his own. They kept pushing through the work all week, and when the job was finally done, they'd close the distance to the chief and his crew. The very next morning, Komuro and Ailey got ready to bolt right after they hugged everyone goodbye. Ale said she'd cook for them once, since they keep asking her for it, and later Kamaro was out pacing around, heading to meet the chief. HC workers crouched by the wall, then flashed signals to Komodo telling him to shut it down. Komuro leaned in and looked where they pointed, and boom! Chief Boruk and Tell were standing shoulder to shoulder. The workers told him the whole place had been buzzing with good energy between Tell and Boruk, so they went up to Komuro and begged him for a little more time. Komuro didn't care one bit. Then Ale suddenly swooped in, latched onto him, and blared, "What's going on?" And Komuro got shoved forward because of her, and it smashed right through Tell and Chief Boruk. Komuro hated how this was going. But the second those two spotted him, there was no way he could just slip away. Everyone else was crushed because Ale's slip blew everything up. Then Komuro marched up to Tell and stopped right there, the ocean breeze swirling around them as the work went on. This time, the workers warned Ale to stand still. Then, Tell shattered the silence and told Komuro that Chief Boruk swept in and proposed to her. He was stunned by that bombshell, and the second he tried to congratulate her, she snapped that she felt completely at a loss. She'd spent most of her life trapped as a mansion slave, and now that age had finally caught up. She didn't know if she could survive one day outside those walls. She leaned in and asked, "Do you remember the food I cooked for you the very first day we got there?" It was the very first time she watched her prepared food vanish the second it hit the table. And then she got praised for it too. She admitted her chest felt painfully tight in that moment, and she couldn't even figure out what that feeling was. Apparently, every time she cooked for her old master, he'd shrug and say, "I'm busy," then walk off, leaving the food sitting on the table like it's getting cold without him. The food stayed safe for a while, and then once it ran its course, they finally tossed it out. But when Komodo raved about her cooking, she couldn't help but she finally tasted what real happiness feels like, and Komuro's face lit up the moment he heard it. Then just a minute later, everyone spotted Tell racing toward Boric, and she flashed him a grin. Then he ripped open a box and pulled it out. When he cracked it open, a proposal ring sat inside, waiting to change everything. Tell was grinning from ear to ear as she shot her hand out, and everyone stared in shock at just how smoothly those two were pulling it off. Komuro practically glowed when Tell finally found someone who loved her back, and Tell even remembered how Komuro just a minute earlier had ripped her free from servitude. He told her he was over the moon that she finally got to kick off a whole new life, that was almost exactly how he kicked off his own life in this world. He promised her that she could finally start stacking up happy memories and give her the chance to finally make it all back after everything she suffered as a slave. Toa practically burst with joy after hearing that, because at last, she was officially engaged to Boric. The crowd went wild, cheering like crazy for this couple, and Komuro was glowing with joy. Back then she opened up about who she was and how she felt, and the moment he heard it, it lit him up with pure happiness. Tears of pure joy burst from Tell as she realized just how much it meant to be given this life by Komodo. Life she leaned in and thanked him from the bottom of her heart for everything. And with his heart in his throat, he said goodbye to her and sprinted off down the road, chasing whatever came next. Ailey shot him a look and asked if he was really sure about slipping out that early, only for him to snap back that his goodbyes were already done. Right then, perfect timing. Komuro leaned in and grilled her, asking if she was truly sure about giving her ticket away, and she insisted it was just a backup stash for their trip. If Komuro ever couldn't snag a boat, then she went and handed it straight to Tell, betting it'd make the perfect wedding gift. And now, she fired a question at Komuro. "Tell me, are you worried for Tell?" Komuro muttered that he wasn't worried one bit. He knew she'd handle Boric just fine and stay happy for the rest of her life. Ale finally exhaled in relief the moment she heard him say that. And somehow he couldn't believe it turns out the chef had an insanely sharp eye for spotting those tells. Then Ale's thoughts spiraled. Was this about to be just her and Komuro with nobody else around? She wondered if they could ship too. And right then, Ale told him she was into people way stronger than her. But he just kept striding on like he didn't get the message at all. Ale closed the distance on him, and he snapped at her, yelling that she shouldn't be doing this. Then she slammed right back, demanding, "Can't you just stop?" That's when Komodo finally realized he forgot to ask Chief Boric about a boat. But now the goodbye had already been said, so going back felt nearly impossible. The very next day, after seeing Tell off, Komuro and Isle didn't move. They stayed put at the same inn, still side by side in the same room, and she caught sight of him clutching a bag in his hand. He started plotting how to use it to finally call Sarah and Balzac because it had been way too long. Then he remembered those two were the duo he'd said goodbye to in Cubania, and she also remembered those two who had closed in on Komuro before. Meanwhile, Balzac stayed locked in his job as the gravekeeper, tending to the dead like it was his whole world. Right as the call buzzed inside the communication bag, he snapped to attention. He snatched it up, and right away Komuro's voice blasted through, telling him, "It's been a month." And when he heard that upbeat voice, relief hit him hard. Everything was okay there. Balzac told him things were going great. Then Komuro leaned in and asked if Sarah was around at some point, since he'd called her before, but she didn't answer. Then, boom, right in the middle of it all, a brutal, loud call ripped through the air. Sarah messaged him, basically asking, "Are you really talking to Komuro?" He promised he'd call back later if she was busy, and then he blurted, "Don't you dare hang up." He checked on her, asking if she was holding up okay, but she flat out refused because every day without Komuro felt unbearable, and she missed him like crazy. She leaned in and asked him, "So how's your journey going?" Then Komuro leaned in and told her the truth. He'd started out traveling solo, but somehow his companions kept multiplying. Sarah blurted out fast, "So that companion, she's a woman, right?" That question sent a little jolt of nerves through her, and when he finally answered, it turned out the duo was a maid paired up with a female warrior. Sarah's nerves snapped. She screamed at Komuro to get away from them, warning they might be playing tricks on him, and Komuro shot back that the maid had left them the very day before, which sent her into pure joy. She erupted in cheers for that one, but then he snapped back and asked about the other one, saying she might already know her because she used to be Sarah's instructor. Sarah paused for a beat, then blurted out, "Wait, I remember it." Ale strutted up to Sarah and bragged, "I can't forget you," because she reminded everyone it was her idea that got Sarah sent to the capital in the first place. Al was just waiting for a few words of thanks or gratitude. But Sarah fired off, calling her an exhibitionist. Al hated being labeled that way, so Komuro backed off and admitted it was sort of right. Sarah and Ale were butting heads so hard that it felt like sparks were flying. Then Al got a wicked idea and grinned like a devil. She started with a soft whisper, then suddenly faked it like Komuro had just done something to her. Ailey started blurting out weird little sounds and phrases like she was baiting Komuro into making a move on her. Then Sarah got hit with pure, bone-deep discomfort. And that's when Ale pushed it too far, forcing Komuro to sound like he'd been violently shaken. Sarah's mind hit the breaking point the moment she started picturing what Ailey's life was like, and it was all getting too real. Komuro was pulling humiliating stunts on Ale. She absolutely didn't hold back making those sounds without mercy. To make Sarah lose her mind even more, Ale kept at it like she was getting shoved from place to place until she finally cracked and whispered, "Some snacks?" Sarah couldn't stop her cover act. She was pretending she was performing solo, and it was impossible to hide. Then Komuro snatched the call bag out of her hands and demanded, "What the hell are you doing?" I broke into a smile and told Sarah she should pour everything she had into studying while we had the time. As she promised to take care of Komuro, Sarah was seconds away from dropping to the floor. And just like that, their signal got snuffed out. Komuro snapped at her to stop teasing Sarah like that, and Ale fired back, saying it was payback for calling her an exhibitionist. Then she bolted off to wash her face, and just like that, breakfast was next. Al slipped him a message too, basically saying that if he truly wanted to go through with it, then he'd better do it for real. She stayed locked in, always ready for it. Komuro's nerves swallowed him whole, and he blurted that he'd never bet on a woman he didn't even feel anything for after that. Komodo couldn't escape it. Sarah kept calling, and every second she grilled him like she already had his secrets in her pocket at the end. Komodo grilled Ale, asking if she knew anyone who really understood monsters. Then she couldn't believe his sudden interest in it. He just shot back, "I'm only curious, do you know anyone who's dealt with monsters before and actually studies them?" Al swears there really are people out there called monster scholars. Then Komuro leaned in and said he only knows of a single set of Masma's calls for now. Vespa Hornet, then chaos erupts when the bug roaches come swarming in, and the red dragon roared back. That was nothing like the pests he'd ever faced. And if they were really about to sail across the sea, then you can bet even nastier monsters were lurking, just waiting to smash into them. So he decided it would feel way safer to travel with a monster scholar at their side. Ale leaned in and said there were rumors of gigantic monsters on the other side of the sea. Just the mere thought of dangerous monsters lurking in the shadows made her adrenaline spike and her excitement explode, which made Komuro feel a sudden chill of unease. She told him straight up that she knows a monster scholar who's living right here in town, and asked if he'd want to meet her, though, somehow. She sounded like she had a whole lot going on. Komuro finally got the monster scholar's name, Belsa, and learned she was the daughter of the former lord who once ruled these lands, so the whole town talks about her like she's a celebrity. He figured nobody else was going to tell him the truth, so Komodo showed up at Belsa's house the very next day. When he finally got there, he found an ancient stone house teetering on the edge of collapse. He knocked on the door, and right from the inside he caught a faint reply like someone answered, but nobody dared to open it, and then he slipped out and ended up in the living room. And there, sitting in the stink, was moldy bread, and the one he'd been hunting was right there beside it. Belsa looked like she was hanging on by a thread, like death was right there, waiting to snatch her away. He shot her a quick look and demanded to know if she was okay. Right after that, Komodo slid her food over, and she snatched it down in a furious hurry like she hadn't eaten in days. She was still starving, barely chewing before her food even jammed in her throat, so Komuro shoved her some water and asked, "Can you talk normally now?" The moment she took a sip of water, Belsa shot back, "Thank you, I'm seriously grateful for this amazing food." She swore she was one step from dying of starvation, and he clearly must have been her saving grace, showing up right when she needed it most. But this time, she finally snapped her gaze up to his face and demanded, right then, who he even was. Belsa figured out why Komuro had come here. Then both of them introduced themselves because the very next second, she was showing him the adjoining room. Turns out her room was a total disaster, messy, filthy, and downright unhygienic. Like any other researcher, except this one was drenched in the aftermath, with the remains of tons of monsters and the research kept roaring forward. Komuro walked into that lab and just stared in awe. Then she dropped the truth. She'd rebuilt the whole room, went so hard on the studies that she burned through every last coin, and for the last few days she hasn't had a single expense covered to live properly. That's why he tracked her down in that state and then he blurted out an apology, because she never thought she'd actually be able to help him. Komuro told her, "No big deal if that's the way it goes, just earn the money yourself," because it was a total godsend for adventurers to have a monster expert in their corner. She might even run straight into the chance to join an adventurer's party and help those adventurers who can't stop trembling at the thought of monsters by showing them exactly how to fight the monsters they're scared of, because if she didn't, it would dump even more work on her. Belsa had been tempted to do it a bunch of times back then, but the moment she felt like everyone hated her, she shut that idea down. Then he didn't get what she meant at all, so he had to figure out how to fix this mess. He asked whether the money would be enough to keep this place running and still let her push her research forward once she gave the green light. He used his lifestyle magic, and she kept cleaning room after room until her place finally looked spotless. Belsa stared in shock as her place suddenly became spotless, and then he topped it off, offering to sponsor her and make it even better. She never saw it coming. Someone actually wanted to sponsor her, and now Komuro stepped in to bankroll her research money up front, and in return, he demanded to see exactly what she uncovered. He even offered to get her samples, too, and Belsa felt like she was living the dream in real time. He handed Belsa 5,000 knots to kick things off, like dropping 5,000 yen in his hands. Belsa's jaw hit the floor like he'd just seen the impossible. Then she steadied her breath and snapped that she absolutely wouldn't accept it. She leaned in and told him monster research was a never-ending road, no finish line, just one wild step after another. And if he was hunting for results, Belsa didn't think she could ever live up to his expectations. She couldn't believe she wasn't thrilled at all, but just when she expected the worst, Komodo leaned in and told her it would all be fine. He was doing it purely out of curiosity, and if they actually learned something useful for wiping out monsters, that would be a total win. He took a deep breath and decided to try it, and Belsa leaned in like, "Are you really sure about this?" Komodo nodded in agreement, and when Belsa saw that, pure joy lit up her face. Now she could finally carry on her work. She beamed and practically shouted, "All right, let's get this started." And so, Komuro sprinted back at the end of the day, and from that moment on, he'd vanish back to his inn at night, then hit the road again by morning like clockwork. Morning rolled in, and suddenly both of them had a solid routine. Belsa dug into her research and experiments on monsters, while he fed her fresh monsters to test and then stepped up for the cooking duties too. He spotted her running research, and he got so hooked he spent the entire day buried in it. While he scrambled to bring in more specimens for her research, Belsa couldn't stop smiling as her research took off, and Komodo felt his heart lift, seeing her actually enjoy it. Then he dove right back into work and started cooking up food for Belsa. While she was stuck in research and couldn't cook, he whipped up delicious meals like it was his daily ritual, and that's how Belsa started getting fed every single day. Komuro, who'd seen her starve before, casually asked what sparked her to become a monster scholar, because he was always blown away by how perfectly she handled monster carcasses. She said part of it was simple. She'd always been obsessed with monsters, and the rest was just a crazy event that landed in her life and changed everything. She leaned toward the window, stunned. How could 5 whole years have slipped by since that moment? When Belsa hit rock bottom, so numb and apathetic she'd just curl up in one corner, doing absolutely nothing at tea. That day, someone stepped up to her and urged her to take her father's will and use it to change her life and lift the whole town, too. And because of those words, Belsa became exactly who she is today. She told him her father used to rule this place, and once he retired, he picked a lieutenant to take his spot, and that lieutenant is the Lord now. Komodo can't forget it. Ale told him the same thing back then. Then he said the current Lord felt like a real good guy, and Belsa immediately nodded, "Yep, he's definitely a good person." Once breakfast was cleared away, she snapped back into her lab and picked up her experiments like she never left. Meanwhile, a shady figure lurking in a covered hood keeps watch on Belsa's house, like they're spying right into the shadows. Then he marched straight into the presence of the current Lord and reported everything. He showed up and snapped the news to the main butler, who wasted no time relaying it straight to the Lord, so the Lord heard it too, that, over the past few days, it felt like an unseen guy, Komuro Naoki, had slipped into Belsa's life. And on top of that, he'd been helping Belsa, so her research kicked back off again. The Lord looks shaken by the report, snapping that they should have let her die, then orders the butler to bring Komuro and the rest of the family. And Belsa snapped the words to him right away. The butler demanded what to do about her research, and the Lord cut him off with a cold, "I don't care," and they're planning to hit her at night, set her whole house on fire, and torch her research too. All for what? Just because he doesn't care. Then the night swept in, and by nightfall, Belsa's neighborhood was lit up by flames, and then, the very next morning, Komuro was peacefully asleep when Ale suddenly crashed in like a storm at his door, burst into his room and shook him awake with urgent urgency. She grilled her about why she was causing a scene this early, then demanded what she meant when she finally told him about Belsa's house. His sleep vanished and Komodo sprinted to Belsa's house without wasting a second. On his way there, he stumbled onto a jaw-dropping sight soldiers surrounded him, swords raised and aimed straight at his chest, and ragefully blaming Komodo for treason against the kingdom. The soldiers swore that everything would have been fine if only he'd stayed out of the way. Komuro couldn't shake it. Those men wouldn't torch Belsa's house and snatch her unless they were sure his interference was the problem. But once Belsa got, he didn't have a second to spare, so he lunged for the sword aimed right at him, snatching it out of the danger zone. And to the soldier's shock, Komuro shoved with the tip of his sword point one push, and the guy crumpled to the ground, frozen, unable to move. Komuro stared at them coldly and warned, "Start explaining everything to me now." Then they tore through town, sprinting straight toward Belsa's house. And right there, they stared at a massive crowd packed in front of Belsa's house. Komuro shoved through the crowd, scanning for just how out of control things had gotten. And the moment he showed up, they couldn't believe it. The situation wasn't just bad, it was way worse than they ever expected. All that remained of Belsa's house was a few stubborn stone walls. Everything there got blasted to ash, and the survivors grabbed Komuro and demanded, "So are you Bel's friend?" Komuro nodded and said yes. Then they told him, after tearing through the wreckage, they found no trace of Belsa inside, while another guy swore he'd seen a group last night, sprinting like something was coming, and he watched the butler grab Belsa and haul him away. Komuro demanded, "So who is this butler?" And they answered, "He's the Lord's personal servant and arena champion from years ago." Then the crowd shot back, "There's no way we can stop him now that he's taken Belsa." And after he hears it, "Come on, let's go." Komodo remembered Belsa saying everyone in town hated her, and that detail still left him scratching his head because what people were saying right now, they looked totally on edge about her, so he bluntly asks, "You don't hate Belsa, right?" After they locked eyes and held that tense silence, they told him straight up that Belsa still couldn't shake what went down 5 years ago, and that, yeah, they were brutally immature back then. And when Komuro demanded a break, they laid out everything that happened to him, and Komuro and Ailey didn't waste a single second. So they ended up at the Lord's mansion, and as soon as they got there, the gate stood wide open like it was daring them to come in. And then right ahead loomed the Lord's mansion, waiting like a challenge in the road. Then a voice cut in, demanding they halt immediately, because nobody gets in here without permission. This voice came from a man who looked exactly like the butler people warned them about. Komuro caught the meaning right away. Then Ale jumped in, saying he'd heard all about the butler. With a spark of excitement in her chest, she wondered if this butler could finally be a real challenge. And sure enough, Komuro strode toward the gate, stopping to ask the butler whether Belsa was inside the mansion. The butler flat-out refused to answer his question. He warned Komuro, "To step onto these grounds without his okay, and you'll be treated like a trespasser." And Butler would sniff out the plan and cut Komuro down himself. Komodo clocked the gate left wide open even after they were told to stay out, and instantly knew the butler was baiting them on purpose. Komuro's patience snapped the second this guy pushed his buttons. So yeah, this guy just stepped in, right there on the spot, and checked it out with his own eyes. Komuro strode through the gate, and the butler yanked out his... Komuro hurled daggers at him. As those daggers closed in on Komuro, he didn't blink. He didn't even flinch. Because Ale, the muscle behind his back, was standing right there, those daggers never hit. She swung her sword and deflected them clean, then declared she'd deal with the butler while he slipped ahead. Komodo flashed her a thank you, then slipped past the butler and headed straight into the mansion. The butler judged Komuro as weak, since he couldn't even react to his daggers. But one girl was the real danger, so he finally stepped back and let Komuro through. As soon as Komuro reached the house gate, he fired off his detection skill. He shoved that knowledge aside and realized the mansion was packed full of people inside. You could tell they were totally lying, so we just waited for the intruders to show up. Meanwhile, two figures were locked in that back room, most likely Belsa and the Lord, and he stormed into the mansion, eyes locked on the first intruders. While the butler was clashing with Aelo, the butler leaned in and warned Ali that Komuro wouldn't be coming back alive. They'd been glued to Belsa the whole time, so they knew Komuro and Ale were coming. Then the butler warned, "The mansion's packed with ruffians inside, who's probably chewing through Komuro right this second." I shrugged it off and told the butler this: if he let Komodo get inside, then it's game over for them. This was the first time she'd ever seen Komuro go this hard, and right now that aggression was spilling into everything. Nobody on Earth could stop Komuro. With the ruffians finally down, Komuro sprinted straight through the chaos toward the back room where the Lord was holding Belsa hostage. The second he stepped into the room, the Lord snapped and hurled a blazing fireball at him, catching him off guard. It hit dead on, but Komuro came out totally unscathed, so when the Lord saw his attack miss, pure shock hit him hard. Komuro exhaled in relief, grateful his clothes were totally unscathed. Then he moved on. He leaned in and asked Belsa if she was really okay, and after she made sure she was okay, she turned to him and demanded to know why he'd come here, risking his life like it meant nothing. She told him about the fire at her house, and when she finally blinked back into awareness, she found herself here while the Lord stared at her, furious, disgusted, and ready to punish her. Komodo finally clocked it he hadn't told Belsa a single thing. Komuro instantly got it. This Lord never meant for either Belsa or Komuro to walk away alive, because if even one of them survived, his rotten scheme would spill into the public like a bloody truth. He heard the very same tale from the Lord Gook's attendants, but instead of listening, he beat them up and squeezed out every last thing he needed to know. No Komodo blasted the truth to Belsa right there, shouting that this guy wasn't even close to who they thought he was. And he was the mastermind behind it all, pushing the former Lord into retirement while using her weakness to take advantage of her when she couldn't fight back. Belsa listened in stunned silence, and when Komuro broke it down for her, she realized this kind Lord wasn't doing it out of goodness, he was playing straight to push his own agenda. Belsa barked at the Lord, demanding he confirm whether that was really the truth. Gook had nothing in his hands to protect himself, just stared at Komuro who stood there, stone calm and chilling. Cornered and shaking, Gook screamed the whole truth 5 years ago. Lava from the nearby mountain thundered all the way down to the town, wiping out lives and wrecking everything, and the Lord back then, Belsa's father, cared so fiercely about his people that he emptied his own pockets to pay for rebuilding and getting everyone back on their feet after the damage. Then one day, the caravans loaded with valuable supplies heading to the people were attacked, and the result was brutal. The supplies never reached them. That one incident shattered everyone's trust in Bel's father, so he was forced to drop his post, and that's how Gook clawed his way into becoming the next Lord. And that's why the rage that didn't stop with the former Lord didn't stop there either. It slammed into his daughter, Belsa, and the attacks on her only got louder and harsher. Belsa confronted Lord Gook and demanded to know why he refused to back her when it mattered. Even if it was him who shoved the idea into her head, become a monster scholar. Gook snapped back that his monster scholar pitch was nothing but a mask. He only wanted Belsa dead, no matter how it happened, and there was no way to tie it back to him. So the reason he pushed her toward becoming a monster scholar was because he was hoping he might end up dying one day, chasing specimens no matter the cost, while making sure nobody else catches on to what he's really up to. He pulled all of it because Belsa was the previous lord's daughter, and Gook feared she'd one day claw her way into his seat, so he went as far as rigging her world itself, starving her until she couldn't survive. Then out of nowhere, some outsider shows up and backs her up, and that's when Gook's anger spikes, so she snaps into action and takes matters into her own hands. Belsa got slammed with one brutal truth after another, each one like a thorn in her side. Then she crumpled into despair. Komuro spotted her from behind and refused to leave her there, so he snapped Gookie a coward awake, a man who'd been waiting 5 long years for Belsa to finally die. Then Belsa grumbled under her breath that she was done with this place and wanted out. So Komuro swooped in and pulled her out, then Gook burst out, "This isn't over yet." Refusing him would count as treason, and the whole kingdom would hunt them down, including the elites getting raised inside the Magic Academy in the capital Komodo. Said he could come for him anytime he wanted, free and clear. That caught Gookie completely off guard. Once Komodo clocked it, he knew one wrong move would get him caught, because the moment he tried anything, Komodo would shut him down for good. Gookin didn't need to prove anything. He knew that thread was real, so he just stood there, head bowed, daring the world to doubt him. While Komuro shoved Belsa outside, she suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped dead in her tracks. And right when Komuro expected the worst, she burst into laughter after hearing what Komuro said. Belsa stayed what a fool she'd been to trust that Guka's words and follow them all the way here without once stopping to wonder if he was lying. Belsa felt painfully naive because she could already hear people calling her nothing but stupid. Man, Komuro just stood there like an idiot while she unleashed all her rage, dumping it straight on him. As Belsa stood there staring, the awful truth hit her house was gone. Her research burned with it, and suddenly she realized she had absolutely nothing left in her life. She burst into tears because everything she had fought for was gone. Komuro stepped right up to her and shot his hand out, but he couldn't think of a single thing to replace it. Komuro said she could come with him. Belsa's tears suddenly cut off, and her hand nearly reached for his, but something kept her frozen, and Komuro felt that tug, that strange pull. And he leaned in, asking her straight up if she was terrified to trust someone again. Or maybe she was already racing through what she'd do the next time betrayal came, because deep down, Belsa couldn't deny it. And that's when Komuro finally snapped up, speaking out right then like, if that's really the case, then it was on her. She had to do it herself and call the shots on what happens next. He snapped to her that he had his own reasons, and because of them, he only just started living in this world recently. Right at the start, he had nothing, no plan, no power, yet somehow he pushed through, and that same road led him to Ale, who'd already beaten the butler. He lost plenty of comrades along the way, but he never regretted it because he made every call on his own. Then he leaned in and asked Belsa if she wanted to try it, and the second her eyes lit up with hope, everything just kept rolling her. Then Belsa lifted her head, nodded without a second thought, and agreed to team up with Komuro. He couldn't stop smiling. He finally had a new ally in his corner. And just 1 week later, they finally pulled up to the port where Chief Boric was waiting. He hooked him up with a tiny boat, then teamed up with his workers to get it fully serviced and ready to roll. He was set to leave without a single snag, while the townspeople were stuck regretting every bit of anger they'd thrown at him. Honor. Once everything was locked in, Komodo got a warm see-off from everyone back at the shipyard. He thanked them all for making his time here unforgettable, and just like that, they jumped aboard the boat and shot off toward their next destination. Everyone sent them off with wishes for a safe journey. But just a few days later, when Komuro finally landed on that island, he couldn't imagine it getting any safer at all, and he was already freaking out about how their journey would even go on this island, with monsters bigger than ever lurking around every corner. After they crushed their way across the ocean, they landed on a wild new island smothered in dense forests that looked like they were hiding secrets. This island was packed teeming with life forms beyond count. Belsa could barely contain his excitement after spotting a whole crowd of fresh monsters and animals like that wild boar, bigger than anyone they'd ever seen before. Komuro looked at it and said it was dangerous too, just like the size, but Ale and Komuro didn't have any trouble with it. Belsa just said an adult boar should top out at 2 meters, but the island ones didn't match that at all, which made everything feel off. Komuro told her to stay just as careful with her own life, and keep her focus locked on her research. But Belsa stepped up as the only starter, while Ale was practically bursting with excitement to smash into those monsters and go to war. Komuro looked like the only one still sane in that whole mess, so he kept them under control until a massive swarm of huge mammascales came charging at them, and Belsa was still acting like some kid at the zoo. He told Ale he'd test his brand new rat poison spray, and she begged to join the hunt too. Then Belsa snapped in, shocked to realize these two were actually insanely strong. And as they pushed onward, Komuro let out a heavy sigh, then finally got his shot to test the rat poison on Masmas gulls. And when he asked if any beasts were still lurking around, Ale smirked and said she'd already wiped every last one out. Belsa started sensing something was off, like this place was warping those monsters in real time, and Komuro guessed it could be the island evolving on its own, because it was totally normal, like water snakes and land snakes adapting to their world as their environments change. Belsa admitted it still felt downright weird that monsters could evolve like that. And yeah, everything else was moving fast too. If monsters were out here hunting another monster, the rest would usually panic and scatter to escape. But this time it didn't feel that way, because she noticed that when Ailey finished one of them, they kept mowing straight toward them, like someone was pulling their strings. Belsa's deduction sent a chill down her spine. Someone out there was pulling the strings, controlling their every move. She also noticed something terrifying. Every monster was marching from the very same direction. How shook Komuro the moment he realized those monster scholars see the world in a totally different way than normal people. But she was way more thrilled to uncover where these monsters really came from, because that could finally expose the island's secret. Komuro couldn't believe it. Belsa was finally smiling again, leaving her old life pain in the dust and glowing brighter than ever. Even this side of her could be deadly, yet she still darted out on a whim, ignoring every danger creeping in her way. As she sprinted straight ahead, Komuro snatched her from behind. Behind them, she assumed he was pushing her into doing things, but Komuro was only trying to warn her so he'd step ahead and take the danger first. Komuro kept these two maniacs alive with pure willpower, trying to drag Belsa back under control. He snapped that she'd better move smart, or he'd haul her straight back to the port. The three of them kept pushing deeper into the island, carving their own path as they went. They stumbled right into a towering giant snake, and it felt like trouble instantly crawled into the scene. One clean slash boom, the snake dropped, and with every ordinary monster they carved down, Komodo couldn't shake the feeling he was stumbling through some grimy half-dungeon hiding inside the forest, until their eyes locked onto a house sitting there, right in the heart of this monster island. Komuro shoved closer to the house and immediately sensed trouble was all around them, and his detection skill confirmed it. There were about 10 of them closing in, and they were almost certainly archers. Mysterious attackers rained arrows straight at Komuro and the others. Then once they marked it, those shots fired almost instantly. As one of the attackers' arrows was about to slam into Belsa, Komuro threw himself in front of her. His body was already basically impenetrable, and the whole group froze, completely thrown off. And Komuro handed the job to Ale, warning her that those guys could pick her off from far away, but she smirked and said she'd be fine, because it was only 10 of them. Then she launched into the air, and her foot hovered there like it had a secret foothold made of nothing. Al shot him a question. "Why are you so shocked?" And he snapped back that he'd assumed she couldn't use magic. Al reminded him that she'd used this very skill back when he was still taking his advancement exam. And she leaned in and told him, "Don't think I'm just a fighter, I'm a magical warrior." Komodo couldn't stop wondering why she'd suddenly blown up in fame, while Ale leapt onto her air footholds, ready to take down those archers. She sprinted through the air with the exact same speed she used on the ground, and at that pace the archers couldn't even get their shots to line up. Ale launched forward with a huge jump, closing the distance on them fast. Komuro and Belsa couldn't take their eyes off her, totally swept up in every nostalgic move she pulled. Ale snapped and started laying into those archers, beating them down in pure rage. And one by one, she tore through every attacker lurking in the trees, taking them down until none were left. Komuro crept up to the trees and then, bam, they started dropping right in front of him, falling like apples shaken loose from a branch. After she handled everything, Al finally slipped back in, and Komuro immediately thanked her for the rescue. Joy lit up her face after he praised her, and Belsa, burning with curiosity, asked the big question. Were they dating? Ale smiled and asked what Belsa meant, but Kamuro's expression sank, and he flat out said he didn't see it ever happening. The attackers Ale just cut down staggered to their feet, bolted straight for that house, and yelled for their master, warning him that these intruders were terrifyingly strong. Ale shot a confused look. Then Kamuro made up his mind and quietly followed them straight to the backyard. Belsa pressed him and asked if those guys were just ghost stories, meaning monsters in disguise, while Kamuro couldn't wait to find out why they'd swing around with human weapons. He slipped into the backyard, peered through the windows, and to his surprise, the house inside looked completely normal. Kamuro even spotted a calendar sitting in the house, and it was like the whole place was screaming, "You're not safe," which didn't belong in this world at all, and honestly, that wasn't even the craziest part because, after strolling toward the backyard, he spotted a water well sitting there. Kamuro couldn't stop wondering who could possibly live here until he leaned over the well, and then, suddenly, he froze. A head shoots up from down in the well. Both of them grumbled under their breath in Japanese. And then, bam, he stared in shock, realizing Kamuro was another otherworlder just like him. Komodo leaned in and demanded, "How do you know you're from another world?" So to make everything crystal clear, the guy introduced himself to everyone as Marquez. And yeah, he was an otherworlder just like him. Later, Komuro finally uncovered the truth behind Marquez's name. The man was being called the Dungeon Master, and he ran the dungeon like it was his own kingdom. He's got a round body, a big nose, and wide eyes framed by curly hair. And there's this familiar, warm vibe hanging off him that makes Komuro feel excited the second he senses it. A weird tightness clenched his chest, and when Komodo finally made it to Marcus's home, the thrill vanished way faster than he expected. Marquez and Belsa kept trading talk about the dungeon, and that's when she realized the place wasn't just a dungeon, it was basically an automated monster generator. Komuro couldn't take it. Everyone kept talking in circles about dungeons, cores, and everything else, and he didn't understand a single word. Belsa. Zaza pressed him, asking when it all started slipping past his understanding, and he answered haltingly like he wasn't sure he had the words, that he walked in and got absolutely nothing from the start. Belsa finally clocked that this would take way more time, but she broke it down to him anyway while Komuro nodded along, getting that dungeons are basically caves packed with demonic beasts, yet he still had no clue about stuff like subspace once they were inside. She leaned in and demanded to know, does he finally get it now, or is he still clueless? Then he forced a calm smile, even though he still felt completely clueless inside, and Belsa said this was so obvious that even Ale would get it, while she stayed silent, hanging on every word they said. And just like that, when they finally turned toward Ale, she'd already collapsed into a deep, fast-asleep silence. Then he insisted it had to be because Belsa had only just started coming with him, so he couldn't catch most of what she was saying. She snapped at him for being rude, and Marquez watched them hang together a little too close. Komodo said it'd all click for him the moment he sees the dungeon. After that, Marquez leaned in and asked, "So do we head into the dungeon and swap plans like fellow otherworlders?" As Komuro and the others pushed deeper into Marcus's place, their jaws dropped. Marcus broke the silence by revealing the dungeon entrance to them. The moment Komuro swung open the entrance, his jaw dropped because a breathtaking desert stretched out forever, with endless sky and horizon, and the scorching sun blasting down like it owned the place. Radiating a brutal year out in the deserts, monsters prowled like they owned the place. And it was the very first time Ale had ever laid eyes on monsters like these. Komuro stood there, completely stunned, like his world had just been flipped upside down. And this felt nothing like the time he first stepped into the Red Dragon's cave. He finally understood this dungeon wasn't just a place. It was a whole sealed-off world, cut off from everything outside. And right there, Marquez stepped in, training him and the others, unlocking more and more of the dungeon's secrets. It was so massive it felt like a whole brand-new world had opened up. Then Komuro told Marquez to hold up while he grabbed a pen and notebook to jot notes after that. He can't recall most of what Marquez said, because they just kept tailing him. Komuro's imagination erupted, and those dungeons transformed into something way more mind-blowing. He discovered dungeons aren't just one big space. They're split into rooms with different weather, and deep down sits the dungeon core, a colossal magic stone that powers everything and demands a steady feed of magical energy to keep it running. So Marquez went in, ripped the mana stones out of the monsters, and shoved them into the core. Then Komuro blurted, "What the heck are mana stones?" And Marca shot back that mana stones showed up in every monster's body. So yeah, you could hunt them down just by spotting those glowing clues. Then Belsa pressed Marquez with more questions, and Marquez, curious, watched as she pulled out a book called Lisa's Monster Book. She said this book was penned by her mentor, Lisa, and inside it, someone claimed dungeon cores can crank out monsters even without a mana stone. And once those monsters swallow enough, a mana stone slowly starts forming inside them. Marquez told her it was basically the truth, and Belsa lit up because her research on demonic beasts was finally pushing in the right direction. She told Komuro that the Mascals they'd already wiped out were sitting on mana stones too, and that later they'd be gathered up and fed straight into the dungeon core, because their theories were about to kick off this match. Except for our clueless hero, Komuro, he had no idea what those guys were even talking about. Still, he thought, I'll just record this plan, ASD Belsa, and sort it out later. Belsa suddenly crumpled to the ground, and in this brutal heat, she couldn't move a single muscle anymore. Komuro figured it was because she'd pushed herself way too far, burning every last bit of energy in the process. Ailey leaned in and asked if she could stay for a bit, because she wanted to see if her power could actually stand up to these monsters. Marquez just smirked and told her she could rampage as hard as she wanted right there. That's exactly what she wanted, but when Komuro saw that, concern hit him hard as he blurted, "Uh-oh, are you okay?" So he tracked her down, called her out, and shoved his spare clothes into her hands so she'd have something to protect herself. We figured these clothes could shield her from getting hurt, and just thinking about it lit Ale up with pure joy. She blurted, "What hit you out of nowhere?" because the way he suddenly turned on her made no sense, to which he shot back, "I don't know either," like the truth was slipping out of his grip at her. Once Belsa finally cooled off, Marcus and Komuro stomped back to the house together. Then he heard the wild secret. There was a plantation hidden under the well. So he checked the well from the inside, climbed down into it, and the moment he saw the tea plantation, Komuro couldn't even process it. He never saw this coming. How on earth could a plantation this massive exist under a well? He asked Marquez if he could run this place too, and Marquez shot back that he'd been living for 300 years. So yeah, he had plenty of time to tinker with whatever he wanted. Komuro froze when Marquez's age finally hit him, and Marquez blurted out an apology for keeping it hidden, then said he'd been called here to take down the Demon King. King Marquez used to be the hero everyone worshipped back in his prime. And right there, side by side with his comrades, he set out to crush the Demon King shockingly strong, like he was built for war. And yeah, his elf partner adored it too, while that defense and resistance system kept him safe. On top of that, his skill harvesting style matched Komuro's, and then, one day, a skill tree snapped into view in front of him called Immortal Body. He ended. He grabbed it without a second thought, and that choice sealed his fate into an undying body. Marquez fired up the kettle and brewed a fresh cup of tea for Komuro, and warned him to watch himself because the heat was still blasting. Out of nowhere, an arrow slammed in from behind and pinned the table. Komuro froze in shock, and his tea went spilling everywhere. And the same ghost squad that fired the first arrow raised their bows again. Then they loosed another straight at him. This time, the arrow slammed straight into Marquez's head instead, while the ghosts broke down, crushed by the guilt that it landed on him. Then Marquez tore into them, snapping that Komuro wasn't an invader at all. He was their guest. They rushed to apologize to him right on the spot while Komuro watched, stunned, as Marquez proved he was truly immortal. Then Marquez ordered the ghosts to brew tea for Komuro as a proper apology, and they snapped to it instantly. The tea Komuro tasted was awful. So awful it felt like those ghosts were trying to turn him into one of them, too. And Marcus quickly realized he never should have asked Geist Tyler for it. Because Komodo's brewing skills were trash, he finally learned the name of those ghosts, Geist Tyler Elite, High Brain Spirits, and Mark was already calling them completely useless. Marcus snapped at the ghost, demanding it turn around and head back to where it belonged right now. They obeyed him on the spot like he was their master, and Komuro even said those ghosts looked totally glued to Marquez. Mark shot back that they were nothing but evil ghosts, so pathetic they couldn't even brew a cup of tea. Tea, Komodo sensed a chance waiting in the air, like that soft breeze was telling him, "Go for it," later. After some hard talks, Marquez finally got the truth from Komuro. Komuro had landed in this world with zero clue what his role even was, so he kept roaming the globe while taking extermination jobs. Marquez hated that he envied her story because back when she called him to subjugate the Demon King 300 years ago, he was barely young, and it hurt like hell sometimes, but looking back, those days were pure gold, the brightest moments of his entire life. The two stared up at the sky as Komuro grinned and said, "Looks like my youth is going great." Marquez felt that warmth hit him and nodded along, like, yeah, every single person goes through their youth at some point. Yeah, that youth of his was long gone for good, but somehow he could still see every memory of it clear as day, right up until now. Komuro teased him that he sounded like some cranky old man, and Marquez had zero reason to argue. Then Marcus turned to Komuro, and to his absolute shock, Marcus warned him, "Never let skill or status fool you no matter what it costs, even if it means dropping levels." He told Komuro that his skill and status had inflated his ego into straight-up arrogance. And then it hit him the hard way he lost his companion, and Marquez made Komuro understand strength matters. But there's something even more important. Was the strength of his heart right there where he had to brace himself and finally spell it out? He grilled Komuro, asking what would happen if someone yanked the dungeon core out of the dungeon. He snapped back that if that's the case, the dungeon would collapse and gulp down everything inside. Marquez spilled the truth after living with it for so long, he'd even forgotten who he originally took this skill for, and in that moment, he threw the heart's importance out of his mind completely. But now he finally got the chance to tell this to another otherworlder. He warned him if a brutal bad premonition hits out of nowhere, remember every word Marquez just planted in his head. At the same time, Geist Tyler came barreling in, shouting as he tried to call their master. And he demanded to know why they were making all that noise this time. They told him the snow foxes had multiplied out of control in the lower lands. Then Marquez hit them with an idea and turned to Komuro, asking if he wanted to take on this extermination request. Komuro didn't hesitate. He agreed to take on the request. Then he tore back to Marquez's place and started gearing up for the extermination right as Ale demanded, "Why are you heading into the midwinter zone?" He told them straight away about Marcus's request, then asked if those two wanted in too, but Belsa shook her head and said she'd pass. And instead of freezing to death, she'd rather dive into her books. And since our battle-obsessed Ale said she'd come too, he grilled her about whether she was really heading to that even colder zone in that outfit. She just shrugged and said it would somehow work out, but Komuro snapped, "Nope, totally a no-go." And he watched them scramble to get ready. Marquez stared at those three and got hit with a memory same look as the way he and his crew used to gear up before every monster hunt. He got lost in those memories, sinking into deep thoughts. Then Komodo started calling out Marquez over and over, and asked them to swing by for a bit before they headed out for the extermination, because they had to grab a few things first. Marquez shrugged it off like it was nothing, then practically begged him to come by any time, whether it took 100 years or even more, until Komuro blinked in shock, because he couldn't believe he wouldn't want to stick around that long then again. Whatever. Marquez slipped away with a grin to cook up today's meal, then headed out to the farms like he couldn't wait. Komuro felt a jolt of relief when Marquez finally seemed to like him, and the moment the time hit, he plunged into his dungeon work. Then they plunged into the forest, stalking through the trees until they finally brought down a bear, and Ale tore into its skin, while Komuro sprang into action using his skills to turn that bear hide into a perfect dress for her. Meanwhile, Belsa hunkered down over her study table, while Marquez leaned on the ghost's guidance to cook up the best meal they could, calling in everyone to help him pull it off. Everyone chipped in, and the ghosts swarmed together, grabbed the ingredients, and kept cooking like their lives depended on the feast. Marquez made sure they were on track, then jumped into the kitchen himself to supervise every move. Then Komuro marched up to Marquez, and it hit him. Prep was over. They were heading out now. Komuro even went and checked with Marquez one more time, that the midwinter region was trapped under the mushroom zone. And that's why the magical power packed inside those mushrooms became a tasty target for every predator around. Animals and monsters lunged in, devouring them. Then the cycle snapped into place, reshaping the world as it kept going. Then the cycle ended, and Komuro and Ale slipped into their winter outfits, ready for whatever came next. and Marquez stared in awe at their wild creativity for whipping up winter gear right here. Ale had to admit these clothes were seriously warm, and Komuro broke it down. These coats didn't just trap warmth, they hid human scent too, and he shoved that huge fur into a tiny bag like it was no big deal, which was magically upgraded to cram in way more than what its size should have ever held. Marquez shrugged and said it wouldn't be shocking at all if a full-on war erupted over this bag, because this thing is the real deal and artifact-class prize. He was relieved it was Komuro who had it, and now Komuro and the others were finally set to hit the winter area, where a brutal, bone-chilling blizzard slammed into them the second they arrived. Komuro still couldn't get over how wild these dungeons were. Snow piled up so deep around him it swallowed his knees whole, and the blizzard wrecked his sight, and everything in his field of vision blurred into nothing. Soon they caught sight of a snow fox, and it hit exactly like the story said it would. And Koro shoved Al to cut it off. Then the second she lunged at the snow fox, everything went sideways. That night, the food finally hit the table fresh, cooked and ready to be devoured. And the cups were already bone dry because Al had crushed every bottle herself, furious out of her mind, while the snow foxes slipped into the snow. And she still couldn't topple a single one of them. Komuro snapped at her to lay off the drinks, but he couldn't stop it because that's just who she is. And when he turned to Marquez, even Marquez was absolutely hammered too. Dale stayed behind, and with Komuro the only sober one left, he should have poured a drink too, but he dodged it hard, because he had to work the next day. All day long, Ale and Mark tore into the fun with full force, so when Komuro saw them like that, joy lit up his face. But something still gnawed at him, Marquez's warning about a terrible premonition, and the moment he heard it, fate hit him with one right away. Which was, it turns out Marquez was desperate to die, but his immortality skill wouldn't let him. Earlier that morning, Komodo faced Marcus, apologized, and admitted he couldn't grant his request to die. Actually, something else was about to happen. Marquez pushes Komodo to master a skill that lets him steal someone else's power. Camaro made it crystal clear he'd never hand Marquez over just to keep his immortality, and apologize for smashing his hopes there. Then it's back to the present. After they throw that huge feast, Marcus and Ale were dead asleep, fully knocked out from the night's exhaustion. Komuro finally exhaled, smiling as he smoothed everything over with Marcus. Then he sprang up and headed outside for a walk. Then he spotted something up ahead, snapped his detection magic on, and zeroed in on who or what it was. He clocked that they were ghosts, then shot back his gratitude, thanking them for every ounce of work they'd put in to set the feast up. At first, the ghosts drifted down and asked what else they could do for him, and he shot back, "I only called you because I saw you." Then it hit him. He needed a place to rest, so he asked the ghosts if they'd come with him to the tea plantation. A few moments later, they all settled in the tea plantation, and Komuro quietly brewed tea for himself, then stared off like something was weighing on his mind. He stared at the sky, and the ghosts heard him explain that the shape they'd been hunting wasn't random at all. It was an elf. So, yeah, because of that, he couldn't hold back. He had to ask them why it all started. The ghosts shot back that their master once said he loved elves, calling them the most beautiful, kind-hearted beings alive. And that wasn't even the whole story. Marquez had kept them hooked with a bunch of other old tales, too. And Komuro leaned in and started listening as Geist Tyler spilled the story of their life with Marquez. He learned from them that the wisdom they had right now wasn't earned by luck. It was handed to them by Marquez himself. Komuro never saw it coming. Geist. Tyler didn't learn that knowledge from books or training, but straight from the stories. Stories. All of it. Marquez's voice in every one, and from those tales they finally dug up his tastes, so they figured if they started looking more like elves, Marquez would light up at their appearance and they'd have way more fun out here. Then Komuro couldn't resist. He told them for laughs that Marquez had been clowning their archery and their tea, and he laughed out loud like it was the funniest thing ever. He leaned in, smiling, and thanked them for trusting him with their story. He leaned in and begged, "Would you let me teach me something?" And the guys just froze like, whoa. Tyler had no clue what he'd teach them. Then the very next day rolled in. Komuro and Al rushed back to the midwinter area, and this time they weren't guessing. They had a real plan, forged by Komuro's own mind. After that, They started digging little burrows, and once they had plenty, I just couldn't help but wonder what in the world were they even for. Komuro showed up and laid out his plan to wipe out her master first. They'd torch the wild borifer on top of its meat and let that deadly aroma choke the area. Then he'd drop those baits into the burrows, and they'd vanish in a flash. Komodo thought the snow fox chaos from yesterday, where they just barreled into the snow, would finally stay away this time. And like he knew they would, the snow foxes swarmed in for the bait. Then the doors of that burrow shut on them, trapping them inside. Komuro snapped at Ailey to hurry, and the two of them launched into a full sprint straight at the snow fox. Foxes lunged with razor-sharp knives and sliced clean across their necks. They finally cleared out the trapped ones, and that same day, Komuro went on a full rampage and wiped out about 30 snow foxes. Then it was right back to the drinks, and Marcus and Ale were cheering each other on like the night depended on it. As soon as it was over, Komuro shot up from his seat, slipped out of the room, and left the other two sprawled in sleep behind him. He headed back to the same tea plantation and started teaching Geist Tyler all over again, just like he did the day before. The very next day, he and Ale finally smashed their milestone, hitting 78 out of 500. While they were busting their tails on the extermination mission, Marquez started feeling weird about the whole thing. And then the big day finally hit after about 20 brutal days. They wiped out 500 snow foxes and pulled it off safely. Meanwhile, Alain Marquez started kicking back with a new drinking crew, and Belsa had already knocked out 2 full research projects during that stretch. Next morning finally arrived, and Komuro and the others had to leave, so he turned to Marquez and thanked him for looking after them all this time. Marquez just smiled and said he hadn't had this much fun in ages. Then he handed Komuro the quest reward, straight up a massive pile of cash, and Komuro's jaw practically dropped at how huge it was. And he kept trying to dodge it, time after time, until, in the end, he somehow caved and walked away with every last bit of that money. With a heavy, sad look on his face, Marquez grabbed Komuro's attention and begged him if he ever stumbled across an elf village, he had to find a girl named Linya. He said that when elves die, their souls race back to their hometown's world tree and get reborn. Komuro couldn't help but wonder, was this elf girl somehow connected to the one Mark has been hauling around in his party? So he accepted Komuro's request on the spot and promised to give it his all. And Komuro couldn't shake the feeling that, since he and Mark had been spending time together, a weird gap had started growing between them. Marquez waved him away with a smile that looked like it belonged to a stranger, and he stormed forward, unable to explain himself to his 300-year-old senior who'd ordered him to wipe his very existence clean. He couldn't understand why they even bothered with a farewell for something that only happened once in a lifetime. They headed for their boat, and Ale and Belsa were practically glowing with joy. Meanwhile, Komuro just couldn't bring himself to feel it. And when Ale finally cornered him with the question, "What's wrong?" he clenched his fist and bolted back toward Marcus, eyes locked on him. He burst in, gasping hard, and shouted, "Marquez!" at the top of his lungs. Marcus couldn't shake the question, why was Komodo here? And then they dropped down together right in the tea plantation, side by side. For Marquez to finally hear what Komuro had to say, so when they sat together in the plantation again, it dragged him back to that first tea here when everything was good, even if the air between them turned ice cold ever since Marquez made that strange request. Komodo shot Marquez an apology, because this awkward mess was exactly why he dodged him in the first place. Marquez suddenly felt it could have been exactly that. They smiled at first. Then Marquez's face snapped into anger as the memory of Komuro's reply hit him. His skills were for his work, so he couldn't save Marquez the way he'd hoped. Marquez got it. Komuro was trying to look out for him, and he finally confessed the truth. He just wanted to bolt from a life that felt stuck, cold, and totally empty. He told Komuro that when he finally crawled out of the rubble after the battle, months had already blown past. Marquez had lost his friends by then, and when he returned to town, the Demon King was already gone, finished off by another brave hero. At that moment, it hit him. Living forever mattered more than keeping his body immortal, so he started digging into dungeons. But as the days dragged on, a heavy sadness crept in, and with it his passion and motivation slowly died off. And all that was left was a forever deep loneliness that never let him breathe. Marcus felt like one tiny step toward the outside world could flip everything, but his motivation was gone for good. Then he shouted at Komuro, cutting him off mid-sentence lower. He dropped his head to apologize, knowing he'd tried to dump something on him that never should have been his to carry. Marquez finally understood because of that. He could have just painted himself as a murderer, for which he couldn't help but feel crushed with sorrow. Komodo heard his apology, shut his eyes for a beat, then told Marquez to let him teach him something right after he caught his breath. After a while, Komuro finally made his way back to Isle and Belsa and wasted no time apologizing for showing up late. Meanwhile, Marcus stared up at the sky, mind racing, and yelled, "Hey, Geist Tyler, don't you get into the bad habit of eavesdropping on people." But before he could finish, Geist Tyler clearly had a plan when they poured out tea and pushed a cup toward Marquez. They urged him to take a sip. He hesitated like it might bite back, but he drank anyway, and then after that everything changed. He suddenly sensed the taste was way off, like something had changed without warning. And they told Marquez that Komodo had been teaching them every single night how to brew the perfect tea so their master would light up with joy. Marquez couldn't believe it, and then Komuro's words slammed back into his memory, and when he told Marcus that Geist Tyler looked like an elf, Marcus couldn't stop thinking about those old tales Geist used to spin for them. He added that the very first time they saw Marquez smile was when they transformed into elves. He looked so insanely happy that they never wanted to switch back. Komuro grabbed his attention and told him elves had empathy just like him, and if he could talk to them, that. So yeah, Marcus wasn't alone after all. He still had his comrades by his side. And even though the comrades he'd lost weren't there anymore, Geist Tyler still showed up for him. Marcus thought it was pure madness to claim the demons he once crushed were now his comrades, and the moment he heard it, memories slammed back, especially the truth he told Komuro about sharing his youth with others. Marquez's emotions hit like a wave. He broke down in tears, insisting Komuro was truly an incredible person, someone who could even reach the heart of an immortal like him, the Geist. Next, Tyler leaned in and asked if the tea actually tasted good. Marquez took one sip, grimaced, and told him, "Nope, this tea's terrible." Then he called out to Geist Tyler and ordered him to slide in and sit right beside him. He told them straight up if they wanted to catch a glimpse of his smiling face, they'd better start polishing their tea brewing skills. Marquez declared, loud and clear, that he'd be teaching them from here on out. That made Geist Tyler light up with pure joy, because now they were promised a future where they'd live a great life side by side. Marcus couldn't thank Komuro enough because that wild, missionless guy, completely unchained from any rules, was definitely the kind of person you just can't dismiss. Back at the seaside, Komuro froze because the sight in front of him was way beyond what he expected. Right as they stumbled on a colossal monster, it wrecked their ship in its wake. This monster leaned in like it was staring straight into some secret on the ship. And while Komodo watched their only way to travel get crushed, he couldn't help thinking, everyone's got to find a way to make connections. Whether he was stuck at work or school, he couldn't shake the truth if monsters like Geist Tyler had human-level brains, then they'd still end up forming connections, just like everyone else. Komuro stared at that troublesome dragon and couldn't shake the question. What in the world did it have to do with him? Ailey snapped, asking if he was okay, because his face looked like his mind was somewhere else, and Komuro admitted he didn't even know what to think. Then the beast that wrecked their ship leaned in and introduced herself an ancient 600-year-old dragon, casually treating hauling a bean-sized ship like it was nothing. Komuro finally figured out the truth. She wasn't just using water, she was the water dragon herself, who, he followed the scent of her lover, the red dragon, and tracked them all the way here. But Komuro couldn't hold it in. He screamed in pure shock, demanding what the hell they planned to do with their ship. The water dragon kept digging inside their ship, its massive shadow swallowing the sea, and Ale shot Komuro a question, what were they supposed to do next? Then the dragon snapped at them, demanding to know why they carried her darling red dragon scent on their bodies, so how could she smell it? Komodo snapped to it. She realized she was wildly, hopelessly in love with the red dragon. Then he spilled everything about the mana stone he snatched from the red dragon, right after telling her how the wyverns went on a rampage and smashed into the humans, which dragged him into waking a red dragon from its slumber. Then it ripped off to hunt wyverns, and after a while, he sat down for a chat with the red dragon, and Komuro admitted the truth. He wasn't the type to roam at all, just to crash and sleep. Red Dragon showed up wherever he went, and it sparked chaos in every place he stepped into. Komuro told him he might actually get a shot at talking to the adventurers, and the Red Dragon hesitated. Then Komuro straight up hit back, "I'm an adventurer too," and that's exactly how he ended up getting the Man of Stone from the Red Dragon. A dragon that could sniff out wherever Komuro was, so the Red Dragon would always know. The Red Dragon thought, "Good, if I've got a human friend, that'll calm everything down." And Komuro shot the idea through his head like, so if that's true, then... He slid a communication bag straight into the Red Dragon's hands, so they could talk to it no matter how far apart they got. Red Dragon said it was a real lifesaver to have that kind of connection. Komuro straight up told them he didn't need the Mana Stone, so he'd hand it back then. Red Dragon snapped back that he had to keep it, so the other dragons would finally clock who he was, and Komuro caved and agreed. He slipped a hopeful note to the Red Dragon, secretly praying he'd get the chance to meet the Red Dragon outside. Right now, Komuro snaps back to the present and watches the water dragon haul him and the others straight into a town as everything shifts fast. She tore through the water at breakneck speed, living up to her name like a legend coming alive. And Ak and Belsa were absolutely loving every second, while Water Dragon beamed with joy, still secretly wishing she'd get to meet the Red Dragon soon and start laying eggs with him. Komuro just shook his head, thinking, wow, she's way too talkative for a dragon. And the Water Dragon dropped a sneaky hunch about where the Red Dragon might be hiding right now, so she went all in, determined to catch him red-handed while he was there. At the spot where girls were out to have fun, Komuro's jaw dropped when he heard the Red Dragon was cheating. Then it hit him. Maybe that's exactly why the Red Dragon sealed himself away for hundreds of years, but Komuro decided a trip straight to Dragon Town felt like the smartest move. And he couldn't wait to go there too, riding alongside the Water Dragon who was still crushed about the day he shattered his ship. Komuro remembered the monster dragons from old movies in his past life. Those things were terrifying, but this Water Dragon, it actually looked friendly. Just when it started making her wonder about love, even about laying eggs, Ayla snapped and asked Komuro what the heck he was thinking. She barreled in way too close for comfort, cutting right past him as if she planned to check on him. Up. She looked so stunning that Komuro's nerves spiked as he stared at her soft skin and treasured parts. While Belsa still had it all wrong, she began to relax too and loosened her clothes right along with it. Then Komuro snapped at both of them to stop, because he hadn't been sleeping worth a damn, and Belsa practically sighed in relief that he was finally okay. Then Komuro felt he had no choice but to tell them, "Look, I'm a man too, so you gotta understand that." Those two sensed something was off, so they grilled him to explain it fast to his friends, and Komuro tried to dodge the whole thing. The real problem wasn't some random issue, it was his burning sexual desire, and for all sorts of reasons, he just couldn't find any relief. While Ale and Belsa sat there in pure worry, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to mess with Komuro. He couldn't stop wondering if he should finally tell Isle about it, especially since she'd promised he could ask her any time, and then the whole thing just overwhelmed him. It all cracked him up so hard because even dragons were out there falling in love. But then it hit him when it was his turn. Misery crushed him so bad it made his head pound. And he wondered if that Water Dragon was telling the truth. Then the Red Dragon had to be nothing but a sham, a full-on fake. But no matter what, he just couldn't shake the confusion. His head buzzed, and he kept craving something big to happen to him too. Komuro somehow steadied himself, clenched his fist, and threw every last hope into that story. Then he pushed to reach the town fast, where it was girls only. So Komodo shouted for the Water Dragon and warned her that if the Red Dragon was cheating on her, both. Komuro needs a little lesson, and both of them are ready to deliver it after all. The Water Dragon can't stop thinking Komuro is incredibly kind. And then she pushed the gas even harder, tearing toward the town at full speed. The second they rolled into the dragon's town, everything changed. Everywhere you looked, packed houses stretched out, and beyond them rose huge mountains that swallowed the horizon. As Komuro and the other two stepped into town, they froze because they never expected a place like this to be so calm and peaceful. But wait, what truly stunned him was the Water Dragon's human makeover, because she was absolutely gorgeous, and her wild, unpredictable attitude was even more terrifying. Kamuro's jaw dropped wide open because he couldn't stop asking himself how every woman in this world could just stroll around naked with zero shame. Komodo hooked up with the water dragon and they sprinted off together to hunt down the red dragon. Both of them erupted into a full sprint, blowing past Belsa and Ale, who chased after them at their own pace later on. They tore up to the black dragon's house and hit the scene, and Komuro burst in, smashing the door wide open, yelling that the red dragon better show up here any second. He snapped to attention when a voice called out, recognizing Komuro as the adventurer who'd dragged him awake from his sleep. Komuro didn't get it at first until it hit him. The mysterious person was the red dragon, and he'd been dragging dragon girls close like they were part of the show. The red dragon was laughing and playing around, and when the girls cowered, he pointed at Komuro and told them, "He's my friend." And Komuro's jealousy flared the second he saw that jerk messing around with women, and then he rushed to the red dragon to spill the truth he'd gotten into real trouble because of the mana stone the man gave him. But one person didn't have time for small talk once the water dragon backed Komuro. She snapped and burst into fury when she caught the red dragon cheating on her. Red Dragon demanded to know why she was here, but the water dragon snapped that she wasn't about to explain anything to a cheater. Then Komuro finally hauled himself up after getting shoved. The door swung shut, and Ale watched a red dragon get yanked out by a water dragon. Then the chaos finally died down. Ale rushed up and asked Komuro if he was okay. She had no clue what she'd just seen, but Komuro told her the truth. It was nothing more than a lover's quarrel. With it all finally over, Komodo told them to turn back, then start fixing the ship right away. But Belsa insisted she'd stay right here a bit longer, digging into all these humanoid dragons scattered everywhere. Komuro couldn't argue or deny her, and right then someone came down from upstairs and said it was rare for humans to even show up in this town. Komuro finally realized the truth. This guy wasn't just anyone, he was the Black Dragon, and the Black Dragon caught the chaos rising from the water dragon's blow-up with the red dragon. He knew exactly what was happening. He figured they'd dragged Komuro into trouble, so he hurried the other dragon girls off. Belsa watched Black Dragon's every move and knew this had to be the leader. Ale felt it too, like a brutal aura was radiating off him. Black Dragon couldn't stop replaying what Red Dragon once told him about Komuro. Komuro was on the verge of bolting for the ship. Then the Black Dragon snapped at him to wait, and he spun a rumor about Komuro being an adventurer who also did cleaning and pest control. Komuro nodded along, backed it up, and told him his name, an exterminator through and through. Black Dragon figured he had to take a shot and march up to Komuro to ask. If Komuro would even dare to say yes to his request, then why was he standing there staring like a dragon didn't need anything but him? And the other two felt it too, exactly the same. But Komodo stayed stone calm and said it straight. Whether he'd accept depended on what was being asked, because if a dragon was requesting it, then it had to be something dangerous. The Black Dragon finally admitted it was all true, and then leaned in even closer, itching to test whether a human could really pack the kind of power that would impress the mighty Red Dragon. Dragon Komuro leaned in and told him straight he had zero interest in letting his strength get tested. But Black Dragon didn't buy it for a second. He just stared deeper with those dragon eyes, inspecting his powers like they were begging to be uncovered. Komuro simply stood there as a raging dragon aura blazed around him. When the Black Dragon stared into Komuro's abilities, the truth hit him like a punch. He couldn't believe his eyes. A human at level 91, whose powers were so insane that even the Black Dragon's own strength felt like a tiny drop compared to Komuro. Black Dragon finally confessed he was nothing like the other adventurers. Then he kicked things off by apologizing for the trouble Red Dragon and Water Dragon caused. And Komuro followed suit too, scrambling to apologize after he'd burst in and started yelling like that. Black Dragon marched up and handed Komuro a job request, promising him a dragon's protection. As the reward something so rare it's basically impossible for most people to get. Komuro just shrugged and figured he didn't really need a thing like that. It all went bad fast. Then Black Dragon dangled yet another monostone, but Komuro was done with monostones, so Black Dragon had to scramble up a whole new reward. And this time he asked if a ship and a map would be enough, because Komuro really needed a ship right now, and he couldn't stop thinking about how that map from dragons would work. So he pressed Black Dragon, yelling, "Why does a dragon have a shop and a map?" And Black Dragon smirked back that this was his real gig selling ships, running the whole massive place, and beyond that he could only show Komuro around his brothels. Brothels Komuro practically buzzed with energy the moment he heard talk about them, and he snapped to it and quickly agreed to help Black Dragon the moment Black asked him. Black Dragon practically burst with joy when Komuro finally caved, because Komuro insisted that this is what an exterminator's duty is all about. After Ale and Belsa couldn't figure out what was driving him, Komuro finally caught on. This wasn't just any mission, it was a full-on job to wipe out zombies and even take down a dragon while they're at it. It all started when a zombie infestation erupted and someone had to stop it, and the moment Komuro heard the details, he nodded and got to work, then spilled every job detail to Ale and Belsa. They told him the dragon that had to be wiped out was hiding inside a cave on the edge of town. But the cave's entrance looked slammed shut tight, like someone sealed it to trap the poisonous fog inside. He told them this time he'd be going solo because the enemy wasn't just any threat. It was a dragon zombie, and he'd already explained that to the Black Dragon earlier. He asked if it wouldn't be easier for him to handle it solo since he was high level and could wrap it up in one clean, single breath. Black Dragon stayed. Yeah, it was an option, but he couldn't pull it off with his own hands. Because the dragon she became was one of his own comrades, and he refused to let her rest without a real burial. She used to be called the Light Dragon, and back in the day, she stood as the Black Dragon's former comrade and mentor. Light Dragon was already legendary, ranked even higher, dazzling, brutal, strong, and straight-up stunning until one day, she got challenged head-on by a hero, took a crippling hit, and watched him vanish before he could land the final blow. And right after that wound healed, it turned her into a zombie, which pushed her to unleash a deadly poison list so vile that anyone who touched it dropped into zombie-like chaos. Komodo finally clocked it. The town's weird quiet wasn't an accident. It was because of everything that came before. Now that he'd landed this job, he couldn't wait to yank his tools out and start. Komuro barked at Ailey and Belsa to handle the zombies while he turned to go and deal with the Light Dragon. Komuro's mind raced, because Black Dragon must have really trusted him if, to his eyes, he somehow looked just like the human hero who started all of Light Dragon's suffering in the first place. He was thrilled to soak up everything this world had to offer, and Komuro was practically vibrating with excitement to scope out the brothels. Belsa leaned in and fired, "So what's the best way to wipe out the zombies?" Then Komuro flashed them a chunk of juicy boar meat. He was setting a trap with the smell of blood to lure the zombies into one spot, then wipe them all out in a single brutal sweep, right before he stepped out. Al called him out and told him she wanted to tag along with him. He was going after the Light Dragon like a mission of death, and Ale couldn't stand to miss his chance to fight it. She told Komuro, "Give it to me. Let me handle it." Komuro still worried if she'd be okay. Then he snapped, "This time hold it down and stay back." But Alex shot back, "Why not? Since in her eyes there was no reason she couldn't come along." Komuro knew one thing for sure: Eiley's Light Dragon was insanely strong, and it terrified him. And then there was the poison mist. One little sniff, and it could flip her into a zombie in an instant. That was the real problem. This was the first time Ale ever got to witness Komura's other side. Then she whipped around, bowed her head, and frustration hit her like a punch. Komuro snapped her name out loud while wondering if he'd bruised her pride and lit the fuse of her rage. Then Ale leaned in and reminded Komuro about the promise she made the moment she chose to follow him. Komuro knew once she was like this, there was no escape, so he grudgingly let the battle junkie tag along, but only if she'd finally follow his lead. Al practically beamed as Komuro turned to Belsa and bragged that his healing items could tear apart zombie tissue. Then he promised to train her ahead of time on exactly how to make them and use them. And as for Ale, he handed her a job-specific outfit, because her usual clothes would have been suicide the moment this mission started. Once every last prep was finished, Komuro shot out before sunrise, heading straight for the cave, and when they finally reached Black Dragon, it handed them every piece of info they needed to move. Moro realized the cave mouth had been slammed shut on purpose so that zombie Light Dragon could never get out. Black Dragon asked if Komuro wanted him to clear the blocked entrance, and Komuro shut that down fast because it just wouldn't be a good idea. Good. He warned that a poison mist could blast through the air and spread for miles on the wind like that, so he told Black Dragon, "From here on, you hand the work to me." And just like that, Kamuro's mind snapped with a plan to fix everything. Kamuro took the others and led them up to the top of the cave. Then he handed Ale and Black Dragon matching enchanted masks built to shut out every poison mist before it could hit their lungs. Then he leaned in and begged Ale to slice the dragon zombie's neck clean off. Ale agreed to jump in, and she was thrilled to be along for the ride. Then Kamuro snapped into action. He decided to clean up the area first, and he grabbed a paw. He stared at the black dragon and demanded to know just like that if it was truly okay with everything that was about to happen. Black dragons made their move and made it clear what they wanted: a world that finally stayed standing. Light dragons are probably praying for death right now, and Kamuro starts etching a big circle in the ground beneath them. Once it's finished, he leans in and tells Aol the zombie dragon is sitting right under that circle, and he was about to blow it to pieces. Then, once Aol confirmed she was ready, Kamuro burst up through the surface with a raging explosion. Back in town, Belsa tossed out the meat and used it to lure zombies right toward him. And she spotted the explosion bursting from the mountain, while Belsa knew Kamuro had to have kicked off his move. As she wrapped up her work, she started wiping zombies off the streets one by one. She froze when she realized there were way more zombies than she expected, then worried the healing items might not be enough to save her. Now back in the cave, Ale and Kamuro burst inside like a thunderclap. And right away, they got slammed with that purple miasma, even though they could still spot a massive shadow creeping around at the very center. It was ridiculously huge. Nothing like the day he met the red dragon, when Kamuro could sense the incoming attacks the instant they hit. Ailey shot forward and seized control, making the first move before anyone else could blink. So she charged in and carved a slash across the dragon's neck. The zombie dragon shrieked in agony, but the blow still didn't sever its neck all the way. So it managed to fire an attack at Kamuro, but Kamuro snapped off the line of impact, whipped his head back and stared down the dragon zombie, which was tearing through everything even worse than before, a half-cut neck leaking chaos as it hunted. He roared that this dragon's neck was thicker than Isla's sword, then yelled for her to back up and dodge its poison attack because he'd deal with it next yet. Isla refused to retreat, trusting in herself. Ale bolted straight at the dragon, then used her flying steps to stomp right across the air. Kamuro caught on to the trick instantly. Ale snapped into full warrior mode and started hammering consecutive cuts straight into the neck of the dragon zombie, until it finally got sliced clean off the rest of the body. As the dragon's head crashed to the ground, Kamuro caught a brutal wave of poison mist as they finally wiped out the light dragon, and for a moment he thought they were in the clear, so he started using his cleansing items to scrub the aftermath clean until every last mess was gone, and then Kamuro handed the magic stone he'd ripped from the light dragon's corpse straight to the black dragon. Dragon could tell Kamuro chose it as a careful little souvenir, something he passed to him with real thought. And Komodo cut it there, then slipped away, leaving Black Dragon alone for some private time. After getting crushed and losing the light dragon, the black dragon spiraled into misery, then tore into the skies with a thunderous dragon's roar, grieving the light dragon like it was ripping his heart apart. Black Dragon snapped into his dragon form, huge wings blasting out as Kamuro watched it all right in front of him. He watched Black Dragon head out to lay Light Dragon's manstone to rest with respect. Then Kamuro closed his eyes for a breather and told him it was time to get moving. Then Ale shouted his name and demanded to know if she had passed as one of his comrades. She'd convinced herself that Kamuro saw her as nothing but a burden. So, Kamuro blinked in surprise, then leaned in and demanded to know what in the world this was all about. Eiley told me she'd assumed he was panicking over her when he handed her those tough clothes in Marquez Dunge. She refuses to be Komodo's luggage, a burden that would only slow him down, so Ailey snaps that he should dodge danger, not stumble into it. Kamuro realized he'd completely misread the vibe, so he made it crystal clear he never once saw Ale as a burden. And he said, he finally admitted the truth. He wasn't thinking about anyone else. He was scared for himself. And to her surprise, Kamuro even told her a little about where he used to live, a safe, peaceful place. Right there, even a bruise or a fracture screamed danger and left everyone on edge. Compared to this world, it almost felt like a joke, sure. An adventurer could go out and get cut down by a goblin, but that was it. If something like that happened to Ale, it wouldn't just hurt him once, it would scar him for life. So Komuro didn't dress it up as for her sake, he insisted it was for his, determined to keep her out of danger, and he even apologized if it bruised her pride. While Ale finally realized she'd been wrong about him. She clenched her fists and snapped at Komuro, calling him an idiot. Then he still fretted for her, even when nobody asked him to. She couldn't stop smiling once she realized she'd been totally wrong, and Komuro's answer sounded exactly like him. But Komuro got blindsided when he heard what she was really thinking, since he'd assumed she was mad at him the day before, and Isle told him she was only frustrated and figured he saw her as an unworthy partner. She erupted into laughter, finally clocking that the whole mess was on her. She'd misunderstood everything. But before anything else, I need to make one thing crystal clear to Komuro. Komuro, she was a warrior who fought on pure will, and she made it clear if she ever fell, that pain would be hers alone. So Komuro had no reason at all to worry about her. Her Komuro finally got what she wanted, and with it all crystal clear now. He said they needed to head back now, and Komuro practically exhaled in relief. She was the kind of dependable person you could count on. On the way, she fired off a teasing remark calling him a walking worry ward. Komuro grinned wider than ever, because the fog of misunderstandings finally cleared, and Ale was eating up everything exactly like this. Right when they finally crashed back home, Komodo grilled Belsa about how it went. Then she answered by swinging her finger straight toward the sea. Komuro craned his eyes, stunned by the carnage. Zombies were sinking in the ocean, just like the sea had swallowed them alive. Sea because that meat was basically a dinner bell, and the zombies followed it like it owned them. Belsa admitted she'd run out of medicine, then shoved the undead toward the water, and they drowned right there. Komuro grinned because their mission here was finally done. And then, the very next. He told Black Dragon they'd be out of there soon, then thanked Black Dragon, the Water Dragon, and everyone who helped. And Black Dragon matched that respect right back, showing the same gratitude. He offered them a ride to the nearest town. After that, Komuro got paid in full. Black Dragon handed him 2 wild rewards, a map and a ship. He spotted a black dragon, locked in a handshake, and instantly the dragons poured blessings into him, fueling his push forward. Then it was go time. He was ready to bolt, and the water dragon stepped up, taking charge and hauling him away. Komuro and the crew plunged toward their next stop, soaking up that lightning-fast ride across the water, and Komuro couldn't stop being grateful for everything. Komuro finally snapped, telling Ale and Belsa to hear him out for a minute because he was ready to be straight about it. He wanted to hit a brothel in the next town. That shocking declaration left Ale and Belsa completely stunned. Their peaceful cruise got wrecked by something way too pervy, but Komuro couldn't stop himself because he'd been holding it in for ages. Belsa knew her words made perfect sense for a man, and she didn't hesitate to back him up because he was the only person she felt safe around, and she was grateful he'd pulled her out of that lonely, stuck feeling. Nail nodded along with the same feelings and agreed to pitch in for Komuro too. And then boom, Komuro got completely swallowed by it because the two of them clung to him like they'd been waiting to fall on him. He tried telling them it didn't feel right to bug them, but once he saw they were totally into it, the two just kept grinding together on the ship for 2 full days. Then, the moment they rolled into the next stop, a water dragon greeted them at the port town of Flora, sending them off with a roaring welcome. It was just another brand new place. Except this time, everything felt like it was about to go down. As Komuro set out to explore the world, he was crushed by a tightly packed maze of buildings. Packed with people from every corner, he'd heard rumors about this place, the city of adventurers, and it looked like the work was everywhere, so Komuro wasn't about to miss out. He still had the itch to have fun, so he couldn't wait to head to a brothel. But right as he thought he was getting a clean run, life slapped him with another surprise encounter. And this moment hit like the biggest turning point of his life, because the one who'd thrown Komuro into this world finally showed up. And right now, Komuro was about to jump right back into his exterminator work. In this brand new town, with his crew at his side, he was moments away from meeting the very person who reincarnated him. The god, and right before it all happens, the moment Komuro stepped into town, trouble was already waiting right there for him. An adventurer with a dagger in his hand was pounding a girl in bed with it, right at this. Komuro was still stuck at the docks in Flora Town, right here at this moment. That's where their ship finally dropped anchor. Then he caught sight of adventurers throwing hands in the bar, and just like that, He realized how loud and wild this town truly was. Komuro told Ali and Belsa to break off for now, then meet back up later. They both knew he'd end up heading to his brother anyway. After that, he vanished down the road, leaving Ali to scramble for an opening while Belsa kept their brand-new ship in top shape. Komuro hit the streets, cornering people to find the brothel's location, practically vibrating with excitement on the way until he spotted a frustrated adventurer storming off after coming out of it. He marched straight into the brothel and shouted, demanding to know if the place was even open. Komuro caught him, but then something totally unexpected hit her eyes. While the brothel girls hurriedly carried an injured woman through the chaos, as Komuro sobbed over her injuries, he realized those wounds screamed abuse torn up by some so-called adventurer. No hint of glamour in her battered face while everyone else rushed in to help that badly hurt woman. The brothel's manager bowed and apologized to Komuro for the whole messed-up scene. Other girls snapped at him that he wasn't welcome right then because everything was going sideways, and they kept shouting at the injured, begging them to wake up. She screamed that monster adventurer was way too cruel, and they had to drag in a priest fast. Then Komuro plunged his hand into the bag and yanked out recovery medicine for the wounded, right as the woman blurted, "Why do you have something this expensive?" She swore that the poor, injured woman would be dead long before anyone even touched her wounds, and to make it worse, they had zero money for the medicine. Komuro stepped in and said this wasn't some weak stuff. It was a super-concentrated potion he brewed himself, so they didn't have to worry. Komuro pressed the potion into the wounded girl's hands, and just like that, her injuries started vanishing immediately. Komuro finally clocked a few stubborn scabs still clinging to her body. Then he reached. She carefully scraped the scabs off with a knife without breaking the skin, and then slapped on more medicine to seal it up. Soon the wounded woman snapped back to consciousness, and her friend nearly cried with relief, glad she was still alive. But Komuro knew he couldn't linger, so he slipped out before things could get complicated. Outside, Komuro couldn't stop thinking what was he supposed to do next. Then the girl who'd been tending the wounded rushed in, grateful, and thanked Komodo for saving her friend's life. She just had to do something for him. And Komodo just asked if there was anywhere quiet enough for some privacy. She didn't get it at first, then she spotted it, his hard man pride sitting right there, bruising his ego, because he'd really come to this brothel just to take a woman, plain and simple. So she told him about this hill where he could finally be alone. While she pulled her panties off right in front of him, Komuro froze from pure shock. Then she thrust them into his hands as her heartfelt way of saying, "Thank you." She flashed a grin and said, "I'm Miria," then told him to take whatever he wanted, use her as freely as he pleased, straight from his heart. Komuro leaned in and told her who he was, right there on the spot. After a while, the noise died down and they vanished, leaving Komuro frozen, trying to wrap his head around how he ended up with this panty. But that's not even the worst. After that, he pressed on and headed out to the hill just outside town. Church ruins scattered the area, and locals swore nobody ever came near. So Komodo dropped into the most isolated spot he could find. He weighed it in his mind, because honestly, getting that little something was still way better than walking away with nothing. But the truth was, he'd never once pulled anything pervy in his life, not even once. So he stopped dead, wrestling with what to do next, wondering if he should just throw it on. Right then, a stunning girl showed up out of nowhere. She knew Komuro instantly and straight up asked him what he was doing. Komuro got totally blindsided when she suddenly popped up, and it instantly left him scrambling where in the world did she come from. And that's when he finally understood who she really was. She spoke like they'd met before, but the moment sank in. This was the first time he'd ever laid eyes on her. So she dragged Komuro back to that moment when he stared up at the sky and wondered if God was watching, and the girl just shrugged and said the answer swings between yes and no. At the start, Komuro felt completely lost, while the girl stayed stone calm. Then it hit him the exact moment he'd asked the god if it was really there. The girl finally admitted it. She wasn't just pretending she was the god. Komuro greeted her like it was totally normal, no surprise on his face at all. He wasn't surprised because Komuro had already seen weirder stuff. God was just relieved that Komuro had finally started getting used to this crazy world. Then Komuro leaned in and asked what God wanted from him, and just as she started to explain she came to deliver an ordinance, everything snapped into something worse. Then suddenly, She spotted something off in the sky and snapped Komuro to attention because a creepy stranger was about to show up. The next second, the ground exploded from the impact. This strange guy turned out to be another male monster, staring with pure evil. And it wasn't just anyone, he was the evil god. And he didn't just want power, he wanted credit too. Not the spotlight the light god gets. God turned to the evil one and demanded, "Why are you here?" And none of it made sense to Komuro because the evil god had just dropped another bombshell. He claimed he had business with the other world too. But curiosity burned in him, and he blurted to Komuro right away what was in his hand. Komuro yanked the panty out and flashed it to the evil god. Then the thing crawled his skin so hard he blurted that Komuro was a total mess. Komuro spun in place, totally confused about what was happening around him. And that's when he finally understood why the god and the evil god were circling him. After a long talk, Komuro caught the meaning fast. They weren't here for nothing. They came to push a massive, world-altering request through him. God. God said it was a divine ordinance, then leaned in and told her, straight up, to get him to do the job, so Komuro fired back, asking what God actually wanted him to work on. God shot back that she'd stop talking in circles, she'd lay it all out. Start by showing him the planet and telling him what's really going on there. She conjured lifelike holograms out of pure imagination, and then showed Komodo the entire planet like it was one giant hemisphere. First time Komuro truly stared at the planet, and then the god ripped the truth away. It wasn't some simple half-world at all, but a full sphere. The north was basically Earth-like, while the south looked hauntingly like the moon. He remembered just like Irene had warned him before about the planet and everything she said that night. And then the evil god leaned in and ordered him to stare at that eerie blue half because the wastelands were still crawling wider, minute by minute. That's why Komuro's eyes went wild. He could tell the heroes and spirits these days were running wild, doing whatever they wanted, and that chaos was tearing the environment apart. Komodo clocked some extra shiny spots glinting in the mix, and they pressed for answers. Evil. God only smirked and said it was exactly what their request for Komura pointed to. He kicked off the whole explanation. Those monopools were the reason the southern hemisphere, the one that looks like the moon, got cut off from magic for good. Komuro clocked it instantly. If we can't use magic in here, it'll smash through everyone's plans. And the evil god warned that the manipools could turn lethal for monsters, plants, and even humans who dwell there, spelling disaster on a worldwide scale. And Komodo figured this might be the reason the southern hemisphere got split from the northern hemisphere, but the evil god shot back that it was his sacred space still. It ignored her every word and split the planet all by itself. She couldn't fight back, because this disaster was born from her own carelessness. And now, the evil god straight up orders Komuro to mop up that nasty monopool of heavy, mono-sucking beings and then unleash it to spread. Komuro pointed out that this job was a whole other monster compared to every quest he'd done so far, and the evil god nodded, saying there was no way he could handle it all alone. Komuro's mind started racing, spinning every possible move he could make to tackle it. "Just handle it," he snapped. Then he turned to the evil god and demanded ideas, begging for options, even suggesting he try growing plants right in the mana pool. So the plan was simple. Make that tree pollen fly across the world, or just dump the slimes and let them explode in numbers, because they barely sip magic and spread it everywhere. But the evil god's jaw dropped when he heard the whole plan, plants and monsters working together. So he shot up into the sky in a flash, ready to slam this plan into action right now, God. God could already tell the evil one was up to his usual restless trouble. Then Komuro fired a question at her. Why did she bring up the hero in spirits before? God kicked things off by grilling Komuro what kind of hero image was living in his head, and then Komuro shot back that the hero had to be the real deal, powerful, full of justice and kindness, someone the king and everyone else could actually trust. God pulled him aside and said, "A hero isn't some title or fancy rank. What makes you a hero is the spirits that bless you." She broke it down like this: when a spirit blesses an ordinary adventurer, their powers shoot up to a whole new level, and suddenly, they're the heroes everyone talks about. Komuro told her it'd be faster if the god handled it herself, but she snapped back, "I gave them a will when I made them." Still, they ignored her, same as the space that won't listen either. "All right, everything's said, everything's done." God leaned in and demanded Komuro confirm he'd carry out her brutal hit list and extermination of heroes. That was a seriously gutsy request to throw at him, and God herself laid out every detail. That she just wanted him to wipe out the excess heroes scattered all across the world. Komuro's jaw dropped. God was really asking him for this. Because this wasn't a polite request, it was basically telling him to go out and slaughter people. Tomorrow was so grim with dread that he couldn't even entertain the idea of wiping out those heroes and spirits for real, carrying the weight of everything they had left. God commanded it, so he couldn't say no. Then Komuro turned to her and demanded, "All right, what do I do to handle them?" She said that if you just kill or rip out the spirit, you won't stop them from becoming heroes, you'll just set the rules wrong, and Komodo clocked that instantly. It means God didn't really want those people dead, so when she spotted Komuro, she flashed a friendly smile and acted like everything was fine. Once he finally accepted the request. Now listen, everything in this port town is about to flip upside down for Komuro, as he told God that her request was nothing but trouble. Then she cut him off mid-sentence. She pressed Komuro for a broad sense of what he understood from everything she'd said. And he said it all felt so random, like everything flipped on him and his plan got yanked out from under him in an instant. She finally clocked it. This had to be how all those other worlders got here. Komuro wrapped it up fast, slid right into the main point, and told her he had a solid idea for how to nail this request. Then he headed straight back to the city's merchant guild and marched up to the counter. He slammed out an application to kick off his own cleaning and pest control business. Komuro nodded and said he was done waiting. He wanted to start his own company so he could keep making those requests from here on out. At the very end, Alain Belsa leaned in and asked, "Did you really build your company just because you couldn't stand all that work?" Komodo said this would be the heartbeat of their work, and right there, they'd snag even more gigs straight off the bat. He'd been cooking up this plan for ages because hunting heroes across the whole northern hemisphere would have chewed up way too much time. He thought, if I build a company and pull in more workers, I can send them to different places, and that'll stitch together a solid info network so tracking the heroes gets way easier. At the Merchant Guild, they told him straight up if he wanted to start his own company, he'd need someone who'd already done business in town before. When Komura demanded the favor, he got into the brothel and they vouched for him like payment was owed in the form of the recovery medicine. He was so relieved they stepped in, and as he filled out the form, he replayed it in his head. Those two gods had just tagged him with an extermination request. And now he had to do what had to be done while still running his company and keeping it all together. As president, Komuro realized the gods had singled him out to handle both the heroes and the spirits himself. But if he could swing it, Komuro wanted to stack up the kind of evidence that would shut the gods down so spirits couldn't keep draining their powers for no reason, even if that took everything he had. Then it hit him. He might need a real, no-holds-barred way to wipe out the main hero. He snapped his gaze upward and saw Ale and Belsa chatting away with bright, cheerful grins. Komuro couldn't shake the worry taking on the heroes sounded like a trap, because they sure wouldn't let him wipe them out nicely. Which meant one thing was always on the table: bloodshed. Komuro was stuck not knowing what to do next, who to team up with, who to avoid, and what he shouldn't let slip. So Al stepped in and called him out, then flat out told him she'd be the vice president, and Belsa would run the whole head research team in his company. Komuro stayed calm for half a second. Then it hit him. These two had already mapped out joining his company. Ale promised they wouldn't split here, and she was sure that if she stayed by his side, she'd grow stronger fast. Belsa felt the same, soaking up the life around Komuro, and Komuro immediately started replaying how it all began when they joined. He realized he desperately needed more muscle right now, and these two were perfect choices. He was certain they'd be fine, and when they chose to join, he stepped right in and accepted it. Ailey wasted no time. She laid down the rules. Her basic pay would be just 1 gold coin a month, but Belsa would handle the expenses on her own and charge for them separately. Komuro figured it was fine to let someone else handle the prices, because he had no idea what anything cost in this world. 2 days later, the Merchant Guild pinged him. His application was approved, and the guild hooked him up with a merchant certificate because if you wanted to do business, that piece of paper was the key. Komodo told Ali and Belsa the news, too. Komodo's company was officially up and running now. He was absolutely blown away, because he never once imagined he'd rise to become the president of his own company. The good news lit up his mood. So he called everyone over and ordered them to get to work right away, while Belsa chimed in that they should duck into the cafe for lunch and hash out the plans. Both of them buzzed with excitement about getting new expenses covered, mostly Komuro's money, what terrified him most was the fate of his brand new company. In the cafe, they grabbed a table, and as they dug into lunch, Al demanded to know where Komuro even got the request from, and Komuro smirked, saying he'd explain it to her later. For now, they've got to figure out a way to recruit more hands so their allies can grow stronger. Belsa said they could grab a captain strong enough to handle the Black Dragon ship, so everyone else could finally kick back and rest as they sailed overseas. Ale told us to hunt for someone with serious physical strength, someone who could actually help on the road, and right then, her old guild instructor was the one talking, pushing for it while Ale could train right alongside the pick. Komuro dropped his big idea he wanted a skilled sewer on the team so every employee could wear uniforms just like his, and now that they'd started talking about what kind of people they needed, it instantly pinned down Komodo's job. He had to find at least 2 people who fit all those criteria. They wolfed down their lunches, and Komuro darted off to the guild, already plotting, "We've got to advertise our company too." So he sent Ale and Belsa hunting for jobs. As he kept posting more jobs for hire in the guild, he also hunted down quests for him, and it took. Komuro and the guild spent a little time, but they finally nailed every last detail on the job notice, and he slapped it up on the wall like a final piece of the puzzle. The job poster screamed that they wanted crew who could master ship handling and spot the right moments fast. Right then, Ailey burst in and told him about a fresh quest: wipe out those mazmascals and smash every last bug roach. Komuro nodded, then headed straight for the massive mansion where an old lady was waiting on exterminators to finally show up. They finally reached it, and the old ladies guided them straight into the basement reeking with pests. Then Komuro dropped the extermination gear, ready to go to war on the mazmascals and the bug roaches. When the day was over, he returned to that same spot and found a bunch of mazmascals and roaches sprawled dead on the ground, like the place had just turned into a graveyard. He gathered every last one as cold, undeniable proof of their subjugation, and the old lady beamed and thanked him for the amazing work he'd done. Komuro grabbed his quest rewards from the guild, and their day wrapped up fast, chaotic in the middle, totally worth it in the end. As soon as they hit home, Belsa burst in to greet them with open arms, and Komodo leaned in, telling her, "We cranked out so much work today." As she asked how it went on her side, Belsa didn't look calm for even a second. She snapped that they had a problem right now. And Komuro heard it straight from her earlier. A guard had rushed over to warn her that an intruder was slipping around their ship in the shipyard. Ale warned that the intruder could be hunting their cargo next. Komuro snapped that his ship was empty because he'd shoved everything into his bag, and Ale just cackled it off like only a complete idiot would even try to loot a dead, empty ship. While Belsa was the only one stuck in this same place, Komuro pushed forward, went to visit, and told the other 2 to crash and recover for tomorrow. Komuro bolted out immediately to the shipyard, determined to see what was going on for himself. When he finally arrived, the shipyard was already in total pandemonium. All the workers were in a full-blown panic, hunting for the intruders lurking around the area, and just like that, Komuro slipped into the building. Then the shipyard owner shouted for everyone to let Komuro through. He slammed the door shut fast, trapping the intruder before they could bolt. The shipyard owner bowed and apologized to Komuro. Then Komuro snapped, "So what's going on here?" The owner grimly said it was a catfolk and that they were somewhere inside the yard. The worker's eyes started to slide away from the intruder, and just like that, he vanished from view. But Komuro clocked the guy almost immediately and fired off a question to the shipyard. Did that intruder look like some young kid in rags? The shipyard owner blinked, utterly stunned by how razor-sharp Komuro's eyes were. And the intruder was seconds away from launching his final speed run straight for the gate. Komuro figured that guy would slip away if nobody grabbed him, so the second the catfolk got close, the intruder started to say, Komuro shows up, but before he can move, he tells him to stop right there. He flicked the intruder's head with one finger, and bam, the intruder flew meters away. Komuro suddenly realized he might have knocked the guy down, so he called out the shipyard owner, and later they tracked the intruder's details. His name was Seth, and he was born at a cat village on Lake Adele. They got Seth's orders to sneak onto Komuro's ship because the real goal was to become fishermen, not to swipe any money. Seth looked wrecked, pleading with tears in his eyes, and he flat out told them he only came to this town to find work. He just wanted to meet the ship's captain and get hired. The shipyard owner snaps at Seth, telling him his excuse isn't good enough to break into someone's ship. And just like that, Seth finally clocked it too. Now shipyard owner looked Komuro dead in the eye and demanded, "So what do we do next?" And he made it clear, even if nobody got hurt, a break-in happened. Komuro sat down, and since Seth was a fisherman, he quizzed him on whether he could handle a ship or even cook. Seth blurted out, desperate, that he'd handled ships ages ago, and when it came to food, all he could manage were fish dishes. Come on. Komuro heard that and, without hesitation, hired Seth. Then smirked and said he might be able to hold his own after a bit of training, and told him that from this moment on, he'd be captain of his own ship. Seth couldn't believe his own idea. Handing the ship's thief off to the guy who'd come to steal it felt totally idiotic. As the captain of that very ship, Komuro leaned in and asked, "So you want to get caught?" Komuro's reply made it clear Seth wasn't getting out of this that easily. And then Komuro grabbed his attention, offering his hand while reminding him straight up that he was here to make money. Money. Seth couldn't tell if it was real or a dream, but once he had it in his hands, he couldn't ignore what it meant. He took Komuro's hand, and out of nowhere it hit him like a shock. Seth clasped Komuro's hand tight with both of his hands, swearing he'd put his faith in Komuro from here on out. Komuro shot back that it felt the same, and by nightfall, they crashed and slept easy. The next day, the guild was buzzing like it always did. And today, a horned beast girl spotted a job poster and got seriously intrigued. And then he took a deep breath and applied for the job, staring ahead with hope burning in his eyes. After a while, Komuro shot over to the guild. And right there, the receptionist leaned in and told him someone was waiting, someone who wanted to join his company. Komuro practically burst with excitement after hearing that, and he rushed over to inspect the applicant himself. When he laid eyes on her, he froze. She was a girl from the Beast clan, rocking those cute, rounded horns with a simple face that screamed, "Country." It hit him instantly. She just might be perfect for the job. Until he finally clocked that she was drenched in sweat from those heavy clothes on a scorching day. The girl shot back her name Maramu and told him she'd come straight to this place after spotting the recruitment ad. Right in the middle of her sentence, she suddenly started to faint, and Komuro shot over fast to catch her and help. He told her he finally got her sport and he'd hire her on the spot, but only after she upgraded her clothes. After that, Komuro and Maramu started talking as they walked through town. He told her she'd been accepted into the company, and that meant he wouldn't be under her care anymore. Then, Marumu apologized for scaring him earlier. She leaned in and told him her parents used to run a goat-sheep ranch, so she'd been dressing like this since forever. Komodo hauled her into a clothing store, told her to pick out whatever she wanted, and said he'd foot the bill now that she was his employee. Marumu beamed, then rushed off to grab herself a fresh pair of clothes. And right in front of Komuro, she tossed off those thick clothes without a second thought, sweat soaked through, panting. And once she dried off, she slipped into the brand-new lighter outfit she'd just bought. After that, she greeted Komuro like it was totally normal. Yet he froze, stunned by how ridiculously adorable she looked in those clothes with the right amount of style. Marumu squirmed in these weird clothes, feeling seriously awkward, while Komuro couldn't stop staring like she was completely locked in on Marumu's figure. After that, he said everyone was ready to roll out to his shop, and as they headed there, he thanked her for jumping into his little company. She grinned right back, thrilled to be with him. Then they headed straight to the food market, where they were moments away from sharing lunch together in a cafe buzzing with energy. Komuro kicked things off with a big welcome, rolling out 2 brand-new interns and introducing the newest members to the party. Seth. Yep, the beast man from the Black Cat family showed up, and so did Marimu, ready to jump in and help with the sewing and the cooking. Dale couldn't believe it. Marumu was the only one who even bothered to apply, and Komuro straight up said they weren't even known, so everyone basically expected it. Next, Ale stepped up and announced herself Ale the Warrior, claiming the title of Swordsman and Dragon's Guardian. Komuro leaned in and asked if her title wasn't the Sword Demon anymore, and she said, "Yep, it changed for good after what happened with the Light Dragon." Then Belsa stepped up and introduced herself like a blazing secret, claiming she was a magician who'd pour her entire life into studying monsters. And she earned the title Dragon's Guardian from the Black Dragon himself right after their quest. Meanwhile, Komuro couldn't figure out why he had 0 title so right when he was about to introduce himself. Seth couldn't believe it. Ale and Belsa were both carrying titles at the same time. Komuro shot them a confused look and demanded why those titles mattered so much. Then Seth hit him with the truth in this whole country. Only 10 people held a title. Al brushed it off and said titles didn't matter much, especially with Komuro around. Seth pressed him on why. And Ale turned to Komuro and asked what his current level was. Komuro shot back that he was level 91 right this second, which left both newcomers with their mouths hanging open. Seth and Maramu both dropped into a faint after they stared at his guild card, and thankfully the loud crowd around them drowned out their whispers, so nobody really noticed. Seth felt like some wild stranger had his name on a target list, while Maramu grilled Komuro, asking what kind of extermination job he actually does. He told her they used to deal with insects like cockroaches, and even with those troublemaking must masks. He said girls usually don't like this kind of work, then turned to Maramu and asked if she could handle all the blood and creepy insects right then. Seth felt sick just hearing it, and Belsa snapped at him not to bring stuff like that up while they were eating. Komuro did it because he knew it's best to be up front, but Maramu's reaction was the total opposite. She wasn't worried at all. She was fired up, eager to jump into the extermination work herself. Belsa decided that if things were going that way, she could handle the cadavers just fine. To test her resolve, Maramu launched into the terrifying tale of how she once nearly died after a poison spider sank its bite into her, and that day taught her the hard truth. Even tiny insects can turn deadly. So she started treating them like something to erase. And on top of that, she'd already seen enough blood in the kind of work she used to do back in her hometown. So she was dead sure she could take on every bit of work. Then Komuro heard her say it and instantly realized he might have just hired a psychopath. Then, just like that, they pushed forward and crushed a feast. And once they wrapped up, Seth leaned in and said he wanted to hear President Camaro's intro too. Komuro grinned at the news, and since everyone was finally gathered, he knew it was time to spill his own goals, so he kicked things off with a real introduction, revealing he was the president of the Komuro Company, and the crowd instantly lit up with excitement. Just when it felt like all hope was gone, Komuro finally blurted the whole truth. He'd died in another world, and God had dragged him here. And somehow this company was born from a special request sent by God herself. Seth and Maramu were totally new to the company, but for Ale and Belsa, this was their first time hearing about Komuro's request and his big dream for this company. And once the news hit, Komuro laid out everything for everyone right there. And then boom! He finally got the order to wipe out the heroes, along with the report the god handed him right before it. So, as soon as the explanations were over, he snapped that everyone would team up from this moment on to exterminate the heroes. Then he stared at their shocked faces, and of course they exploded, yelling, "Why are we only hearing about something this huge now?" Then they struggled to wrap their heads around everything, even the wild claim about God, though it was never confirmed until, a minute later, Belsa leaned in and asked, "So you're really saying—" "They're saying they have to wipe out the heroes and scrub the northern hemisphere clean, and Komuro even confirms it, pointing out what's happening in the southern hemisphere too." Belsa finally snatched a quiet moment to think just her thoughts, and the silence. And she couldn't deny it anymore. Komodo wasn't just messing around. He was on a mission to save the world. Komodo didn't overthink it for a second. He just lifted his glass, roared for everyone's attention, and called them to band together and save the world. They were totally blown away when Komuro dropped that massive bombshell, but no matter what, things for them had started to spin out of, racing full throttle toward their mission to wipe out the heroes. Even the rookies had to hustle on this massive job, and when the day finally ended, it didn't feel finished at all. It left even bigger surprises hanging in the future. Next morning, way early, when the sun was barely up, the town was buzzing like always, and Komuro stepped out clutching a map like it held the key to something big, which he snatched from the Black Dragon map in hand. It pinpointed town flora, the forests, the grasslands, the Black Dragon's mansion, and even the deserts. Komuro could read the whole continent off the map, except for those tiny spots the map just couldn't fit. He figured they'd still have to hustle around and dig up the info on heroes. Komuro knew they couldn't just wait around, so he told Belsa, "We're heading straight to the adventurers and merchant guilds. Any hero gossip we can dig up around this city, we're taking it all." While they hauled their company name into the spotlight, Ale nodded along and grabbed onto the plan she and Seth would sprint into the forest behind town so Seth could start his training right away. Komuro told Maramushi to head back to the inn, whip up some clothes for the employees, and bring him a sample later. Then everything goes quiet. And just like that, everyone split off to crush their tasks. After that, Komuro headed straight to the guild and grilled the receptionist for intel. But she had nothing on heroes, so he and Belsa split up, racing into different areas to hunt down more people for answers. While Al prowled the woods, she shoved Seth through brutal training. A wild boar slammed into him and shoved him back like it was part of his training. Winning because whenever Seth got overwhelmed, Ale stepped in, tore into the monster, and wiped it out for him. She finally clicked with everything Seth needed to start training, and Seth snapped to it, fully obeying every word she said. Around that time, Maruma was sewing uniforms at the inn, and the very first sample she pulled out made her grin like she'd nailed it. Meanwhile, Belsa and Komuro pushed way past the town, trekking deeper into the outskirts. Belsa pulled him back and shot Komuro a question she reminded him she had skill points to spend right now, then asked if he wanted her to unlock any specific skills. Komuro hadn't even considered it until his mind finally caught up, and once it did, he realized that it's way better if the employees get to pick their own skills now. He scanned the map for his next stops, the forest and the grasslands then. Just as the silence set in and he realized there might be nobody around, he snapped around like he'd had enough and considered turning back. They caught the echo of a guy yelling from far away, and Komuro spotted him. A guy gets thrown off his carriage while he's hauling a horse. Rampage's horse snapped into a wild sprint, running wild and out of control. And then it hits them maybe that person isn't a stranger at all. Maybe they're a merchant. Komuro blurted out to Belsa what to do, and she snapped back, "Stop that horse," right before it slammed into him. Komuro flicked his fingers at the horse, and it buckled so hard it got knocked out cold, crashing to the ground. After that, Komuro spotted the merchant rushing over, checking on them like something was seriously wrong. Komuro stepped out of the mess and handed it over to Belsa to deal with. But the merchant grabbed Komodo and demanded to know if he was the one who'd taken down that horse because it looked brutally attacked. Komodo had basically nothing to say, so he just walked right up and checked the carriage. Then he stared inside the carriage and realized it was packed with slaves. The slaves trembled in fear and begged him, "Are you the slave trader?" Komuro shot them a confident look and swore he wasn't the slave trader or the one buying them. Komuro suddenly heard a slave choking on his own cough, harsh and relentless. So he stormed up to her and shoved a healing potion into her hands, and the girl didn't hesitate for a second. And she gulped down the healing potion, and once the pain eased, Komuro froze, staring at just how breathtaking she looked, even with that deadly pale skin. She thanked him for the medicine, but no matter what she tried, that brutal headache just wouldn't quit. Komodo snapped in her head that this could mean one thing: poison in her cup, or a curse dragged straight onto her. The slave girl blurted out, "It won't heal," and she'd eventually transform into a ghoul. Komuro couldn't stop replaying what she said in her head, and after that, they apparently never spoke again. Komuro sprinted back to Belsa and dropped the truth he'd used special healing medicine on the slaves, pouring healing fumes into the air to lift their bodies back up. After that, he went straight to the merchant and begged to negotiate the slaves' freedom, only for it to backfire hard, because the captives were sick and treated like they were dangerous. Then Belsa leaned in and confessed she still had one more question itching at her curiosity. When she told him that the horse from before was famous for being calm and sweet, she admitted this one was acting strangely instead. She grabbed his attention and told him she'd finally tracked down the real cause. When she dug it out, it turned out to be this tiny insect she'd snagged right from a horse's ear. There was this bizarre creature called a locust hopper, and it usually made its home out in the scorching desert. Imuro couldn't shake the feeling this desert creature popping up in the forest was no accident. But then they pushed forward and hurried right alongside the merchant's cart. Komodo leaned in and asked the merchant straight up if he wanted them to escort him into town. Belsa promised she'd settle the escort and medicine fees later, and the merchant grudgingly went along, not exactly thrilled. Then they finally rolled into town by dawn, and just like that, things picked up again. When they were back, Al stared at the locust hopper. How on earth could something that small unleash a horse like this? Komuro nodded like, yeah, that's exactly what happened, and admitted he'd never heard a peep about that insect back on his old continent. He leaned in and peppered Ale with one question. Did you manage to dig up any info? And she shot back that they'd been out there in the forest the whole time, training non-stop. Besides that, she had nothing interesting to share. Muramu showed up with her report saying she was almost finished sewing the uniform, and Komuro snapped, "Bring them to me afterward," so he could slap on the emblem and harden them with his magic. The huge win from that day, Komuro finally dug up real intel on the heroes from the merchant trader they'd met earlier. He claimed a real hero was out there on this very continent, and that he himself was the hero of Earth. Ailey practically burst with joy after hearing they'd finally made real progress. Komuro couldn't shake the feeling that something nasty was about to hit them. Belsa pressed him, asking if this insect or maybe his gut instinct was what he planned to use to exterminate it. And Ailey shot back that Komuro was the same kind of guy he'd pry into these creatures way past anything even monsters would dare. Komuro shrugged it off, but the darkness was coming in fast, and now it was too far gone. So Ailey climbed into bed, while Komodo shot the same command to everyone else, gearing them up for a brutal day ahead. Meanwhile, no one knew yet what that tiny insect trapped in the jar could do, or what kind of disaster was about to crawl its way out. The next day, Komodo and the others huddled together, ready to find out what the day had in store for them. Komuro told Time he was heading straight to the Adventurers Guild to fill them in about the locust hopper. Ailey leaned in and asked, "So you're really that obsessed with that insect?" He nodded and told him, "In my old world we had insects just like that tore through the fields, devouring every last crop and leaving the people crushed by staggering damage." Ailey hadn't heard anything like that before, and Belsa, she'd only read about it until the moment she finally saw it with her own eyes. Camaro said this could be their big break. So they'd better lock in that funding for their company too, because if they wipe out the locust hoppers along with the usual pests, steady cash is guaranteed. Come on. Belsa was buzzing at his careful plans, and suddenly this whole thing felt less like chaos and more like it was building into a real company. Komuro snapped that they had to do it because somehow they needed to dig up the employees' lunch receipts. They always gobble it up without a second thought. Then Meramu shows up and heads straight for Komuro, with a burning emergency tied to the uniform. And the moment she tried to put it on, her mana vanished out of nowhere. Then she crumpled to the ground. Isle and Belsa insisted no sweat, no problems, like there was nothing at all that could stop them from wearing it. Seth didn't get it either. Komuro stared at the mark he'd carved in it, then told them the uniform's strengthening magic might have caused it. To use the armor, you needed a chunk of mana to power it, and on top of that, it came with a level requirement too. Komuro tells Muramu to team up with Ailey and grind her level up alongside Seth, and right before they march into battle, Muramu has to hit an armor shop first. Miramu was buzzing with excitement because she finally got her chance to witness blood right after that. Komuro leaned in and asked Belsa what she planned to do, and she grinned. She'd stick right beside him, because the locust hopper's ecology had her hooked. Now that everyone's tasks were locked in, they split off in every direction to chase progress. At the town flora government office, Komodo pressed the receptionist for directions, and she pointed him toward a stairway that plunged straight down into the basement. Darkness swallowed the path, and as they kept moving, Komuro couldn't stop thinking, would anyone even be here? He figured this had to be the spot, because the receptionist told him to ask the guildmaster about it, which meant the guildmaster was here. When they finally slipped into that dark place and reached the room, a strange glow flickered ahead, lighting up the shadows, and then he started hammering on the door. Komuro stormed in, snapped his name, and announced himself like a warning pest control department. He finally explained why they came, and the old man in the locust hopper place greeted them with a grin before introducing himself. Then the landlord and the guildmaster, Riddle Blacks, locked eyes and began their introductions. Komuro took one look around. This room was insanely wide and ridiculously luxurious for just one person, and the place was packed wall to wall with books and town-related materials. He just found out the Riddle Blacks weren't strangers at all. They were the king's cousin, the one ruling the entire continent. Komuro couldn't wrap his head around it. Why was someone this great digging around underground like he was hunting secrets? No matter what, they kept chatting, and Riddle told them he was only reading the records for the locust hopper. Riddle leaned in and told them that roughly 30 years back, a locust hopper outbreak erupted in the northern desert. And the records say it all before it happened. The desert got hit with brutal, non-stop rain. In the desert, Riddle also said the heavy rain forecasts had been rolling in for days. Belsa shot Komuro a signal. These clues might be connected. Then Komuro moved in. Riddle got the report he'd run into a slave trader the day before, and the guy looked like he was fleeing for his life from a rampaging flash flood. Riddle's eyes went wide when he learned about that disaster, and he just couldn't stay quiet after that. And if that really happened, he knew things were about to get seriously worrying right after. Komuro leaned in and spilled everything about how he'd stumbled on a single locust hopper, then told him it all matched the old records, right down to the brutal heavy rain from a few days back. Everything finally started to click, and Riddle and Komuro felt it too, like something was rising up inside them. Then Riddle turned to Komuro and asked if he ever heard just how vicious the damage was when the locusts swept in. He finally owned up to the fact that they'd been caught fueling Kogai incidents. They were wiping out crops by the thousands, and once that slaughter starts, it doesn't stay in just one place, it spreads. The damage matched the Black Storm itself, right on schedule with what the old book's prophecy promised. Komuro leaned in and grilled Riddle, asking if he'd caught the gist. And Riddle said he finally got it. If this becomes real, the disaster from 30 years ago will slam right back in. Again, still, it was only a guess for now, and convincing himself of something from 30 years ago wasn't something Riddle could just rush into. Komuro snapped, if that's how it is. He raced to uncover what was causing it and to grab every ingredient he needed to whip up the pesticides fast. Belsa cooked up a wild idea: forge a medicine strong enough to wipe out the locust hoppers, a threat nobody had heard of yet. Komodo leaned in and told her to go hunt for different flowers, because in his old world, people started using certain flowers as raw ingredients to cook up pesticides. Belsa nodded and said he'd dig deeper. Then he pushed us to start our research right where we spotted the first locust hopper, the forest. Riddle challenged him, asking if he'd really investigate this with zero quest and no reward. Then Komuro shot back, yeah, I'm just curious. It's my job and I don't do it for payouts. He'd only start thinking about it for real once something big actually shows up from his investigation. He and Belsa marched off to work, and Riddle just couldn't help but admire how fired up they were. Later on, Komuro slipped away for a while and headed up to the church on the hill because he wanted to meet God face to face. He told God he'd keep working while he searched for the heroes at the same time, and God snapped back, so you only called me just to say that? Komuro said he only thought about reporting it, and she was blown away by how calmly he handled everything. Then Komuro smiled and insisted it was his pleasure to do his job right. God told him his personality and every gesture would win over the people of this world, but Komuro couldn't shake the feeling he didn't even know why. Then the goddess smiled and said she was totally fine with it. No deadline at all, just one terrifying rule finish before the world gets destroyed. Komuro hurried back to link up with Belsa after finishing that errand. They ran their errands, then mapped out where to go using a guide, and he told her they'd scout the deserts right after the forest. But she wasn't exactly thrilled to realize how far they'd have to go. Komuro sat down right away and told her, show me your shoes. And he cast magic on them, blasting out wind pressure, but she darted from the top and slipped through the chaos despite the crushing pressure. Komuro snapped in to steady her before she hit the ground, warned her to watch her step, and said these shoes would let her rocket forward way faster than before. Right before they launch into a sprint, Komodo leans in and asks her if she ever enjoyed the desert at Marquez Place, and she lit up at how fun it was. Then she clocked that Komodo was gearing up to run too. Komuro nodded, then his mind raced because even with level 91 behind him, he'd never once used his powers on purpose, and now was the perfect moment to finally test them. So the moment he signaled Belsa to sprint, both of them exploded out of the gate with a brutal head start. Both of them tore across the world, carving up the ground with blazing streaks of dust so fast they outsped every vehicle or transport ever built. Man, I'm absolutely loving this breakneck speed. And she fired the question at him, asking how he could sprint like that with zero magic on his shoes. And Komuro admitted he still wasn't even using his full power. Before long, they finally spotted those far-off deserts so distant it felt unreal, yet clear as day from the road leading into the forest. Komuro said he hadn't snagged a single locust hopper within his detection range, so they pushed even deeper into the forest right into the slave traders' territory. Right there, Komuro whipped his eyes around and started sizing up everything around them. Belsa leaned in and demanded to know if the slave trader had spilled anything more. Komuro said the slave trader swore something lunged out of the bushes, so the horse went berserk, and they all figured it could only mean more locust hoppers were out there. Belsa yanked open her bag and pulled out a net to snare even more of them. For now, they hopped onto every locust hopper they could find, hunting down fresh leads for more research. Soon, Belsa finally spotted one of them, and with the magic shoes blazing under her feet, she snatched it right out of the air. Catch it. Belsa lit up like she'd scored the win all by herself, and Komuro grinned because he could see she was genuinely having a blast. Suddenly, he realized way too late that the locusts weren't just there. There were freaking tons of them, and Belsa's eyes widened as she realized the thing in her hand wasn't anything like the one they'd found before. But the sheer number of locust hoppers swarming out here was downright terrifying, especially because they weren't even in their natural forest habitat. Komuro then locked eyes with the vicious locust hopper, and it hit him. This whole situation felt like a prophecy snapping into place. After that, Komuro and Belsa pitched their camp, then dove straight into the investigation. He handed the mission to Belsa to track down flowers for the pesticide ingredients, then hurried straight to the village to report what he'd found. Back in the government office, Komuro stands up and spills everything he unearthed from the investigation, riddling the room with the truth, and Riddle snapped tense the moment he heard it. Komuro told him their researcher was still hunting for the cause, but either way, that omen might still be real. Then a voice from right behind Riddle snapped, warning that Komuro might be a total con man and that there was absolutely no way to trust him. The one who said it was a dark elf, turns out he was Riddle's stepbrother, Jerry. Jerry straight up told Riddle that if he ever needed help with anything, he'd be there in a heartbeat. No Komuro, just him. To push everything forward, Komuro whipped out the locust hopper he'd extracted from the horse and laid out his plan. He was determined to build a real extermination method for it. He told them that teaming up with Riddle would make everything move at full speed. Then Riddle shot back at Jerry, making it crystal clear Komuro is one of a kind. An adventure type who'll tackle the locust hopper when everyone else would bail. No rewards, no hesitation. Riddle sealed the deal. Now he would finally hand Komuro the materials he promised. Right on his word. Jerry wasn't having it. He stomped out and slammed the door in their faces. Komodo figured Jerry probably saw him as a total con man the second he laid eyes on him. And yeah, he totally gave off something's off energy. Then Riddle quickly apologized for all the trouble, and Komuro admitted he felt a huge wave of relief hit him, because he finally noticed someone out here in this giant room was genuinely worried about Riddler, and that made Riddler go all shy after Komuro's words. Then he burst out saying, "This is my town, so I've got to step up for it, just like Komuro." He beckoned him, then shouted, "Come on, follow me!" They marched in together, then stormed the guild's main hall to announce to everyone that the Locust Dealing Organization was about to be born, starting right now. He told everyone that Komodo had apparently handed him some seriously useful intel, so from this point on, every adventure would run only with guild and government working together, to brace himself for the desert demon's coming strike. As the tension finally fizzled out among everyone, the staff snapped into action and got straight to work, showing just how much they trusted Riddle, and that's when Komuro swore he'd be the kind of boss everyone believed in someday. And now, finally, things were starting to look up because this was Komuro's very first company job, and even on a scale this huge, it wouldn't take long for it to shift again. Thunder started roaring outside, and Komuro bolted out to see what the chaos was all about. And to his absolute shock, dark clouds came surging toward the town, swelling so huge they swallowed the desert right alongside it. No one saw this wild natural event coming, so for a few stunned moments, even Komuro and everyone else just froze in disbelief. And just when Komuro thought he could coast through it, the vibe turned ugly after a while. The other adventurers started hurling bottles and smashing glasses all over the place. Komuro and Riddle stared, totally confused. Then Komuro snapped that he'd go take a look himself, so he charged in, and right after a quick scan around, Komuro's stomach dropped when he realized the adventurers were stirring chaos in every single corner. After they heard they'd be sent overseas to fight some tiny locust hoppers with zero real pay to show for it, Rage exploded in every single one of them. Money. So you'd think they'd be chasing something huge, but nope, they were about to get some petty, worthless trash instead. Then the bar owner snapped at Komodo, "Take cover," because the adventurers were in the middle of a full-blown rage storm, and you really shouldn't try to interrupt them. The owner told him, "Hold up, just moments ago, a guild staffer rushed in and asked for your help to fight off the incoming Lucifer Hopper swarm." And that fury lit a match, turning them into a full-blown riot while the adventurers raged too, because they couldn't stand how they couldn't even head for another place. Those ships got wrecked by the storm, so there was nowhere to go. Then Riddle showed up at Komuro's door, checking if everything was fine until Komuro shot back that he'd better not step inside. Suddenly, Riddle got hit by a chair slamming through the air straight at him, and he barely scraped past it in time, dodging at the last second. Riddle froze in shock, then plopped straight down on his butt. Komuro leaned in and asked, "Are you okay?" Riddle insisted he was fine, but the moment things like this happened, worry gnawed at him. Komuro just figured that adventurers always drag chaos in with them. Then Komuro got hit with a call, picked it up fast, and the voice on the other end, it was Belson. Belsa blurted that she'd tracked down a flower the locust hoppers couldn't stand, and she was itching to get a closer look. And then she spilled everything to him. Komuro's face lit up at her progress, and he urged her to keep pushing forward. Great news hit Riddle's ears, and he couldn't stop grinning. This was exactly what he needed to hear. He said he'd send the word to the guild to hook up with a crew of western florists to handle the materials. Then suddenly, a loud explosion ripped through the distance, and Riddle's eyes widened as he tried to figure out what the heck was going on. Komuro spotted thick smoke billowing from the shipyard areas, and right then, a messenger burst in on the chief and blurted the worst news. Another crew of adventurers had just stormed the shipyard, demanding a ship. And when they got shut down, they flipped and started brawling with the shipyard workers. Riddle never saw it spiraling this badly. Right when the whole town had to band together and fight as one. Riddle hit a wall, couldn't figure it out at all. Then Komuro snapped into action, had an idea, and rushed back to the bar for round 2. Riddle tried to block his path too late as fury-charged adventurers stormed in and drove him toward that place. He grinned right back and said, "I've got something I'm dying to try." Why didn't Riddle stop him right then? He just watched as Komuro turned and walked away. The office crew cornered Riddle and demanded to know if he realized Komuro was cooking up a plan. But Riddle had no clue meanwhile, inside the bar. Rage seethed through the adventurer, smashing everything in sight and spitting out words they never should have said about coming to this town in the first place. The bar owner didn't care about anything else. He was laser-focused on protecting his place. Then he spotted Komodo back again and blasted, "Why are you back?" Komuro leaned over to the bar owner and asked to smash one table, then promised he'd pay him back later. The owner had no clue what he was doing until Komuro leaned in and whispered his plan, telling him to fake it right now to stop the adventurers. Owner was a little hopeful, so he let Komuro move the table however he wanted. Komuro flashed a warm, kind smile. Then he set his hands in place and sharpened his strength just a little, while the owner stared at him, watching his face twist into something far more terrifying, even intimidating him. Komuro then shoved his fist up over the table ready to strike, and he drove it straight down, slamming the table with a brutal, earth-shaking impact. Tables shattered into splinters everywhere, and that brutal crunch echoed so hard it carried meters outside the bar. Komuro somehow managed to steal the spotlight from every single adventurer, and they just stared at that terrifying old man as he snapped that no adventurer should blow their mind over tiny insect monsters, and that anyone who gets worked up like that is even smaller than them. The adventurers blurted, "Who is this guy?" as they dared to start a fight and try pulling off this stunt. Then Komuro snapped at them to shut up, bragging that he's an F-rank adventurer too, but he was still heading for the desert, driven by pride in his own raw physical strength. He went around asking everyone if it really didn't grind their nerves because an F-rank was talking to them like this. Everything went wild. Every adventurer who heard him snapped, saying they weren't about to stand there and get treated like some low-rank trash, and that insult lit a fire under them fast. They marched straight at Komuro, and the second he muttered that if they wanted to come too, he and the others would be more than happy to fight alongside them. The owner figured he'd get a say in all this, so he snapped at the adventurers if they were so fed up. Then fine, they should head to the desert. Otherwise, they were nothing but cowards. No real adventurers at all. And that lit a fire under them so hard, Komuro finally got exactly what he came for. As the adventurers warned him, "Don't underestimate us, something like locust hoppers won't scare a bit of us." The whole crew snapped together and stormed for the guild, ready to join the locust hopper hunting organization. No questions, just rage-fueled action. And promised they'd shout out any other adventurers they spotted on the road, then bring them along to show this F-rank loudmouth what real adventuring is. Meanwhile, the suspicious, evil-looking Komuro snapped back to normal. With his goal finally in hand, he flashed a thumbs up at the bar owner. And the moment he stepped outside, Old Man Riddle leaned in and demanded to know what on earth he did to make adventurers flood the guild. Komodo said he only sparked their adventurers' hunger for glory, and that single spark lit a fire in their hearts. Riddle cracked up hearing it, while Komuro just smiled because everything finally unfolded exactly how he wanted, and it would calm the chaos and shut down the violence for good. Then he leaned in and told Riddle they needed to hurry back to the office to hash out the final arrangements, and build a pump-driven sprayer that could blast out a huge stash of insecticide. Basically, he set out to make an atomizer, used. For pest control, Komuro didn't stop there. He tossed masks onto the plan too, so they'd be ready for the sandstorms that could hit. Riddle leaned in and demanded to know how many people it would take to pull off this mission. In the worst-case scenario, he answered, "I can't even say I don't have a clue how big those locust hoppers really are." It rattled Riddle's nerves, leaving him wondering if they'd really all be stopped, while Komuro clocked the truth. Riddle could look brave on the outside, but inside he was panicking, praying the town's fate would actually turn out right. Komuro paused, then shot back that from what he'd seen, stopping this disaster looked almost impossible because he'd never heard of anyone repelling damage on purpose with locust swarms. He blurted out an apology for being so honest, even though it felt like the whole thing was doomed. Riddle told him he had nothing to apologize for, so stop beating yourself up. Komuro got through to him and admitted the truth. Things would stay shaky until the very end, and then he promised to help, telling Riddle he'd reached this town after a brutal, long journey. But he'd already seen attacks just like this, so he knew some people would have cooked up plans to blunt the locusts' damage, but still, going up against a full-on swarm was never a guaranteed win. So even after they finally got the insecticide, they still had no choice but to. So they just had to hold their breath and wait out that black storm, then go for the food. Food, crops, and every last plant in sight got wiped out, devoured down to the bone. And in the end, everyone stared at the ruins, just a wasteland left behind. Riddle felt the despair sink even deeper after he heard that, and his face crumpled into a look of pure sadness. Komuro suddenly clocked that something was off with his clothes, and remembered every brutal moment they'd made it through when regular clothes would have ripped to shreds. Rips through the air and even at high speed, so he cut in and told Riddle they just might crack a way out of this. In this world, a spark of hope lit up Riddle's eyes, and Komuro admitted he couldn't guarantee it, but he swore he'd throw everything he had at it. Riddle trusted every word he said, grinned like he meant it, and nodded, insisting they weren't ready to quit just yet. Komuro stared up at the sky and knew his life was about to explode into chaos. He replayed every second of that voyage up to this point right back to the moment he met two comrades. And they rolled right into the town of Flora with their group. And then he finally met the god who had brought him into this world. Then God hit him with an insane, never-before-seen command to wipe out the heroes. Meanwhile, he stumbled onto a terrifying warning. One massive disaster was barreling straight toward Flora, closing in on the town fast. Up to this point, he'd finally realized locusts can rock the skies in tiny groups of a few hundred, or explode into swarms that number in the billions, and they tore through the world, devouring everything in their path. Komuro thought, back in my old world, handling this many was impossible, but here, we might finally find a way to wipe every last one of them out. And so, Komuro hungrily leaned in, ready to crush this massive job with nothing but his razor-sharp extermination instincts. Meanwhile, on the far side of the map, right at the desert's edge, there, Belsa was still camped out, digging into his research at the campsite. She stuffed the locust hoppers with all kinds of wild stuff, testing new ingredients one after another. And right in the middle of it all, Belsa was locked in deep thought right when everything was about to shift. Al crept up behind her and leaned in to whisper, "So would this actually kill us?" Belsa got completely thrown off when she suddenly popped up in front of them. and Ale told them she'd only just shown up after tracking Belza's location thanks to Komuro. Belza told her she'd stumbled on a stink the locust hoppers absolutely despised, but it couldn't kill a single one, and Melissa proved it by pouring a little of that liquid straight onto the locust hopper, and it bolted away from it in a flash. Belza leaned in and asked Ale if she needed anything from him, and then Ale shot back that Komuro told her to keep watch over Belza just in case, and to use that time to drill Seth and Merimu. Then things kicked into motion. Soon, and the trainees burst in, wheezing and panting, still burning from the desert heat. And after that brutal training grind, they came back for round 2. Ale blurted, "Why are you wiped out from a simple stroll in the desert?" and slammed the point home, "You've got to level up fast if you want to wear that uniform." Seth snapped that it was too brutal, because monsters like scorpions and desert salamanders kept crawling out of their path. After she heard that, Ale wished she could have seen those monsters with her own eyes, while Seth and Merimu barely managed to stay alive. Ale tore into them with a scolding and demanded they get their act together, then shoved them into action for more training immediately. Setha and Merimu hissed that she was a demon and a devil, while Belza just grinned because at least being a monster scholar meant she didn't have to train. Ailey shoved them into the desert to train harder, and then Belza leaned in and asked if Komuro was in town right now. Ailey said he could be making progress of his own at this very moment. Then Ale suddenly felt it, the weather was turning, and the winds started clawing harder with every passing moment. Meanwhile, Komuro stared from the town. Those clouds rolling in from the streets looked downright evil. And they braced themselves, sure the real downfall was creeping in later. All the adventurers were lined up in town, ready to jump in and lend a hand. While Riddle sat down in his underground room, right at the very same time, Camaro and Riddle huddled over more history, soaking up every trick they could use to fight back. They pulled it off. Shipyard, Florist, and the church all fell in line with their plan, with the town's adventurers joining the rush. Riddle realized the whole town's next move hinged on one thing: building an extermination method for the locust hoppers. Komuro was weighing it all: torrential rain, flash floods, and the chaos that came with them. That would kick off the swarm locust hoppers exploding out in full force, and it leads straight to the town getting invaded. Komodo was locked in, thinking about how to make magic actually work. Magic gave him the power to go all out right alongside it. And on top of that, they had top-notch mages, masters of flame magic, who could scorch the locust hoppers until the whole swarm turned to ashes. But that still leaves way too many walking around, Riddle snapped, pushing for a plan the whole group could actually carry together, and Komuro threw back that the plagues he'd already seen had several hundred billions of them. Komodo was convinced they'd come pouring out from the desert. Komuro had one mission: figure out how to keep them under control out in the desert. Then Komuro said he'd take the flower Belza found and whip up a repellent in the next room. And then it clicked into a real solution, at least for a second, before doubt slammed into him and he worried he couldn't be trusted here. Like he was standing there telling the whole crowd, "You're missing the tools for this job." Riddle told him to quit that grimace because that repellent was way better than having nothing at all. With a crushed, downtrodden face, their subordinates' morale would take a hit fast. Komuro couldn't ignore it. His gut told him the riddle had been dead on. So he started figuring out exactly how many people they'd have to throw into that desk. Desert Komuro shot back that it'd depend on how many atomizers they could pull off, all stacked together with it. He figured the only way to survive was to split the chaos into a proper party: one exterminator hunting the locust hopper, a scout to spot them, fighters to smash the other desert monsters, and a healer to keep everyone alive. So he straight up said they'd need around 40 adventurers who match those exact rules. Then a shipyard guy barged in, called for Komuro, and asked straight up if he needed anything at all from there. From them, Komuro had been waiting for them. To Riddle's shock, Komuro said he'd actually built an atomizer himself, then proved it on the spot by spraying water and showing them exactly how it worked. Komuro then leaned in and said the shipwrights could turn all the materials he'd hauled in already into an atomizer using pure handmade craft. The shipwright stared at the atomizer and said it looked way too simple to craft. Then he leaned in and asked if we could treat it like a proper quest. Komuro leaned in and asked Riddle if he could toss some compensation to the shipwrights for the favor. And Riddle just smirked, because Komuro was clearly the kind of guy who could run things like a pro. Then the shipwright snapped to it. Komuro might have been the only one who could have shut down that adventurer chaos. He thanked him up and down, because those adventurers weren't exactly making things calm there either. Komuro couldn't help smiling. These people were actually happy to jump in and help. So the shipyard worker dove into checking the atomizer, while Riddle snapped at the office worker to line everything up for a special bonus meant for the shipyard. While everything else was going down, Komuro slipped over to Belsa and Ollie to make sure his whole party was set and ready to move. Riddle shouted to the florist, then laid out exact instructions on how to stack up a mountain of flowers. Komuro felt relief. He wasn't alone. Then a brutal rumble shook the outside, and Komuro and Riddle just stared at each other, totally baffled. And right as they went to investigate that loud noise, Komuro spotted it right on the wall painted by furious townsfolk, shouting, "Why are the adventurers yapping about wiping out a swarm of locust hoppers?" They were convinced the government was slacking off, and the receptionist tried to shut them down, insisting the whole thing was already in motion yet. The crowd refused to calm down because fear was screaming in their bones. What if those monsters struck and their world turned to chaos? Back there was no escape, none. Komuro and Riddle locked eyes with the citizens as they came into view. Then they bolted outside to check what was going on. Black clouds rolled over the whole town way faster than anyone expected, turning that omen into something real. Riddle tells Komuro this once that heavy rain hits their town. It doesn't take long, just hours or a single day, before the desert is within reach. So they needed to move fast because they kept pushing the preparations night after night. The next morning, Komodo shot out early and raced straight to where Belsa was said to be. He'd been sprinting through every corner, making rounds again and again, running, and earlier, he even had the florist send him a fresh bouquet of flowers. Komodo admitted he'd been waiting for a huge pile of flowers, but the florist had apparently dumped everything they had, turning out to be way less than they needed. Komuro took it on himself to grab even more flowers, and Riddle tried to stop him, but Komuro was running on sheer, stubborn confidence, fueled by the belief that he could push through without sleep. So he kept grinding for everyone, and Riddle couldn't shake the worry in his chest. Then Komuro bolted off toward the fields where more flowers were grown. Komodo grabbed the flowers they needed and got the job done, and he barreled back to the government office before nightfall. The moment the counters shut their doors for the day, Komuro barged in right on time. He slipped into the guild, and the silence hit him like a punch. He stormed straight to Riddle's room, and the silence hit even harder inside. Komuro darted into the next room too, scanning every corner, eyes locked on the details as he searched for a moment. Komodo thought they might be stuck outside working hours. Then he ran into a receptionist, and her jaw dropped when she saw Komuro had come back in record time. He leaned in and asked if everyone had already left, and she shook her head no, they hadn't. Komuro was totally thrown off until she hauled him to the dining place, where everyone was gathered and a feast had been set out for them. Komuro had zero clue what was even happening. Then Riddle leaned in and told him big jobs demand a full stomach, so they threw this feast together for everyone right before the big event, especially the ones busting their backs. Everyone told Komuro, "If you need more hands, just ask." But Komuro couldn't bring himself to figure out what he should say. So first, he asked Riddle if it was cool for them to keep their staff ready and stay back this late. And Riddle snapped back that it was at least better than letting monsters swarm their town. Then after that, Komuro tore into the most mouth-watering delicacies you could dream of. Even the legends this town was famous for showed up, and the whole banquet crackled with energy like it couldn't sit still. Komuro and Riddle just kicked back, calm and collected, and watched everything unfold like they weren't even surprised. Riddle leaned in and asked if he could shake off the exhaustion weighing him down, which screamed out loud from his point of view. Komuro bolted out to grab even more flowers. Riddle couldn't shake the feeling that he was busting his ass for a spot he didn't even call home. After that talk, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were leaning way too hard on Komuro. Komuro snapped that it was overkill. He just wanted to give every single one of them everything he had. But he suddenly worried his excitement had gone way too far. Because this was part of his lifelong extermination game, smashing mazmascals, hornets, and bug roaches, Riddle shot him a reminder, "You don't hold these talks while you're eating." Komuro choked out an apology, swore it was his first time wiping out locust hoppers, and admitted the whole thing beat the life out of him. It was rough, exhausting work. Riddle finally gets it. Those kinds of things keep happening all the time. It happens everybody at some point bullies themselves forward without a clue what's coming next, and he tells Komodo, Count on me too, if anything goes down. After Komuro heard that, he shot up, muttered an excuse, and slipped away for a moment. He shouted at all the workers, "When you're finished eating, if you can work, come downstairs and help me in the basement with those simmering flowers." Riddle was relieved to finally see him counting on him, and he jumped in to help right away too. The people didn't get a breakdown in that stinking basement, and they had to wear masks just to work in there. The shipwright hauled in the atomizers he could pull off himself, piece by piece. Komuro scrutinized them again and again, making sure every single one was built right. He jammed the mask with magic, supercharging it so it could smash through those nasty, stinking particles. And just when you'd expect Jerry to stay out of it, the guy who hated Komuro still stepped in to help too. Jerry insisted he was doing it only for his older brother, and Komuro thanked him anyway, and he handed out the mission and lined everyone up with their jobs. Then hours later, the adventurers got called out. Komuro marched up and plopped down right in front of them. He laid it all bare, telling them exactly how he pulled off that same act before to get them to cooperate, and rage flared in nearly every adventurer. And then people started whispering, "Was the owner in on it too?" Komuro hung his head, apologized to everyone for the trap, and made it crystal clear every adventurer they could grab, from each and every one, was the help they needed. The adventurers didn't even let their anger land on that sweet apologizing guy, so they nodded and jumped in to help Komuro out. But for that deal, they demanded Komuro set aside a friendly sparring match with them later. Komuro swore they'd get that much at least, and with that, the whole crew stayed fired up, ready to hunt down those locust hopper bugs and smash every last one. Everyone's spirits were soaring, even the whole town was buzzing with energy. They weren't starting trouble anymore now they jumped in to help everyone else. Riddle took charge of everyone, and Komuro felt insanely relieved knowing he had him on their side. Once the drums loaded with explosives were snatched away with careful, steady hands, Komodo watched everyone scramble to get their carriages ready right after they finished loading all the supplies. Then the journey was about to begin. Komodo got hit with a call from Belsa, and he demanded, "What's going on here?" Then, she blurted out in pure excitement that she'd finally pulled it off, and he uncovered a deadly plant that could wipe out the locust hoppers, Magic Orba. Kimura couldn't help but feel moved by the news, and Hiwa lit up as she praised Belsa for all her hard work. He rushed to Riddle and blurted the update his employees had cracked a working pesticide, so they'd be heading to the campsite for a while. Riddle threw him a grin and wished him luck, then told him they had to ride straight to the desert too. Suddenly, thick black clouds swelled back over everything, and one slow raindrop drifted down toward Komuro. Rain came crashing down, and Komuro and Riddle watched it hit so hard the sky basically caved in. Which means the clock was almost out, and they had barely any time left. Komuro bolted toward the campsite, and in just a few minutes he burst outside the city. Charging straight for Belsa, he made it just in time she welcomed Komodo the moment he arrived, cheering him on for grinding day and night. Komuro shot over the moment he heard she'd cooked up pesticide. Then Belsa told him, "Just let me show you this'll save us a ton of time." She pointed at a pot hanging over a roaring fire, bubbling with something hot, and Komuro's eyes narrowed as he wondered what was hiding down at the bottom then. Then Belsa pushed him to bare the back of his hand and yank off his glove. Komuro did exactly what she said, and then Bell backed her up by dropping a few drops of that liquid onto Komuro. He started shrieking in agony the moment that scorching liquid hit him. Belsa clocked it stuff like this didn't faze him at all. It only made him hotter, so she was sure he had a ton of mana. She leaned in and told him the stuff at the bottom of the pot was a magic orba, which was a plant that gulped up mana from anything it touched. She told him it all started with Ale and the others out in the desert, and right now they were still roaming there, pulling in more as we speak. Now, Belsa leaned in and told everyone the truth. Every monster carries a magical stone inside, and if that stone ever shatters, they're dead. Komuro nodded like he finally got it, like every word clicked in place. Dead, then. Belsa leaned in and told him her fix actually works, because it pulls mana straight out of that magical stone. She told him to check it. Then she pulled out a locust hopper and squeezed a few drops of the solution onto it, whoosh, and it erupted with a sharp cracking sound. The air rang with locust hopper clicks, the mana stone cracked wide open, and a hot red smoke blasted straight from its mouth. Komuro saw the bug go dead on the spot, and Belsa smirked. One single drop was all it took to wipe out a locust. It was a beast of a technique one blast, aimed at the monster, and with almost no mana to spend, it vanished their mana in a blink. But there was a catch: only Komuro and Ale could even touch it, because just getting close to that solution triggered crushing headaches, even for her. Komuro realized this wasn't something anyone could ever pull off. Belsa shot him the bad news that time was running out fast, and she couldn't stop herself from worrying she should have spotted it sooner, because with that earlier warning, maybe she could have fixed it. Komodo leaned in and told her this was already an unbelievable discovery. But Belsa snapped at him that it was wrong. No, this chemical could only be used by a tiny handful of people, and it still didn't even fully show up in her vision. Like her research was missing the final, crucial piece, and Komuro never saw it coming. She pushed herself way harder than anyone expected. Belsa then blurted out that she'd uncovered something else. A battered watering can dripping with life. She figured it would tip the scales for them, and Komuro ate up her sweet, adorable side. She told him locust hoppers could multiply explosively, so yeah, a massive swarm was guaranteed. Then Komuro drew a magic circle to kick off his experiment, and it kept the locust hoppers from slipping away. He remembered she'd pulled out some kind of coil in that circle. She told him it was an air plant, one of those desert survivors that can survive with nothing but the air. Then Belsa tipped her watering can over the locust hoppers, watching them scatter to figure out where they'd bolt to, and it slipped into that surplus, right into hiding. Komuro knew that if they pulled this off smart, they could steer the swarm exactly where they wanted it. Belsa leaned in and told him that wasn't even the whole story, because if they jammed them together in tight quarters, the tension between them would ignite, and that could work to their advantage by tweaking a few things, according to what Belsa said about what's happening right now. The only way they could grab the magic orb was in those brutal flash floods, because once the surge hit, it snatched them up and dragged them away with it. So yeah, she swore they had to grab every last magic orba before the flash flood finally calmed down, because once it hit, the locust hopper would tear down the South Desert, barreling straight into the town the moment the water stopped. Flood Komuro caught every word she dropped, but the moment he begged Belsa to tell Riddle and the rest, Belsa shut him down. Cold just stared back at him like he was clueless. He kept pushing until he demanded why she refused something so important. Then Felsa admitted she got jittery just being around other people. Explaining it to Komuro was totally fine for her, but everyone else, not a chance. Komuro even asked, "Could you write it down in a book or something? We can hand it straight to Riddle." Belsa blinked, then realized she hadn't thought of that yet. She was totally okay with it. Komuro figured she was still stuck in recovery mode, shut away at home. After a while, Ale showed up with the others, and Komodo immediately dug into his earlier banquet and started piling food into their hands. Ale leaned in and asked, "So how's the town treating you?" Which Maramu and Seth can't stop wondering about too, and the mystery of Komuro. Monroe dropped the best news: everyone was finally teaming up and working together to crack the situation. But the locust swarm didn't have much time at all. They were about to strike any day now. He told them they'd already seen every omen, and Belsa finally pieced it together. This brutal locust swarm was set off by the heavy rain. The black clouds barreled toward the desert, and Komuro snapped that they'd better get ready because time was running out. Before those clouds slid over the north of the desert, he told them the locust swarm could be in the billions, and Seth and Maramu's hearts sank with worry. Komuro leaned in and promised them, "Don't worry, I'll make sure we shut it down for good." Right now, Riddle and the adventurers are rolling toward the edge of the desert in a bunch of carriages. Once they finally stumble upon their destination, Komuro and his party would move right along with him. Carriages thundered into the grassland camp. Without wasting a second, the rest of the group quickly staked their camps in a neat line around. Komuro fired off strict instructions to everyone on how to manage the supplies, and he even roped Ale in to help with the whole job. The very next morning, that brutal trigger's rain finally crashed down heavy and relentless right onto the desert, bringing their hard-earned preparation to a dramatic end. Then bam, a brutal downpour slammed onto the ground, and Komuro stepped out of his tent to check on Riddle. But the whole thing felt creepy and wrong. Then the rain soaked everything, turning the tents musty and dusty, so Komuro jumped in and cleaned them up. Then Maramu stepped in and shoved warm soup into the adventurers' hands, because the wagon ride had totally worn them out. Then they called everyone into a meeting. Riddle fired up the report that a few dreams were finally lining up to hit the trigger conditions, and Komuro just grinned, saying they'd break free the moment the rain eased. Komuro started laying out their plan to everyone on the spot, aiming to intercept the incoming locust hopper swarm alongside the adventurers' pump squad. He'd whip up the repellent into a choking cloud, set the trap, and slam those locust hoppers into a corner. Komuro and Ale would stand their ground and finish the locust hoppers with the magic orba only after setting up magic circles to choke off escape and trap the fumes so other adventurers aren't hit. And if any group somehow slips away, the rest of them get wiped out by the adventurers with whatever spell they've got. Riddle didn't bat an eye at the plan because it wasn't just great for the adventurers. It also kept town's finances in a good spot. After that, Komodo stepped up and laid out Belsa's hypothesis for everyone. And Riddle couldn't believe how deep Komuro and his researcher, Belsa, managed to dig into this case. By evening, they were all locked into position exactly as the plan laid out, and Seth leaned in to tell Komuro the moment the clouds finally started to thin. Komuro snapped, told Ale and Merimut to get ready to leave, and handed them their uniforms. And right in front of their eyes, Ale and Merimu started changing no warning, no pause, which made Komuro feel painfully awkward. So he rushed in, cut it off, and shoved them into a different tent to change. Now, the Komuro company geared up and was ready to launch into their very first massive no-holds-barred job. And Komuro couldn't wait to see just how smoothly it would play out. Then they dumped the drums out and hauled the pesticides into the atomizers, ready to unleash them. But after a while, Belsa leaned in and warned Komuro something wasn't right. She told him that what they'd started with, they were about to unleash both the town's repellent and the magic orb from the far end of town. But once the adventurers tried the magic orb, dizziness hit them so hard they all crumpled to the ground. So when Ale and Komuro had to use the magic orba, every other adventurer had to stay away, leaving Komuro and Ale to fend for themselves, surrounded and slammed by wave after wave of monsters. Komuro stayed totally calm and leaned in to ask Ale, "Are you okay?" And the second she realized monsters were swarming in to tear her apart, Al couldn't stop buzzing with excitement. He wanted it to kick off immediately, like the ultimate battle junkie. Then they tore off toward their spot, ready to make it happen. Rain hammered down, a cold breeze slashed through the air, and the adventurers huddled around Riddle as he laid out a blistering plan because the locust hoppers have been terrorizing them for ages. And if this move works here, it could finally give hope to every country getting hit the same way. He rallied every adventurer and demanded they fight like heroes, Komuro included. Then Komuro stepped up and flashed a bright smile, handing everyone 2 cheerful words. And he straight up thanked everyone for showing up here. He warned everyone to stay on guard, and if they spotted a red mist, they'd better bolt. Komuro added that this desert might be hiding even more threats. Now he rallied everyone to team up, and Riddle barked the order to start because the plan was simple. Exterminate the desert demons the moment the signal hit. Then the next day. And suddenly everyone started to feel the sun's light, and while the adventurers stood guard on their posts, Komodo tore deeper into the scorching desert, pushing onward like he couldn't stop, and wrapped a magic orb around its waist. Then he hooked up with the rest of Komuro's crew. They dragged through minute after minute, but the sky stayed perfectly clear, and Komuro forced himself to stay calm. Some adventurers just couldn't wait. They swore this was a total waste of time. Komuro gritted his teeth and fought to hold them in place. Then his detection senses sparked, and he felt something coming out of nowhere. He spotted one black dot, then a couple more, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of those dots were sprinting straight at them. Komuro blared a warning to everyone because the swarm was finally here. And what they were seeing wasn't some ordinary swarm. It felt bigger, louder, and way more dangerous. But the whole sky got drenched in black, jam-packed with them, all hovering overhead. Every single one of them had been twisted into a mutated locust hopper, and they were absolutely terrifying. Even Komuro couldn't hide it. This massive locust hopper assault had him rattled as they surged straight toward the camp. Seth's stomach dropped when they all surged over at once, and that thick blanket of darkness felt like it could swallow the whole desert. Ale and Komuro locked eyes on the disaster racing toward them, and just as Komuro started to move in, everything hit at once. He spotted a small crew of locust hoppers peel off from the main swarm. So he snapped his hand onto the magic circle and blasted the pesticide smoke canister to life. Once it detonated, the locust hoppers scattered, and they charged straight into the smoke like it was a storm they had to, and they spun back toward the main group in a flash. Riddle's stomach dropped when he saw how many of them were closing in on the way to the town, and he couldn't shake the fear that once they passed through, the townsmen's lives would be the ones at stake. Komuro stepped forward and told Riddle, "Stay back." As he pushed deeper, he told Belsa to team up with other adventurers and stop any locust hopper that slipped past him no matter what it took, by any means. Magic them or smash them. Komuro was already locked in, firing off his professional work while gripping the atomizer and that magic orb. Belsa snapped on her mask too, and right then the adventurers kicked off their battle with sprays of repellent. Their goal was clear. They'd snap the swarm into position and steer the locust hoppers exactly where they wanted them to go. And out of nowhere, a whole gang of locust hoppers got scattered and split from the rest. They surged toward the adventurers while the repellents blasted out, and when they closed in, Komuro snapped, "Don't stress about killing them, just drive them straight to me." Right then, right in the middle of everything, fresh trouble slammed into the adventurers, and Komuro watched the desert's other monsters burst out. Then they tore into the adventurers with full-on rampage. Komuro figured the monsters were reacting to the chemicals, so he told the adventurers to handle the monsters and let the locust hoppers fall on him just as long as they kept their distance from the magic orba's red smoke. The adventurers shifted around, and Ale stayed right with him as the two of them crashed into a brutal 2 versus 10 billion battle. Komuro fired up the remaining circles, and every single can detonated in this wild, synchronized pattern. And even after they finished their work, the explosions didn't stop right away. They kept blasting for a few more seconds. Explosions blasted the locust hoppers down to a single escape route straight through the camp. Camp's Komuro whipped out his detection skills, checking every twist in the funneling to make sure it was actually working. Then, right as it clicked, everything hit that next now moment. Komuro and Ale were the only ones left to carry the load, and the two of them barreled in side by side, atomizers blazing as they aimed at the swarm, while locust hoppers tore across the field straight for the pair. Komuro tore into the swarm, blasting every last magic orb like a storm. They immediately turned vicious, and a few of them rushed off to attack Ale. She barely had a second to react when things crashed down on her. Then Komuro swooped in and saved her. She thanked him for saving her, and then while they were wiping them all, the adventurers kept the desert monsters off their backs by turning them into a feast, with healers patching them up and some folks using repellents to scare off the locust hoppers while Ale was out there wiping them out like it was her job. And the slaughter just kept raging for what felt like forever, right there in the middle. Adventurers watched those locust hoppers push through and charge straight for the tent, so Belsa bolted forward and snapped a trap shut in their path, which tore through the area and blasted those locust hoppers to dust. The extermination mission raged on for hours until a black wave of locusts thundered in, speckled with red pesticide smoke, and turned the desert into a freakish, jaw-dropping sight. By then, more and more adventurers were running on empty, and Komuro could feel sweat slicking down his face, too. Pushing through for what felt like forever, they finally started spotting the sand's real yellow hue, and then the whole desert got swallowed up by thick smoke, all at once. One and only a swarm of locust hoppers clung on, charging straight toward Komuro, and right there he stood poised to wipe them out every last one. Right as Komuro was about to wrap up his job, locust hoppers suddenly started blasting loud cracks from all directions, and it pushed on until the entire sky cleared. Komuro finally pulled it off. With that, he finally nailed his company's very first job. Then Seth raced to report a terrifying magical whirlwind was barreling in from the east, out of the desert. Komuro snapped his hands over his eyes to shield them from the dust, and when Seth's report confirmed a monster was charging straight for him, Komuro didn't flinch. He vowed he'd take care of it himself. But when the monster finally came into view, it absolutely dwarfed the danger of every monster he'd seen before. It looked like a lion, a goat, a dragon, and a snake had all fused into one terrifying creature. That dangerous beast came roaring straight at them, hungry for one thing, wiping them out. And Ailey shot him a warning, "That's a chimera." It dive-bombed Komuro from the sky, but no matter how fast it came, Komuro still snapped into action and planted a clean punch on it like it was nothing. Komuro rushed to Seth and said the monster was wiped out, and Ale just stood there in shock at how ridiculously overpowered his abilities were. Komuro let out a breath of relief. Mission done. Now it was time to turn around and head back. But then surprise. Surprise, someone shouted his name and hit him with something even bigger. More shocking than that, an old man in a farmer's outfit, and from Komuro's side, this guy didn't look like he'd ever step into an adventure. Komuro finally got the truth from the old man. He hadn't been chasing a random beast at all. He'd been hunting the chimera that slipped right out of his grasp. And when he heard Komuro had finally beaten it, the old man snapped with shock, then burst into heartfelt gratitude. Komuro told him he ran an extermination company, and the old man immediately begged him to swing by his farm sometime to wipe out the bugs. Komuro promised he'd set up a budget service for him one day, and then the old man suddenly realized, wait, he hadn't even introduced himself yet. Right then, the old man tipped his straw hat with perfect manners and introduced himself, Garcia Gnome, the Earth Hero. Komuro froze in shock at this sudden, totally unexpected run-in with a hero. After a little chat, Garcia let slip that his wife was waiting at home, so he had to cut out right then, and Komuro told him to take care. But Garcia wasn't exactly sure what to do next. Back at the grasslands campsite, Komuro spotted Riddle just standing there, hanging on every detail about how the extermination went. Then Komuro and Ale rolled back in with grim, serious faces. He ripped off his mask, then finally let out a huge, relieved breath. Seth and the other adventurers couldn't wait to hear what went down, and they were over the moon that they all made it back safe. Riddle leaned in and demanded to hear how it went with those locust hoppers, and Komuro calmly told them the awesome news he'd finished the extermination work. He fired off heartfelt thanks to everyone for all the brutal hard work. And this news hit Riddle so hard he choked up with tears of pure joy, because Komuro had finally saved their town and everyone in it from the plague. After a while, everyone scrambled to their carriages, loaded up every last thing, and rode out to clear the campsite for good. The adventurers were sure this was it. They'd finally head back to town and go home, and Komuro beamed at them with that smile like the whole journey was about to pay off. The same adventurers who were so restless before now strutted in with proud claims, saying they'd played a huge part in turning the whole situation around, and they didn't even hesitate to tell Riddle they wanted a reward for their bravery. So Riddle agreed right away. He handled it, then later he checked in with Komuro and told him everything was ready. Riddle even warned Komuro he could take a bite, so Komuro and the others could roll into town without waiting for him. Komuro shot back that he wasn't going anywhere. He'd stay put for 2 or 3 more days, just to be safe, and keep a close eye on the desert in case anything shifted. He figured it was his job to make sure the pesticide effects wore off safely, and Riddle was genuinely grateful for that. Then Belsa snapped, calling out to Komuro right there, clutching a book. Komuro shoved the book into Riddle's hands and said, "This is Belsa's record of how to fight locust swarms, everything. From the locust hopper's ecology to exactly how to make the repellent." Riddle snatched that book with a grin, happy as could be to take it. Book. And to Komuro's shock, Riddle was insanely polite, basically spotlighting the fact that Komuro saved them, like it was the biggest deal ever. Komuro didn't know how to thank him, but Riddle just kept smiling like everything was right. Riddle snapped that if he hadn't shown up, this plague would have wiped out Flora, and they'd have been forced to flee the town, no questions asked. Thanks to Komuro's help, their lives and livelihoods were saved, for which Riddle clasped his hands warmly, practically bursting with gratitude. Riddle was still buzzing over that save when the Komuro company crew showed up right there too. Komuro insisted it wasn't all on him. He could pull it off only because his relentless employees had his back. The adventurers, the townspeople, and the guild teaming up like one unstoppable force. Without everybody pitching in, he never would have pulled it off. And just to drive it home, he told Riddle to thank one more person too. Komuro shoved Belsa forward and declared that she was the one who handled the most crucial job of all, tracking down the path to extermination. Riddle shot back that she was right and immediately felt he had to thank her just as fiercely. But Belsa's nerves were screaming as she stood there in front of him. She asked Komuro if it wasn't even necessary, and he told her, "You're the one doing the heavy lifting here." From her side, though, it only looked like she was just making things to kill monsters, the same thing Komuro was always doing. Riddle couldn't stop giggling as she caught her nerve right there. And Komuro leaned in and told her it wasn't just a way to wipe them out. She'd also cracked a chemical plan to take down those locust swarms. And just like that, she knocked out one of the world's own plagues that alone was a massive win. He told her to wear that pride like armor and stop acting modest. Belsa just clocked it. She didn't only dabble in monster hunting from the start, she straight up saved the whole town. And he never once looked at it like a savior. So when Komuro and Riddle watched her, they were blown away by how differently she saw the world. And after they got left behind with a mountain of heartfelt thanks, the wagon spun around and charged straight back toward town. Komuro's crew showed up too, clapping for their president after that brutal day's grind, and Ale stepped forward to thank him as well. And she just wrapped him in a hug, grinning as she said it was always fun being around him. Komuro snapped at her not to jump on him like that because it was never fine for him, not even for a second. Belsa figured it out in her gut she didn't just do something small, she saved countless lives. So after mulling it over, she grinned and told Komuro, "There's gotta be a reward for all of this because it's my fault." Komuro just stared, stunned that she could throw away her own modesty like that. But the moment she spoke, it snapped into his head he'd completely spaced out on telling Riddle about their reward for this massive extermination. Ale and Belsa were seething over the hell he'd just said, while Merimu and Seth were already panicking about their pay. After that, they stayed behind in the camp and kept a sharp watch as the desert took shape. Komuro made it crystal clear to everyone, sure. They were pumped to stay longer here, but Komuro's gut said, "I can't linger. I've got to get back to my real work," which was the god's command to wipe out heroes everywhere across the world. Garcia, the Earth hero, still haunted his thoughts. And then it hit him, memories flashing of his own face. Komuro muttered to himself that he might have to do it, even though Garcia looked like the kindest soul around.